All right, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the NFL Draft on CLNS Media. We are off. Alex Barth, Marv Azon, Michael Angie. We'll check in with Nick Quaglia in a bit. Mike Petraglia is down at Gillette Stadium. We got a host of other people coming on through tonight as well. Gentlemen, you ready for this? 4 hours of football.
It's a beautiful thing, man. When the draft's about to start, we don't have no idea what's about to happen. Who's going to be the first pick? Who's going to be the last? I'm excited.
Yeah, it's really exciting. This is one of the years that, so different than other years, especially with the, in terms of the Patriots, that normally you're like, oh, well, the Patriots are going to pick, 30th, 31st, 32nd, and then we're going to be waiting all night, and then they'll either trade out or whatever. But this year, there's, the possibility of trading up.
A little live producing, Mike, if you can pick your microphone up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, and I got a first prediction for you guys. It is hot in here. How long is my jacket going to last?
Not long. I would say maybe 40 minutes at max.
I don't know if I'm going to make it 5 picks.
The jacket look good, though.
Thank you very much. So, for the people watching at home, we have our big board up here on the screen. This is kind of a consensus for the three of us, top 5 at each position. Who do we think's going first, I guess, is the question. I don't remember the last time going into a draft that we didn't know who the top pick was going to be, at least like a day before. I like it. It's been tough to produce this show, but I like it like this.
I agree. I think it's great. I think it's, obviously adds to the intrigue and everything like that, but there's so many different things happening with, the Josh Allen tweets getting released yesterday.
Hang on. Yo, Steven, we're not streaming.
We're not streaming?
No.
No, it's up to me.
All right, I'm being told we're going. I think there's something going on with the link here. We'll get this figured out. I want to let everybody know also throughout the course of the night, we will be taking your questions on YouTube. So if you want to put those in the chat over there on the left, we are streaming. All right, we'll take your answers there. Back to the first pick anyway, guys. Go ahead.
I think it might be Josh Allen, despite the fact that those nasty little tweets were released. I just think that the Cleveland Browns, they don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? So it's one of those things where we'll fall for that because they generally do. And we all remember like Brady Quinn.
All right, audio's back. Cool. All right. So if you missed it, Marv's extremely hot take about the Browns blew the mics out. So I'll let you run with that again.
I apologize. What I was saying is, off of Mike's take that they've been messing up for years when it comes to quarterbacks, mentioning Brady Quinn. We all know what happened to Johnny Manziel. Cleveland Browns need to pick 2 quarterbacks with the number 1 and the number 4. If they go get a Rosen, next maybe try out Darnold or Mayfield, someone like that, and battle it out so you can really find your quarterback for the future because they're going to find a way to mess it up. They always do.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the things is that is a feasible option simply because, there's not that crazy salary cap, implications on these top picks now. So you could actually grab a guy, and I think you pay them both like whatever it is, $20 million and $17 million or whatever dollars it is per year between the number 1 and the number 4 picks. So I mean, it makes sense when you say it like that because they're gonna probably screw up the first pick or probably screw up the 4th pick, whatever. But that means they're out of the running for Saquon Barkley, and I think that
Does Saquon make it to 4 though?
I think they got to
No,
take
I don't think
Saquon
so.
at 1 if they want him, right?
I would say so. I would say so because I think it makes too much sense for the Giants to not take him if that was going to be the case. So yeah, they would have to take him at 1. I think you do. I mean, the guy is could be a transcendent running back. Although running backs don't last that long. Whatever it is, if you have a pick at 4 and you think you can get one of these top 3, 4 quarterbacks at number 4, which you'll be able to, you gotta go get as many good players as you possibly can when you're a team that's that bad.
And let's say Cleveland does do my theory. That changes the whole draft. Now you can really see teams really trying to move up to get quarterbacks. So you're already taking, that's what, maybe 3 quarterbacks off in the first 4 picks right there.
I think they got to go Barkley 1 if they want him, right?
If they want him.
Here's the other thing. I think, so here's a couple bold predictions tonight that all sort of tie into one. I think we are going to see a record for quarterbacks taken in a row to start the draft. And I think we're going to see a record for trades. There's realistically a world where 6, even if you want to stretch it, even maybe 7 quarterbacks could be the first 7 picks. Because let's think about it. Browns need a pick. Browns need a quarterback.
Yep.
Giants need a quarterback. Jets need a quarterback. Let's say a team trades up to 4, grabs a quarterback. Broncos take a quarterback at 5. Somebody trades up to 6 to take a quarterback.
Do Broncos take a quarterback though with Case Keenum? Do they waste a first-round pick on a quarterback when they just signed Case Keenum?
I think you need to, because we've seen the impact rookie quarterbacks can come in and make. Well, that defense still has any legs under it. I think if Case Keenum bottoms out, you can't just write this year off, because that team's going to be really bad in about a year or two. Once Harris is gone,
So you don't have
once
faith.
Miller's gone.
You don't have faith in Case Keenum.
Not to the point where not to the point where in this class I would pass on a quarterback. Look, any other year, maybe. This year is, and we'll talk about this throughout the night. I don't remember the last time we saw a quarterback class like this. I don't think we'll see one again for a long time. If you're lucky enough to have a high pick in this draft, you go get a quarterback. Or at least you trade it for somebody who needs one. Because you have Arizona, you have Buffalo, you have the Patriots. There's a bunch of teams down there that are going to want quarterbacks. And you got to figure it. They're going to figure out a way to get up. Those high picks are worth a lot. We heard just before we came on the air that the Giants said there were offers being made for the 2nd pick. And let me ask you this. That was supposedly with Denver. What's Denver doing trying to move up to 2 from 5 if they don't want a quarterback?
They're trying to get Saquon Barkley because they think Cleveland is probably going to draft a quarterback at number 1. If I had to guess, or they want Bradley Chubb to pair with Von Miller on the other side.
That just seems like I think you can get Chubb at 5.
I think you could too. I agree. But
if you want a guy, you go
yeah.
get
Why
him.
take the risk is basically probably that thought process right there. If I had to guess.
Well, we're still waiting for the first pick. I'll give the Browns credit. It's 8-11. Draft started at 8. I haven't even seen it tipped.
You don't
Nope.
get it. They don't know what they're doing.
Cleveland Browns don't know either. We don't know the number 1 overall pick. Neither do they.
So I see grins from our update desk out there. Maybe they know, but we'll see. Maybe the graphics being made right now. I don't know. So I think it was Schefter tweeted out earlier that Haslam knew a month ago. He started telling people in the media 2 weeks ago. He only told his coach 2 days ago. Do you think they knew this morning who it was?
No.
No?
They had no idea.
So you really have no faith in the Browns. They had a good offseason last
have
season.
faith in the Browns?
They had a good offseason. For the first time in years, they had a good offseason last season.
They did. They made some good moves.
I thought they were one of the best teams in the draft last year.
The Browns will brown.
Was last year the first year of this new regime?
Yes.
So then I would say that they're showing signs of improvement. Then I'll give them that much. But until they get a guy that's a hit, we're talking about a quarterback in the top half of the first round that is a hit that will actually help you win football games. You can't have too much faith in them. That's just, you know what I mean?
The move I do like that they made was bringing in Tyrod Taylor.
Yes. Oh, I don't know what Buffalo was doing there.
I think that because Buffalo, that's another team that doesn't know what they're doing out there. But Tyrod Taylor over there, he can mend the wounds for a little bit during the season while you develop one of these guys as your future quarterback.
All right, well, let's real quick here. We're not going to turn the camera. I don't want to alarm our tech guys, but Nick, you got your mic on out there?
Yep.
All right, Nick's got his mic on. Nick, anything on social media about what the Browns are about to do?
There's no official pick yet. Jason La Canfora has just been saying realistically all day that it's going to be Baker Mayfield. It should be Baker Mayfield. But if it's not, one guy I know who's going to be shocked is Jason La Canfora, because that guy is all in. His last tweet 7 minutes ago, Quote, well, finally it's go time. The consensus is Baker Mayfield is the most likely selection here, but we won't know for sure until the card is in. So still nothing. I'm checking in on Schefter, Rappaport, and La Canfora.
All right,
Got
and
nothing so far.
again, we'll let you know as soon as we know.
Browns are running out of time.
I don't like
seeing
Baker
Baker
to the
Mayfield.
Browns. Like, I think that's what it's going to be, but I don't like Baker to the Browns.
I don't like it for him. I think it's unfortunate for him that he'll end up being there because I think a guy like that probably needs a little more seasoning, probably needs a better NFL-ready quarterback in front of him to kind of teach him the ropes and show him how to – because, look, he is coming from the Big 12. We know the Big 12 is obviously known for all these big, high-powered offenses and stuff like that. They're also known for terrible defenses.
I saw something today, I think it was ESPN Stats and Info that had it, that that there were more games started by FCS games last year than Big 12. More games started by FCS quarterbacks last year than Big 12 quarterbacks.
That's not a great sign for one Baker Mayfield.
I see. I don't think it's tough to go by the conference, and maybe the Big 12 is the most because, like you mentioned, it's a completely different brand of football. But you know, if a guy's born in, I know Baker Mayfield's from Texas, but for example, if a guy's born from Oklahoma, odds are he's going to go to Oklahoma or Oklahoma State. He's going to end up in the Big 12. He may not be a prototypical Big 12 quarterback. Now, Baker Mayfield's from Texas. He started at Texas Tech and then transferred over. He's always been in the Big 12, but I think he's a guy, he can fit in the right system. I do like him, but the Browns just aren't that system. He'll be a disaster. Oh, okay, we have it. We'll wait to get the graphic in, but we know it just came up on Twitter. So we'll as soon as we have that, we'll get it to you. Before we do that, there's a big market tease for you. I gave my bold prediction for the night. We'll see record for most quarterbacks taken in a row. What are your guys' bold predictions for the night? Give me something. Give some good.
The Patriots are trading up into the top 10, and they're taking a quarterback.
Okay, I don't know how bold that is at this point.
Lamar Jackson to the Patriots.
I think that's decently bold.
See, how about Lamar Jackson to the Jets?
Wow.
Well,
Wouldn't that be very Jets of them to do?
Wow.
it would absolutely be very Jets of them to do.
Right?
Absolutely. I think that,
That so I was talking to, and we'll have him on later in the show, Jake Asman from Sports on the Go 1 in New York, host of the Asman and Budick show. He told me there's zero chance that the Jets take Saquon Barkley and that the fans would riot. But if he's there at 3, you look at the Rams, they got the running back before the quarterback. You look at the Cowboys, they technically got the running back before the quarterback. That's kind of what these teams are doing now. The Jaguars got the running back before the quarterback because I still think they don't have the quarterback.
Oh, they
what if the Jets see that and say we can do that?
I think I don't personally think that's the right approach. But
again,
I mean,
bold take segment here. Bold take.
Yeah, if there's a guy, if there's any guy you're going to do that with, it would be Saquon Barkley, simply because I think he's the best running back. I mean, he's obviously the best running back in this draft class, but I think he's one of the best running backs to come out of the past few draft classes. So I mean, I was fully impressed with him at Penn State over the past couple of years, especially this past season. If there's going to be a guy that you're going to go after and go up into the draft and take in the top 10, which is historically not a great idea in terms of running backs, that's going to be the guy.
And I just want to let everybody know again, if you guys have any questions for us, comments, we really want to interact with you, the viewers. We do have the chat open on YouTube. You can also tweet at us at CLNS Media, at Patriots CLNS. To you guys, third Twitter handles out there for the people.
At CLNS_Alonji.
And you can follow me at CLNS_Marv.
Good follows at Real Alex Barth. All right, I see him getting ready to go over to Nick Qualia here. So here we go. Just give me the thumbs up when I can turn this mic up on Nick, and then we'll get the pick out there. All right, Nick, go. Nick, go ahead.
With the first pick of the 2018 NFL Draft for the Cleveland Browns, we have another new quarterback in Cleveland, Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield.
Wow.
Now added to Cleveland. Cleveland's made a lot of moves this offseason, so, I mean, realistically, if he can succeed, he's got the weapons to do so now in Cleveland. Let's see what he can do.
All right, so add it to the jersey, right?
I think that's a very interesting pick. I did not think that Mayfield would be the number 1 overall pick in this draft. I mean, I heard it this morning. You heard, rumblings of it that they might take Mayfield. I really did think that Josh Allen was going to be the guy no matter what. Now, I'm thinking Josh Allen could really slide in this draft if that's the case. Because I thought the Browns were really the
You're
only
on the quarterback
team.
side there. Let's update the big board.
I thought the Browns were really the only team that were super in on Josh Allen. So the fact that he's gone now, or that he's still that they've drafted, and he's still on the board, he might slip pretty far.
So that brings us to an interesting point, because some people said the Giants liked Josh Allen and gave up when it looked like he was going to go number 1 overall. Now the Giants are on the board, and the talk has been they're going to take Barkley. They've got an aging Eli Manning. They don't care. And at this point, let me bring up a name that I'm going to bring up a lot tonight, and that is Drew Lock. Drew Lock is the quarterback at Missouri. He is, I think, would have been the second best quarterback on this board behind Rosen. He stayed in college for another year. He's going to try to break all the SEC records. Maybe that's the Giants' plan, is suck another year and get Drew Lock, because I think there are teams that are considering him. But I think it's inexcusable for the Giants to not take a quarterback right now.
Yeah, I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely crazy. It's never a good idea to be the team that, waits a year too long as opposed to makes the move a year early. And now saying that, I'm also one of the guys who says they should keep Tom Brady as long as humanly possible and have him playing. But I don't know, man. Eli Manning, I've never been a huge Eli Manning guy anyway. But
Eli's no Tom Brady.
Eli's no Tom Brady. And I think that if you have a chance, I mean, how many times do they really think they're going to get into the top 2 picks in the NFL draft with pretty much any quarterback they want at their disposal if they can draft whoever they want? It would be crazy to not take a quarterback with this pick, even if it's a guy who you don't think is going to play for another 2-3 years.
I hear what you guys are saying, getting a quarterback, because we've seen the decline of Eli Manning, but Saquon Barkley, this is a one in a generation type running back. This could possibly be a guy. I'm thinking LaDainian Tomlinson type running back. That's what I see when I see Saquon Barkley. Can you really pass that up?
Can you pass up maybe another Aaron Rodgers in Josh Rosen? The pick is in. Let's go ahead to Nick Quaglia here. I don't think anybody's going to be surprised.
Number 2 pick, NFL Draft 2018. The New York Giants got their running back, Saquon Barkley.
There you go.
All right, so Saquon Barkley off the board.
I agree with that pick.
The Browns now, if they stay at 4, are guaranteed either Josh Rosen or Sam Darnold. Oh, no, they took Mayfield. I'm dumb. Somebody's guaranteed Rosen or Darnold at 4. I think the Browns train out of that. Are the Patriots working behind the scenes? Do we have Mike Petraglia's video all set from earlier? Do we? No. We don't. All right. Mike Petraglia checked in from Gillette earlier. We'll have him throughout the night. I think he touched on that a little bit.
Let me jump in and say that I think it would be very difficult for the Patriots to get up that high in the draft, simply because a team like the Buffalo Bills also has 2 first-round picks, and they are better picks than the Patriots have. The Bills have 12 and I believe 22 or 23 to be able to. I think it's 22 to be able to offer to move up to 4. And I would much rather take 12 and 22 than 23 and 31. So I think that the Bills have a really good chance to trade up. You see a quarterback go off the board. You see the top running back go off the board. Now teams are going to start saying, well, the crunch time is getting closer and closer now. We're going to have to trade up if we're going to get the guy we want. And, Buffalo, I think, is a team that is primed to make a real move up into the top, maybe 5, to go after, whether it's Rosen or Darnold or Allen or whoever it's, I think it's going to be one of those guys.
So, looking at the board here, we have Rosen as the number 1 quarterback. Is that a consensus for everyone? You guys all believe Rosen's the number 1?
I think so. I think that, if it was me as the Cleveland Browns drafting number 1 overall, I would probably take Rosen. I think he's the most NFL-ready guy. He's got, he's been, a lot of people forget, he's been the starting quarterback at UCLA, a top-tier Division I program, for 4 years. He started there as a true freshman. And he's, I think that's a thing that a lot of teams forget. He's a guy who's got a lot of experience, whether it's good experience, bad experience. It is experience in the league, playing against, NFL caliber, players in the Pac-12. I think Rosen's the best quarterback.
Rosen should go right here. If the Jets know what they're doing, Rosen will go right here. And again, we were talking about Saquon Barkley before. Does this mean the Giants think they can still win with Eli Manning?
Yes, that's exactly what it
clearly
is.
They can't, right? I mean, they can't.
That's what they're thinking.
You
saw what happened at the end of the year last year, how disappointing, distraught. They let the fans get in ahead of their decision making, and now they're gonna ride with Eli
think about what they gave up. Think about what they gave up that they could have traded that pick for. They could have gotten Barkley at 4. They could have gotten Barkley at 5.
It's very possible. But now you look at the Giants' offense, and it's interesting though. You have Shepard, Odell, Ingram as a tight end, and now Barkley as your running back.
That's a lot of weapons for sure.
That's a lot of weapons right there to make things a little interesting there. If Eli can, play 10% better than last year, it could be interesting.
I think getting Odell back will probably help that out a little bit, but I mean, yeah, I don't know. I still think it would have been the smarter play to even if you were going to draft a guy like Josh Allen at number 2 and say, hey, the guy's not going to play for 2 or 3 years until Eli's done. That's a better decision than, I mean, I understand what you're saying about Barkley, and I do know that he is. I mean, I've been singing his praises for the past week and a half as well. That I think he's the best running back in the draft. I think he's a Daniel Tomlinson type guy. I think is a very legitimate possibility, like you said. But I don't know, man. If you have an opportunity to take a quarterback, like I said, even if the Bills, if the Giants, like you said, are even 10% better next year, they're not drafting in the top 2. They're not drafting in the top 5. They might be drafting in the top 10.
It's not the same quarterback class next year.
And it's not the same quarterback class. Exactly. So if you're not getting the number 1, 2, or 3 pick, like you said, and they're going after Locke, then it's not really even worth it to not draft a quarterback this year. Maybe they have a guy, their eye on a guy from later in the draft.
David Webb.
Yeah, I guess.
I said that sarcastically.
Yeah,
I said that sarcastically, to be fair.
I'm thinking maybe they've got their eye on a guy like whatever it is, a Mike White or something like that, someone further down in the draft that they
Kyle Lauletta.
Something like that. And maybe that's what they're deciding, and they're going to be like, oh, we'll go after him instead. We have the, quote-unquote proven commodity in Saquon Barkley that we can draft right now. We know he's going to be good. We know he can make an impact.
All right, Mike, I'm going to cut you off real quick. We got to pick in. This is a big one. This is going to affect the draft. Here comes the run on quarterbacks. Nick Qualia, go.
We have the New York Jets, number 3. New York Jets select quarterback Sam Darnold.
Wow.
At pick number 3.
All right, so there we go. Sammy California's off the board.
I've had some questions about Darnold simply because, he's a little bit turnover prone, especially this past season.
Yes, big time, mate.
I don't know. I guess it makes sense. He's a guy. He's played in a pro style offense. Was a guy who, he physically can make all the throws and all that stuff, but the turnovers trouble me a little bit.
So I just want to remind everybody, if you have questions, we got the YouTube chat open. You can tweet at us as well, at Patriots CLNS. Here's my thing with Sam Darnold. To take away that Rose Bowl, are we talking about him in the top 5? I'm talking about the Rose Bowl against Penn State. Is he really a top 5 pick? Look, he's a first-round pick. I think he's talented. But is he really a possible number 1 pick without that Rose Bowl? I think people put a lot of Sam Darnold stock. They base it off that one game. And that's what we did with Vince Young.
That's very true.
So, again, good player. First-round talent, sure. They need a quarterback. He may work out. But he's not Josh Rosen. And we've now had 2 quarterbacks picked before Josh Rosen.
I'll say right now, this is beginning to have all the makings of a Patriots trade up to get Josh Rosen.
Well, this would be the spot right now, right? At 4.
You guys stop it.
This would be the spot.
Would be the spot at 4.
Because,
here we go.
How much longer are you going to wait if you're going to wait? If they don't, if they're not going to go up and take Rosen now, then they have their eye on a different quarterback. Is basically what I would draw from that, because how much longer is he going to last?
So here's we got an interesting comment from Zach Grimes. I'm going to kind of decipher this a little bit. I think basically what Zach is asking is, would the Patriots trade up to get the franchise quarterback to make sure a team in the division can't? Let's say they find out Buffalo is charging hard for 4. Will they maybe one-up the offer for Buffalo, whereas if they hear it's Arizona moving up, they say it's too expensive?
That is a very Bill Belichick type of move, so I wouldn't put it past them for sure. I think that I
don't know if you guys can see the stream, by the way, and we're a little behind on this, watching the stream. That's an excellent picture of Sam Darnold. Just quality. Just quality. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Poor guy. I think I think it makes a lot of sense if they're going to do that. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think that Mason Rudolph is a guy that the Patriots might be interested in later in the draft. I don't know. I think if you're going to trade up and get Josh Rosen, you're going to trade up and get him right now.
I don't agree that the Patriots are going to get Josh Rosen as high as you guys are on him, but if there was the time to do it, it would be right now with the number 4 pick. But what would you give up?
You would have to give up both first rounders.
I think it's
and
both
probably
first,
something else.
a second, the high second this year,
That's a San Francisco pick.
And a first next year. We have some news. I don't think this is a pick. No news. No
news.
No news. No, I saw you put your hand up. No news.
I just wanted to say something.
What do you want to say?
I just wanted to say, I mean, do you have to trade up right now for the pick? Because it's Cleveland again. Cleveland already has
So
a quarterback.
it's more so worrying about some. I don't think Cleveland's making this pick. I think we're under the assumption that Cleveland will not make this pick here.
I think Buffalo would be dying to get up to number 4 right now. If I was Buffalo, I would be dying to get up to number 4 right now.
I have a thing also. If the Patriots would trade for this number 4 pick, I don't think they go get Rosen for number 4. I think they'll try to get Chubb.
See, why? They don't need him.
I think they would go for Chubb. They really like him. The pass rush, and he's another player that can really change your defense.
And we know that Belichick was at the NC State Pro Day, and he was watching
speaking,
all those
yep.
guys.
So, by the way, we're ahead. I just ruined that pick for the Jets caller we have coming in later. I just texted him and said, when can you talk about Darnold? And he's behind. He's on the TV. So, again, stick with CLNS. We are ahead of the NFL. We are ahead of the draft. We've got everything that you need to know before ESPN, before Fox, before NFL Network, before any of them. We hope you stay with us right here at CLNS Media. Again, follow us on Twitter at Patriots CLNS. Nick does raise an interesting question. Let's say that the Browns don't trade this pick. Where's the next spot the Patriots go to get Rosen if they want to?
They would have to. They would have to get ahead of Buffalo. So I don't know.
So I'm the only one who thinks Denver's taking a quarterback.
Yes, I don't think they're taking.
I think if they're gonna pick somebody that high, they would probably try to go after Chubb, because that's a guy that you can pair with Von Miller on the other side, and that's, bringing it back to a couple years ago when they had Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware, and they had that crazy pass rush that was just coming at you from all angles. Now they don't have the corners that they used to have to match up with that defense, but I think they're going to try to win with Case Keenum. They watched what Case Keenum did last year with a good defense in Minnesota. I think they're going to try to go after a high caliber defensive player and make that defense an unbelievable unit again, and then say, Case Keenum, get us to the playoffs and don't screw it up, type of thing.
So again, we're still waiting on the Browns at 4. Go ahead.
To answer your question, you were asking where would the Patriots have to move up to get maybe a Josh Rosen. Maybe talk to San Francisco. Maybe
Do you complete the Garoppolo trade?
Exactly. Call them up and say, hey, that deal I gave you earlier. It's time. It's time for some payback. Sweeten up the deal for us. We'll give you the 23rd, the 31st. And just for the number 9.
I mean, theoretically, 6 through 9 are all feasible options, because you got Indianapolis at 6, they've got a quarterback. Tampa Bay at 7, they've got a quarterback. Chicago at 8,
they've got a
quarterback.
So,
right?
maybe I'm really undervaluing quarterbacks. Jameis on the last year of his deal, he hasn't been great. Do they light a fire under his ass? Maybe take somebody?
I don't know. I think they like
Again,
they like Jameis.
I feel like this draft, if you're going to be aggressive with picking a quarterback, this is the year to do it. Let's talk for a minute about the Jimmy Garoppolo trade, because I wanted to bring this up tonight. Let's say the Patriots do take a quarterback, or even if they don't. And we talked about this, Marv. I was on with you that night. We went right on. And we said we won't necessarily know exactly what this trade was until probably 3 or 5 years down the line.
Exactly.
A lot of the legacy of that trade, right, from this point, since it was made to now, it's been considered a bust. I think, right? I don't think so, but I think the consensus is that it is, especially after they trade Brissett as well and get basically nothing back. Right.
I think Patriots fans are standing there with their hands up like this.
I think
what are we doing?
A lot of the legacy of that trade gets written tonight, whether the Patriots take a quarterback or not.
I think that's fair. I think it. Yeah, I would say that because the pick that they're gonna that 43rd pick, I believe it is from San Francisco. Not a great pick. I think a lot of Patriots fans feel like they could have gotten a first-round pick for Jimmy Garoppolo. I personally think they probably could have gotten a first-round pick for Garoppolo if they had tried harder. But the fact of the matter is they didn't. So I think that, I think it'll help, if we're talking about the future, if you look back on this draft 5 years from now, Patriots fans might not necessarily remember, oh, they traded Jimmy Garoppolo and got the 43rd pick, whatever. If the Patriots go out and take the 23 and 31, trade up and get a quarterback, no one's really going to remember that, oh, they traded Jimmy Garoppolo for a second-round pick, blah, blah, blah. They're going to remember they traded Jimmy Garoppolo, and then that year they drafted the next guy. So I think that if they're going to go out and get a quarterback, as long as he's a good one, people aren't going to remember.
So do you put weight on that 43rd pick? Like, will the Patriots fan put weight on the 43rd pick if that 43rd pick doesn't pan out? But you still get a quarterback, but the 43rd pick doesn't pan out, the one that you gave up Garoppolo for. Do you consider that a fail?
I don't know. I guess it depends on like what position and what kind of player, how bad he actually is. If he's bad, I personally think that if things shake out a little bit the right way, that the Patriots could end up drafting Mason Rudolph at 43 if he drops that far. You know what I mean? So they could still get their quarterback at that point. And if you're getting Mason Rudolph at 43, you're probably doing pretty well for yourself.
Yeah, no, I think this question just came in and it kind of ties in well. Who do we think the Patriots go with, and are they interested in Josh Allen? So let's say it's not Rosen. There's two more names up there, and then Allen. I think we're all in three different directions, right?
Yeah.
Well, I said before that I think that Cleveland was the team that was in on Josh Allen, is what I thought. So if Cleveland didn't draft him, which they obviously didn't, they drafted Baker Mayfield #1 overall, Josh Allen could slip very far.
And is Josh Allen slipping because of talent or what came out this morning of the tweets?
I wouldn't put too much on the tweets.
I wouldn't
because
either.
The tweets didn't
The kid was like
affect
14 years old or something like that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
The thing that bugged me was that the Schefter theory about a team leaking them.
If that's true, I think that's a real issue.
Not only is that an issue because that's a
scary to
nasty thing for the team to do.
Right.
But you think about the team's thought process. One, it means they were okay drafting a guy they just labeled as racist. It means, two, that if he found out, you then have that player under contract. You're putting the franchise's future in the hands of a player who is not going to be pleased with you if he finds out you did this.
Right.
That's something. Honestly, you look at the Laramie Tunsil thing a couple years ago too. The NFL needs to make sure the teams aren't holding on to this.
Whoa.
Who was it? Who traded up? Nick, you got something for us? Whoa! Oh, what?
We've got some very
Nick, we need to go to Nick here. We need to go to Nick. Nick.
Browns will brown.
Oh boy, give me that marker. It's on this side of the board. It's a defensive player. Nick, you're up. Go ahead,
The
man.
Browns will brown.
We got the Cleveland Browns doing Cleveland Browns things. And at pick number 4, they picked Bradley Chubb out of NC State.
Oh, I'm seeing something different.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I'm
Hang
getting-
on.
I'm seeing.
I'm
We're getting
looking at
mixed
Jeff.
signals here.
Who are you seeing that from, Nick? Let's throw some reporters under the bus.
I saw a few things.
You're not. It wasn't Zolak. Zolak was kidding.
It wasn't Zolak.
I've got Jeff Howe
Yeah, same.
Jeff Howe
saying
Okay.
Denzel Ward.
I've
All right,
got Sports
I guess we're rolling with
Illustrated
Jeff
also
Howe.
saying Denzel Ward.
All right, so
Yeah,
I
got
think
Denzel
we're
Ward
gonna
too.
go
Roll with-
Denzel
roll with
Ward.
Jeff Howe.
And again, we won't know for sure because we're ahead of the clock. So everybody should be watching this feed and following us. Tweet those questions in, put them in the chat on YouTube. We're ahead of the NFL. We're ahead of Fox. We're ahead of ESPN. You're going to
just
want to be
announced
with
as
us.
well, by the way.
Schefter as Ward.
Denzel Ward.
All right, so for the
My
third year in a
goodness.
row, an Ohio State cornerback goes in the first round. Last school to 3 years in a row produce a first-round corner. Ohio State, 1999 to 2001. They've had some good ones.
The number 4 overall.
Can
pick, though?
Denzel Ward? He's got a lot to live up to now.
This is where the draft starts, though, right?
This
now.
is
Absolutely.
and there goes the
Browns
one on now. Whoa, Rosen's in play late now. Here we go.
The draft
Here we
begins
go,
now.
folks.
So look, we still got Bradley Chubb on the board. We've still, it's wow. And we haven't
So,
even seen we haven't heard anything about wide receivers because wide receivers. There's always one or two that go in the top 10.
Can I say this? I like that the Browns didn't take Chubb because they took Myles Garrett last year.
We were actually talking about that before we went on the air.
Diversify.
Yeah.
Like any other, if this is another team in that spot, I'm okay with it. I'd heard maybe the Broncos would take Chubb at 5, and maybe they still will. They're on the clock now, right? Yes.
I think it's a good pick for them if they take him at 5, personally.
But
That would be awesome. for the Browns.
Denzel Ward, look at the secondary they have now. They got Denzel Ward, they got Jabril Peppers. I mean, that's a heck of a defense. The question is, can Baker Mayfield make it happen offensively? They got him some new weapons. Jarvis Landry's there. We'll see about Josh Gordon.
And the coach, you got to talk about Hugh Jackson right now. How's he gonna, coach this team? I think he's on his last.
I think that's where Bradley Chubb goes.
Where?
Colts.
And that's someone when you first looked at the draft, you thought the Colts were gonna get when they were the number 3
3.
pick.
Right. So
Number
this
3
could
pick.
end up working out very well
So
for the Colts.
Could be geniuses.
Yeah, that
at
would be a
this
great
point.
move for them if they could get him. I mean, I'm personally kind of shocked that Ward went this early. I thought he was going top 10, but I did not think he was going at number 4.
I didn't have him as my top cornerback, or at least not my top. They're two He's my top corner, sorry. There are two defensive backs on this board, Minkah Fitzpatrick and Derwin James, who are excellent players. I think Minkah Fitzpatrick, all things considered, may have been the second best football player in this draft.
I'm so confused because we all know that Ward was on nobody's ranking to be the number 4 pick.
No.
Why wouldn't the Browns trade down?
Maybe they couldn't get enough. But but that can't be it.
Yeah, because you're going to get a lot. Because you're going to get a lot no matter what.
Why wouldn't they? If if Ward is your guy, because that's what you're saying. Ward's your guy. Why wouldn't you trade down? You could easily find any team that would want the number 4 pick.
Right,
You could have gotten him around the top.
I owe you guys one from the top of the show because I had faith in the Browns. We got an important question now here on YouTube. This is from Zach. Is Chubb in play for the Patriots? I mean, that can't hurt.
That's what I was saying when I said you saw the reaction Alex gave me, though.
Your boy said. Bold
Well, the way
prediction.
you guys reacted, I thought the Patriots just traded up. So
That's what I was saying.
let's just recap here real quick. The Browns had the first overall pick. They took Baker Mayfield. Saquon Barkley goes second to the New York Giants. Sam Darnold goes third to the Jets. Denzel Ward was the latest pick to the Browns. Now we're waiting on the Denver Broncos. Again, we'll have, for any New York people watching, we'll have Jake Asman on in a few minutes from New York Sports on the Go 1 in New York to discuss those two New York picks.
Got an interesting tweet here from Ian Rappaport.
Okay.
At this point, this was 32 seconds ago. At this point, the Bills don't want to give up 2 first-round picks to trade up.
The Bills are gonna trade a good quarterback and then not take a quarterback in this draft. I'm gonna love
Brandon
it.
Beane is not willing to sell the farm.
So
Weak.
So far, Bills don't have a quarterback, and Jets have Darnold.
So the Bills were the team that I was most worried about moving up ahead of the Patriots. So if they're not willing to sell the farm, that opens the door even more for the Patriots to trade up into the top 10. I'm thinking number 9. I'm with you. I'm thinking
San
San
Francisco
Francisco.
They owe us one.
Complete the Garoppolo circle. Go up, Josh Rosen. That's
All
what I'm
right,
thinking.
we're gonna have in a minute. We're gonna hear from Jake Asman from Sports on the Go 1. So I don't want to get into anything too deep, but best pick so far, real quick. Go. We'll start with Mike.
I would have to say Barkley just because I think he's the best player around. And I think even though I would have picked a quarterback at that spot if I was the Giants, they got the best player.
I agree with you, Mike. Safest pick, best pick. Barkley's going to be a quarterback a running back that we talk about for a long time. The Sam Darnold decision by the Jets might be the most questionable. It's as questionable as Ward to me. I don't think Darnold's going to fit well in the Jets system.
Just waiting for Jake to call in here. Yeah, I don't know. Fitzpatrick and James still on the board. Maybe they think he's too similar to Peppers.
I guess. I mean, I don't know.
This opens up so much for the defensive players. There's going to be teams that get steals.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, hang on. We are now, I think this is the right one. We're now joined on the phone by Jake Asman. He's the host of the Asman and Budick Show on Sports on the Go 1. Jake, can you hear us there?
I hear you guys fine. Thanks for having me.
Arnold, you guys in on that?
I am very excited as a Jet fan and someone that has been screaming for the Jets to get a quarterback. This entire season has been about the Jets finding a way to try and get their future franchise guy, and it just felt like leading up to the draft, Darnold was the consensus number 1 pick, and somehow he fell to 3. So if you're a fan of the Jets, I think you're very happy, and obviously, the ramifications of this pick and the fact that the Giants right before them had the opportunity to take a quarterback and decided to go with Barkley really set this whole thing up. So I think most Jet fans are very excited about Sam Darnold being here in New York.
All right, Asman, Jake, before we get you another question, we got a pick in here. Nick Qualia, go ahead.
With the number 5 pick, this time I promise you I will get this one right. Bradley Chubb, Denver Broncos.
All right, so Chubb to the Broncos. We kind of discussed that before. Guys, I'll let you go with your questions for Jake.
Well, for me, Jake, I guess the one question is, are you at all worried about the turnover issues that Darnold had? Because I know that was the one knock that I had on him was he was just a little bit too turnover prone for me. I would have rather taken someone like a Josh Rosen. But what do you think about the turnover issues?
The turnover issue I think is definitely a concern, but I just think you look at Darnold, he's only 20 years old. He's definitely raw, but the talent's there. There's a reason why everyone is so high on him. And at the end of the day, if the Jets believe that he's the right guy, they love the fact that he's mobile in the pocket. They love the fact that he's got apparently a very high football IQ, just like Josh Rosen did. to be honest, I would have been fine with Rosen. I would have been fine with Darnold. The only quarterback I was a little hesitant about was Allen, just because he seems like more of a project than a sure thing. But overall, I think the fact that the Jets, were aggressive, moving up from 6-3 on St. Patrick's Day to get themselves in a spot to get a player like Sam Darnold, we're excited to see what he could do. And obviously, the expectation for him might not be to play right away with Josh McCown being brought back. So he gets an opportunity to come in and learn and not have to be thrown into the fire right away, which I like as well.
Hi, Jake. Question about Darnold. You mentioned how he won't be thrown in the fire right away, but is this a quarterback you see overtaking the Jets maybe midway through the season?
Absolutely. I think a couple scenarios for the Jets here. If Sam Darnold comes into training camp and just outplays Josh McCown, outplays Teddy Bridgewater, and he earns the job just like Carson Wentz did a few years ago, just like Russell Wilson did in 2012, then I think the Jets would have no problem playing a rookie right away. That all being said, Josh McCown being brought back to basically be a mentor and a backup at this point, and also having Teddy Bridgewater here, who, if healthy, has some upside, I think puts the Jets in a unique situation where they don't need to rush Darnold in unless they feel he's ready. So you're bringing him into a quarterback room with two high-character guys, two guys that understand the game, and by all accounts, the Jets' new offensive coordinator, Jeremy Bates, is an offensive-minded guy that works well with younger quarterbacks. So I think they knew that they had the right foundation set up for a rookie quarterback, and I think Sam Darnold's the right guy to help lead this team moving forward.
Are the Jets done tonight, Jake? They got a lot of cap room. They got some capital. Do you think they try to do what a lot of teams in their situation have done in recent years and maybe move into the back end of this first round?
After they made the trade and they gave up both their two second-round picks this year and they traded the second next year, I think at this point I would be surprised if they did anything else tonight just because they gave up so much to move up. I think at this point the Jets are more concerned about what they're going to do on day 2 of this draft and starting in the 3rd round tomorrow night. So I'd be surprised if they did anything else. I think their one move was to go get the quarterback, mission accomplished, and now we'll see what they can do to fill out the rest of their roster with some of these draft picks. And
then as for the Giants, again, we're talking to Jake Asman. He's the host of the Asman and Budick Show on Sports on the Go 1 down in New York. If you couldn't tell by his accent, by the way, that this is a Boston show, talking to a New York show, both accents. Did the Giants blow it with Saquon Barkley? Good player, but are they totally missing out on needing a quarterback?
So many people here in New York are very torn on it. Me personally, I think they really missed out on their opportunity here. And it's no knock on Saquon Barkley, the player. I think he's phenomenal. I think you can make a case he's the best player in the draft, and anyone who says that, I think you'd be hard-pressed to disagree. It's the fact that Eli Manning at this point is soon to be 38 years old. He's coming off a down year. The entire team's coming off a down year, and you can make all the excuses you want for Eli. Poor offensive line, no OBJ, no Brandon Marshall, no Sterling Shepard. There's a lot of excuses out there, but the reality is, over the last 5 years, the Giants have made the playoffs once. So the idea that Eli Manning is just going to turn back the clock just because they added Barkley and they're going to be this winning team, look around the NFC and you look at the amount of quality football teams there are, you could make a case in the Giants' own division. They're the 4th best team in that division. So I think you combine all of this and you factor in Eli's age and the opportunity they had, the rare opportunity to be picking 2nd overall, and they chose to go with a running back when we've seen in the NFL just last year, you could find running backs later in the rounds. 3rd-round picks last year, Kareem Hunt, Alvin Kamara, Le'Veon Bell was, I think, a 2nd or a 3rd-round pick. You could go back through the NFL draft in recent years and find running backs late. It's not a knock on Barkley. Just the fact that Giants decided to not think long-term about their future with Eli, I think is a mistake because now, I'll tell you what, the biggest storyline in New York for the next decade will be Sam Darnold turns out to be a great quarterback and the Giants passed on him and allowed the Jets to get their first franchise quarterback since Joe Willie Namath. That could be the story.
That's a good point.
If Saquon Barkley doesn't turn out great and Sam Darnold turns out to be the next Joe Namath for all intents and purposes.
I don't even know why it didn't hit me that the New York quarterbacks the New York teams were picking back-to-back. All right, Jake Asman, thank you very much for the call. You can follow him on Twitter at Jake Asman. Catch him. You guys are online too, right? The Asman and Budick Show?
We are online, sportsonthego1.com. You can find the show on TuneIn Radio and then the daily podcast for any show, any interview you missed. Just go on iTunes or SoundCloud and just search Asman and Budick Show.
All right, thank you very much, Jake.
Thanks, Jake.
Guys, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, so there you have it. The New York response. And I don't know why I didn't think of that. He's right. The Giants now have to live with the fact that they didn't take Darnold, whoever the quarterback was, that the Jets took. The Giants passed on him.
Well, that we've seen. I think we've pretty much decided that they're all in on
Eli.
the rest of Eli Manning's career.
Yep.
They're treating Eli Manning
so
like Tom
a month.
Brady. Yeah, well, they're treating him like Tom Brady, even though he's not Tom
All
Brady.
right, we got another pick in. Let's go over to Nick real quick here. This is the Indianapolis Colts.
Indianapolis Colts, number 6 pick of the draft. We have Quentin Nelson, guard out of Notre Dame.
I really like that.
I think that's the best offensive lineman in the
Yep.
draft. The Colts for years have had a
right
bad
pick for
offensive line.
Really good move.
They're protecting Andrew Luck. Can't hate it.
They need more to do than protect Andrew Luck. I heard he's not even throwing in minicamp, so they're gonna need a lot. That's a really solid move, safe pick. I bet they wanted Chubb, but Nelson's the best pick they got there. I also want to give a shout out to Vishal. He's watching from India right now.
We got a question. Oh no, it's not a question. You're just telling us. What's up, Vishal? Thanks for. If you have a question, please hit us with it. Let's catch up on some other questions here.
He did have a question.
He did.
Yes, he asked, "Do we think that the Browns messed up?"
Yeah. Well,
Well,
I mean, the first pick. Look, if they think Mayfield's the guy,
then he's the guy.
I don't think he was, but I understand why somebody would think that. That's fine. I think they messed up at 4. Either not trading down or taking the wrong player. Either one. If they wanted Denzel Ward, they could have gotten him lower. Or just simply not wanting Denzel Ward at 4 probably would have been a better idea.
I think this tweet from our guy Mike Loico at NewEnglandPatriotsDraft.com kind of sums it up pretty well, saying cornerbacks in the top 4 and offensive guards in the top 8.
All right, we got a big trade in the AFC East here. Nick, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Breaking news, Adam Schefter tweeted, Buffalo will be trading up to the number 7 pick, taking the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick at number 7.
they're
So they are
taking a
on the
quarterback.
clock.
All right, so wasn't there just a tweet that Buffalo wasn't going to trade up?
There was, yeah.
It's the NFL draft.
Bye, Rosen.
Yeah. they
I
have their
really
eye
don't
on-
want Josh Rosen to go to the Bills. I want to be able to root for him.
Bye, Rosen.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's the guy. It has to be, because there's no way they're taking Josh Allen at that point.
They're going to tear that stadium down if it's not Rosen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think, I don't understand why people think that he's not the best quarterback on the board. He checks off all the boxes that you want to check off. So I'm not sure what the issue is, why he's dropped even this far.
And another thing is, Bills are not a bad team here. This
Right.
is
No.
a team that just needs a quarterback and a couple more pieces, and they'll be all right. Their defense is solid. We saw the trouble they were giving the New England Patriots this year. The Bills with Rosen will be an amazing pickup.
And this is, I want to go back a year because remember the Bills traded out of the first round last year to allow the Chiefs to select Pat Mahomes. They picked up the extra first round pick. I'm going to guess that's involved in this trade. So, look, passing on Mahomes for any of the 3 names we still have up there is a good move. So, it's a couple good moves by the Bills, but let's see who it is. And let's see exactly what they gave up. Neither of those are in yet, and Nick Quaglia will have those as soon as they are in. But we know that the Bills have moved up to 7. The Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. Jason just commented, the Bucs need everything. How do you feel about Tampa trading out of 7? I mean, again, some of it is where did they move to, but the Bills had the pick at 12. I would assume that pick was involved.
Oh, it has to be.
So down from 7 to 12, do you think that that's okay for a Tampa team that really should have contended last year but didn't?
They probably have their eye on someone specific, if I had to guess. At that pick, at 12,
I think it's
would
Minkah
say,
Fitzpatrick.
yeah, they have their eye on a specific player there. I'm assuming that Buffalo gave up both first-round picks to get up to 7. They must have, unless either that or they gave up that number 12 pick and then their highest second-round pick, whatever that is. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but either way, the Bills have, the Bucs have their eye on a guy at 12, and I agree with you. It's probably Fitzpatrick. Maybe it's Derwin James, but it's,
the local kid. It makes sense.
Yeah, maybe it's him, but I think it's definitely one of those guys, that hard-hitting safety, a guy in the back end of the defense that can really help you out there.
And it makes sense the way this draft is going. You will get your guy if you move down.
There's going to be more teams moving up for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Not sure if the pick is quite in yet. It is not. While we're waiting for it, so we had this question come in, and Saquon Barkley's off the board, and there's been a lot of hype about Saquon Barkley, but this is a really good running back draft class. When I was trying to do my top 5 the other day, I think you could have 2 top 5 lists with Barkley and then 4 completely different guys, and they'd both be somewhat valid. So Darius Geis, is he the second best running back? Is the question. Does he fall? You guys had our consensus had him at 2. I had Sony Michel at 2. I don't know, something about Geis. He just feels a little small to me. He plays small. I know he's a big guy, but he plays small.
But he packs a punch.
You think so?
Yeah, I think he's.
I think if you want to pack a punch back, you draft Bo Scarborough.
I personally like Sony Michel a little more, even though we have him lower. I had Geis at 2. I think, playing in the SEC against all those incredible defensive players that they have in the SEC, obviously he's got to go up against teams like Alabama and Georgia and all these different teams. I think that guy has shown that he can go up against really good talent.
You guys want to see if the Bills got it right?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Let's see if the Bills got it right. Nick Qualia, did the Bills get it right?
So it's not official yet, but Albert Breer says on Twitter, word is that the Bills gave up 2 second-rounders to go up for quarterback Josh Allen.
Whoa.
So it seems like that would be the pick if the Bills do draft a quarterback.
Blew it. The Bills.
100%.
I want to make sure, Steven, our fantastic director tonight, make sure you're capturing the smile on my face right now. The Buffalo Bills blew it. And now, look who the Patriots get to play. Oh, we don't even have to cross them off.
Don't even have to cross them off.
Not even in our top 5.
So I'm looking at an official tweet from the Buffalo Bills. They got the 7th overall and the 255th overall picks from the Bucs in exchange for the 12th, 53rd, and 56th. So they did trade 2 second-rounders and the 12th pick to move up.
And now imagine if the Patriots get Rosen. Imagine having to look back at that. And we'll hear from Mike Petraglia in a second. He's down at Gillette.
But the Josh Allen pick,
it's brutal.
That's insane.
Josh Allen looks like a guy who'll play in Buffalo, though. That big,
100%.
The big quarterback, kind of like Blake Bortles, Ben Roethlisberger figure.
He's got that cannon of an arm that can cut through the wind out there. Yeah.
So he looks like a Bills quarterback. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised by the pick at all. I know Alex. He can't wipe that smirk.
So I've had a Bills fan telling me for months that I was going to have to watch Josh Rosen in a Bills uniform. The relief right now that you can tell the relief right now that I don't have to do that. I guess this kind of becomes the question now every pick. Get this fixed here. This becomes the question now every pick. Bears at 8. Bears don't need a quarterback. They took Mitch Trubisky this year. Is this a spot where the Pats could trade?
Either here or like me and Marv have been saying, 9. San Francisco, complete the circle and make this happen.
Yeah.
Look, if this is screaming in Bill Belichick's face, please trade up and draft Josh Rosen. You're never, ever like every single chip that needed to fall into place for you to do this is falling into place. So if you're not going to do this, then you just don't want then you've already resigned yourself. You're not going after a quarterback or these top quarterbacks in this draft. Yeah, I think
So are the Bills the team that leaked the tweets?
Looking at the draft,
wow, Alex, that's actually a really good point.
Come on.
Come
on now.
I don't know. I don't like if that is a legitimate story. That's first of all a massive story that an NFL team is actively sabotaging players in order to get them in the draft. But I can't believe that simply because I just don't want to believe that teams would be that petty. But
it's possible.
If it's a legitimate possibility.
All right, we got Mike Petraglia coming on now. Mike Petraglia joins us. He is live at Gillette Stadium. Mike, how are they feeling down there? They're going to get Josh Allen twice a year? They're going to get Sam Darnold twice a year?
They are going to get both Josh Allen and Sam Darnold twice a year. As Josh Allen was the Buffalo Bills just made that trade up with Tampa Bay, and the Bills select Josh Allen out of the University of Wyoming. This really raised some eyebrows here in the Foxborough workroom because everybody assumed that it was going to be Josh Rosen out of UCLA going to the Buffalo Bills. But no, the Bills apparently love the arm strength of the 6'5" quarterback out of Wyoming, Josh Allen. So Josh Allen will be going to the Bills. He'll be facing the Patriots twice a year. And Sam Darnold, of course, who went 3rd overall to the Jets, he will be on the Patriots schedule twice a year. So the Patriots, certainly from their perspective, their defense has to get ready for 2 young quarterbacks with a lot of expectations on their shoulders.
Trags, is this opening a door for the Patriots? Are they could they really move up here right now and make this happen? This Josh Rosen thing happen?
I don't think they're going to move up for Josh Rosen. I think they're going to sit where they are, and I don't think they believe that Josh Rosen is worth giving up a first-round pick when the Patriots could sit where they are and select 2 stud offensive linemen and get a quarterback that they project behind Tom Brady and Kyle Lauletta, perhaps in the 2nd or 3rd round. I just don't see the Patriots moving up. But I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again.
So, Trags, you have 2 offensive linemen being the important needs for the Patriots instead of a defensive player?
I do. I think if you are going to prepare for life in the latter stages of Tom Brady's career and post Tom Brady, you've got to have an offensive line that can really ground and pound, run the ball when you're not you're not relying totally on the arm of the quarterback if it's Tom Brady or if it's his successor. And I think the Patriots, that would be the safe pick. And I also think because of the quality of the offensive linemen in the 1st round, if they fall to the Patriots, I should say, I don't think the Patriots pass up a guy like Mike McGlinchey or Colton Miller out of UCLA. I just don't see them passing up that kind of talent here in the draft.
So, Trags, I got to ask you this, kind of, off the actual picks. This is the first real NFL, like big NFL event for the Patriots since the Super Bowl. And it's been an off-season, obviously, where it hasn't been Disneyland down there at Foxborough. What's the mood? What's the atmosphere like down there?
It's business-like, as you might expect. I mean,
does it feel any different from past years?
It does not. No, I got to tell you, it doesn't. And I think part of that, Alex, is because of the fact that the Patriots, win or lose, get to the Super Bowl, lose in, well, it hasn't happened in, 8 years or 7 years, lose in the 1st round of the playoffs. They are all about looking forward and building the base, and in some places, in some years, restockpiling. And I think this is one of those years where they have the opportunity to really restock at several positions of need. And that's, the mood around here. It's not... I don't get the sense that people think that the Patriots are going to make a bold move up in the draft. There is a chance, of course, that they trade perhaps their 2nd first-round pick and get, when they don't have a 4th or 5th round pick, trade down and get an extra pick. That's the sense I get around here.
All right, anything else you can report from us down there, Mike Petraglia?
Nothing right now. We're all watching the TVs like you are, waiting to see, really essentially what the competition is doing in the AFC East more than what the Patriots might be doing in terms of moving up.
All right, we'll hear from Mike Petraglia throughout the night. He is live at Gillette Stadium. Mike, thanks for checking in.
You got it, guys.
Thanks, Trags.
All right, so we got another pick in now. We were on the phone. We'll go over to Nick Quaglia.
The Chicago Bears have their pick. They have a linebacker from Georgia. His name is Roquan Smith, going to the Chicago Bears.
Yeah,
that's
number 1.
That's a good pick. That's a good player. They need defensive help. There's really, it's a solid pick. It's about where he should go. It's a team he should go to. Comments, I guess.
We all have him as the top inside linebacker here on our board. We're looking at. So
I think he can play the outside too a little bit.
We had him kind of as both. The guy's a very good player. The Bears. They didn't really have any of those teams, any of those needs that were like glaring needs that you have to go get this guy. So they really could have taken the best player they felt was left on the board. And, obviously not needing a quarterback, the Bears could just say, hey, let's take this guy at middle linebacker, make him our stud middle, our next Brian Urlacher or whatever the case may be. He's going to be the guy that, kind of is probably the quarterback of their defense going forward now.
And now... it's the number 9 pick.
Here's San Francisco.
So
let's look.
Trags doesn't think it's going to happen. I still think it's a legit possibility.
I don't know if San Francisco's the spot. I think they're trading up. I don't know if 9 is where. Let's look at the big board here now.
9 now because
right. So first of all, you guys surprised that Roquan's? Well, he was the 3rd defensive player to go because I keep forgetting about Ward because what?
Yeah, it's insane.
So we still have Minkah Fitzpatrick,
which I think if they don't trade, the San Francisco will get Fitzpatrick, pair him up with what's his name? Wow, I'm blanking.
Reed.
Eric Reed?
Eric Reed. Justin's the one in the draft, and he's sitting here at 4, but we got Minkah Fitzpatrick still on the board. We got Derwin James still on the board. Of course, we got Josh Rosen still on the board.
They'll beef up their secondary. Have Richard Sherman out there as well in San Francisco.
Could they go after a wide receiver, someone like a Cortland Sutton, a big 6'5" wide receiver, a big target for Jimmy Garoppolo? Could they Could they try to get a tight end? Could they?
I was
A
going
lot
to
of
say this
possibilities.
could be a tight, especially if they trade back. I think they're going to go get a tight end because a tight end would make sense for them. You still got Mike McGlinchey on the board too. I mean, look, they have a good tackle and not Staley, the Niners left tackle.
Joe Staley is it?
Yeah, Joe. Oh yeah, it's Joe
Staley.
Staley.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's getting up there. You know how you know who the old guys are in the NFL now? They still have that old school helmet that didn't have all the weird holes in it.
Yeah.
It's the one that with the perfectly round ear holes. He's got one of those. So I mean, but in all seriousness, I mean, he's getting up there. He's getting towards the back end of his career. You invested so much in Jimmy Garoppolo. Do you maybe go get an offensive lineman and kind of shore up that blind side?
I think that that's. It's never a bad option
Right.
to protect the blind side. That's never a bad decision if you're going to go, especially when you've got guys like, obviously McGlinchey, guys like that who are still left on the board. That would make a lot of sense to go after. Obviously you have a young quarterback you want to protect. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
All right, looks like the pick is in. Nick, I'm not sure if you have that yet. Nick, refresh Twitter. But
I'm looking at it.
the pick will be in momentarily. I want to remind everybody, if you have questions, throw them in the chat. All right, Nick's got it now. If you got questions, throw them in the chat. Tweet them at us. Nick, go ahead. One of us at this desk was right.
Yep.
All right, number 9 pick for the San Francisco 49ers, clearly a little behind Alex. We have Mike McGlinchey out of Notre Dame, offensive tackle.
Everybody's behind me.
The blind side, man. Yeah, it makes a lot of
That's
sense.
a good pick. No, I like that pick. I'm not just saying that. I do like that pick.
Yeah, I mean that's a I had him as the best tackle in the draft. Obviously Quentin Nelson was the best offensive lineman as a whole. He was rated incredibly high on a lot of boards as an offensive guard. So yeah, I mean this guy is big, he's long. What is he, 6'8" or something like that? I mean
Yeah.
the guy is huge. He's like a Nate Solder type guy.
His only weakness, I believe, is just he's not as strong.
Yeah,
as
those
you would
long
like
arms
him
will
to
probably
be.
help him
Yeah.
a little bit in the beginning until he builds up some strength. But yeah, I mean that's a great pick by San Francisco. They've now got their guy. If he's the guy, they've got their guy protecting Jimmy Garoppolo for the next 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, I mean, and John Lynch continues to do a great job of team building. I think, you talk about rookie GMs, young GMs, guys that come into the league and struggle. He seems to know what he's doing. There hasn't even been, there's guys that know what they're doing, but there's a growing pain. John Lynch seems to be right on top of things.
I thought that surprised me, honestly. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, obviously, I knew John Lynch was a great player when he played in the league. He was an unbelievable player. I drafted him on my Madden franchise teams every single time I could. I mean, he was a great player. I didn't, and then he was obviously in the booth for a while. I'm doing work for Fox, and I was just like, oh, this is just another former player who obviously knows a lot about football, is a great color guy, can do all this stuff. And then he took that 49ers job, and I was like, oh well, we'll see what happens. He probably just wants to figure out if he could be a good GM. And this guy is just making moves. I mean, he got his quarterback, he got his left tackle, he's getting all these different, like you said, Richard Sherman, all these different guys. He's doing a very good job in his first couple years there.
We get him crossed off the big board there.
Absolutely.
If you want to grab that.
I've also got an interesting tweet here. So the Bucks, who obviously just traded back from 7 and gave that to the Bills.
They didn't trade back again,
The
did they?
Bucks are in talks to trade back up.
All right.
To get
back
someone.
up. Well,
Yes.
that would only be 2 spots because we got the Raiders on the clock right now, the
Right.
Dolphins, and then the Bucks.
The Raiders have already come out and said they don't mind trading.
This
They're
is
ready to
an
trade their
interesting pick because you get one of these teams every so often where it's a good team, but they were just so injury prone last year that they're picking high in the draft. Nick, I saw you signaling. Do we have something on the Raiders? We do. All right, you're good to go, Nick.
We just have an interesting tweet coming out of Ian Rappaport. He says the Raiders have had an active war room, including getting calls from the Arizona Cardinals. Perhaps they want to come up for QB Josh Rosen.
All right, so the Arizona Cardinals sitting at 15 right now. Could Rosen go here to the Cardinals? I mean, that's a good fit for him. He gets to stay on the West Coast. But if he does, you got Miami at 11, who, again, I know they don't need a quarterback, but Tannehill off the ACL tear towards the end of his deal.
They're the next team that needs a quarterback.
And that could be somewhere Lamar Jackson goes. I think that could be a good fit for Lamar Jackson.
In Miami with that, yeah,
Yep.
definitely.
Then you got Tampa, you got Washington at 13. I don't think they're going to take a quarterback. And then the Packers at 14. So the Patriots, maybe if you get Oakland to trade back, maybe at 15, whoever trades with the Cardinals. If it's not Rosen, do they move up and get Rudolph? Because I think once Rosen goes, then the panic sets in. Once Rosen goes, those other two are going to go quickly.
If it's not Rosen, I don't think the Patriots move up to get a quarterback.
Okay. Do you
I
think
would
think
agree.
Rudolph or Jackson makes it down to 23?
Jackson may make it to 23.
I think it would
That's
be
where I
more
think-
likely that Jackson would than Rudolph because, like you said, once Rosen goes, all those top 4 guys are gone now.
Yep.
So now
Yep.
we're looking at Rudolph as probably the top guy left on the board, then Jackson, and then we're talking about guys like Kyle Lauletta, Logan Woodside, Mike White, guys like that as we go later and later in the draft. So, it would definitely put spur on a lot more talk of trading up in order to get up to get that guy.
All right, Oakland. The NFL just switched the Raiders logo to a Cardinals logo. Nick, I don't know if you have any more details on that over there.
According to the Patriots on NBC Sports Boston, the Oakland Raiders are trading the 10th pick to the Arizona Cardinals.
Rosen.
All right.
moves.
That's got to be
This
Rosen.
time
But
it's
then again, we
Rosen.
said that with the Bills pick,
Right.
it's not that.
This
so.
time
Right.
it's Rosen.
It has to be. It has to be because unless they have their eye on a guy, if they
Unless, I
if
mean,
they're
they did just
dying to get
take
Minka
Bradford.
Fitzpatrick or
Maybe
something,
they want a pass catcher to help Bradford.
maybe. I mean, they're like now we're getting to the spot in the draft where
This is where it gets fun.
It would be great to get a quarterback at this spot, right? Arizona Cardinals, they need a quarterback. Carson Palmer retires, they need a guy. Blah 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 blah.
You guys don't trust Bradford?
I mean, couldn't hurt to get him some help. Couldn't hurt to get him some help.
If he
Let's
could
just
stay healthy, then I would pick the best player possible at that point. But you can't bank on him being healthy because
Right.
he's
Never
never
can.
been
Yep.
healthy. So
Just to
agree.
recap here, we had the Browns take Baker Mayfield at number 1. The Giants take Barkley at 2. Sam Darnold to the Jets at 3. Denzel Ward went 4th to the Browns. Bradley Chubb went to Denver. He'll be paired with Von Miller. That was the 5th pick. Quentin Nelson 6th to the Colts. Then we saw Josh Allen at 7. The Bills traded up to get him. Roquan Smith to the Bears at 8. The Niners took Mike McGlinchey 9th overall. We're waiting on the Arizona Cardinals right now. They just traded up with the Oakland Raiders, Miami on deck, and then Tampa Bay.
But you got to think Cardinals. There's no way they thought they would be able to get Josh Rosen at number 10.
there's no way.
No, but they maybe they knew they could trade up to 10 and they thought they were going to get a quarterback.
A quarterback, and now that Rosen's available, they had to jump.
If it's not Rosen, it's a pass catcher. I think if it's not Rosen, it's Sutton or Ridley.
To move up to get Sutton or Ridley where you know you could have got him.
Well,
Yeah, they must unless they have inside information that they know someone else is begging to get him. I mean,
I think maybe with the wide receivers because Miami, look at it, Miami just lost Jarvis Landry. They could be taking a pass catcher. They didn't know Tampa was going to be at 12. They thought that was going to be Buffalo.
right.
Tampa could be in the market. I don't know about a wide receiver. They could be in the market for a tight end, even a running back. If Arizona feels like they're going to go get Sam Bradford, an offensive weapon, I could see them jumping those 2 spots.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Interestingly enough, I got a tweet here from Rappaport saying what the Cardinals gave
Yeah,
up.
I just saw that too. They get this better be a quarterback. They
Number
gave up a lot.
15, Number 79 and number 152. So I mean, they did give up 3 picks
Right.
overall. to
Nothing
get them, so-
future, but I mean that's a sizable amount.
It's
Absolutely.
for Rose. I'd be really shocked if it's not for Rosen.
This is also showing you what it would actually take for the Patriots to move up because
see,
the Patriots
I-
would have to give up much
I
more
would
than
have been
that.
I would have been why?
Well, I think that because their picks aren't as good, right? So they would have to give up 23.
So I wonder if a first, a second, and a fourth could have done it here, and I would have been okay with that.
I would have been okay with that.
If you're looking at like 23, 42,
43.
23, 43, and a fourth.
Yeah, I would be okay with that.
I wonder if that would have done it. Again,
it
if you
depends because it at 10, so the Raiders must not want to move too far back because they probably have their eye on somebody, right? They must have their eye on some guy, and they say, we can still get him at 15 because of this, and this.
Yeah, all
so,
right. Nick, you got it? I'm actually seeing 2 here, so we'll wait for Nick to get the right one. If the Patriots are going to take a quarterback, though, they got to start moving.
Absolutely. This is, I'm starting to see it
Yeah.
popping up on
If
the
I just want to make sure we get the right one. I'll give Nick
be
the
as
final
well.
say. I don't want to be the one who gets it wrong. We'll make Nick do that. Again, if you have any questions, put it in the chat to the right on YouTube or tweet it at us at Patriots CLNS. I know we've kind of been slow getting to those comments, but we will get to them, obviously, throughout the night when we get some time here. We got the Miami pick coming up, so that's a big one. The AFC East, a couple teams that may be looking to trade down, so the Patriots could be there. We're getting to the playoff teams, too. We're starting to get to the playoff teams and teams the Patriots may see. Do we have to go back to saying if, or can we still say when the Patriots make the playoffs?
I'm gonna keep saying one.
When's the
until
last
they
We can
stop.
still say one?
When's
Yeah.
the last time
I just
you
want to
ever
make sure.
tried to
All right,
say if?
we got the pick. This is a big one. Nick, break my heart, please.
There it goes, number 10. Number 10, the Arizona Cardinals take quarterback Josh Rosen off the board. There goes Alex's dreams. There goes Alex's hopes.
I had 2 pipe dreams. One of them's still alive for now.
So then we're seeing that the Patriots would have had to trade up to 9 if they had wanted. They would have had to make
Yeah.
that trade with San
So
Francisco if
we-
they wanted to get Rosen.
what we were talking about.
No, they could have traded up to 10 and top the Cardinals.
Right. So
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess that the Patriots just weren't in the market for one of these top guys. That's just the fact of the matter. I mean, I've been linking Rudolph to them for a long time. I think that's a guy that they can get at a decent spot where they'll be comfortable drafting him. Even if they had to draft him at 31 as opposed to 43, I think 43. If they could get Mason Rudolph at 43, that would be the ultimate for them. But even if they have to draft him at 31, I think they would do that. So maybe that's what they're doing. They're saying we have our eye on that 1A tier of quarterbacks, and we're just going to wait that out and see what happens.
So this is an interesting tweet from Adam Schefter. The Cardinals were disappointed they didn't get Pat Mahomes last year.
That was the impetus for this.
They missed out on Cousins and Allen were 2 guys they wanted. I think of all those names, Mahomes, Cousins, Allen, I think they got the best one in Rosen.
Wow, you're really high on Rosen.
Look, is he better than Cousins right now? No. Ask me in 3 years. He will be.
We'll wait and see. I think Cardinals made the right move. Sam Bradford, like you said, man, we don't know if he'll be able to play first week in the second quarter. So Rosen, let's see if Rosen can actually back up all the talk he's been doing this past couple months and put it on the field.
Arizona Cardinals, not a terrible spot, man. They've got obviously Larry Fitzgerald out there who is just a target eater, right?
Yep.
So I mean, they've got a guy he can have as a safety blanket right there. Maybe the Cardinals just gave up 3 picks, so it's going to be tough for them to add more players to round out that offensive unit. But look, you're going to have David Johnson coming back next year.
Johnson coming back, he can really, great running backs help out young quarterbacks, rookie quarterbacks. And David Johnson, we know how elite he is. It's not like he suffered a torn ACL or anything like that. It was a wrist. It was a wrist injury.
Right.
Wrist injury. So he's gonna be back explosive, just as we know he is. So, like you said, Cardinals, Rosen, he can really come out to be the best quarterback.
They also have a pretty good defense as well, so it's not like you're dependent.
No,
on
that's
him to
a
score
decent
ton
team,
of
and that's
points
going to
for
be
them.
a bad division.
Right.
So they can make some noise. I'm sorry, I was communicating with the control room. I don't know if you guys mentioned this, but playing with Larry Fitzgerald too.
Yeah,
That's going to really help him. I mean, again,
That's a
I think
safety
the guy's
blanket right
think
there.
the guy's going to be great. So again, this is CLNS Media NFL draft coverage. You know it's CLNS Media because we just got a question if Michael Porter Jr. is still available. But you'll have to ask us. It took you a minute. You'll have to ask us that in about 2 months. He is still available right now. I don't know if we want to go. Can we get Nick? You got a Celtics update for us? Can you pull one of those up if you want? It's a CLNS channel. I think it's fair.
Pretty, please.
There's a lot going on in Boston.
I honestly have
in case
no
you hadn't
idea
heard.
what's going on with the Celtics. I've been monitoring the NFL draft as we have the Miami Dolphins on the clock. We will be checking in with Evan Lazar from the Boston Herald later in the hour as well. Plus, of course, we're taking your questions on YouTube and Twitter. So get those into us. Nick, you got a Celtics update for us?
I do have a Celtics update. Not too many stats as I've been trying to pay attention to my tweet deck, getting all these picks in. But the Celtics right now at halftime are down 48-39 to the Bucks. I did see that the Celtics opened up the second quarter on a 7-2 run, and apparently everything just evaporated. I do not know what happened from there. The Red Sox are bouncing back from a tough Chris Sale start at the beginning of the game. They originally were down, I believe it was 3-0. They're now up 5-3. J.D. Martinez also has a home run to the opposite field tonight. So both Boston teams, Red Sox winning, Celtics struggling right now in Game 6. If it keeps going this way for the Celtics, looks like we're going to get a little bit of some more Game 7 action going in Boston in a couple of days.
It really is. I mean, coming off the Masters, too, and just everything going on in sports, it is the best time of the year. March Madness finishing up like end of March, beginning of April. You got to love it.
Love it. Love it. Interesting tweet here from Field Yates. This is the first time in the history of the NFL draft that 4 quarterbacks were taken in the top 10.
All right, so I was close. I was close to my bold prediction. I said we were going to see the
7.
most in a row to start the draft. Let's re-rack the big board here for a second because I think was Rosen our consensus overall number 1?
I believe so.
Yes.
Or did you guys have Barkley or Chubb ahead of him?
No,
Closer.
just because he's a quarterback, it's obviously the most important position. I think we just had
Shows
to-
what we know. He just went off the board at 10.
Yeah,
but,
exactly, right?
Let's re-rack the big board here because it seems like for the most part, the big name, I mean like the big names are off the board. And we might have one more here. We go back to Nick Quaglia.
Miami Dolphins, their pick is in, and they have selected Minkah Fitzpatrick at pick number 11 on the night.
Great move.
It's always, if you can't tell, I'm a big Alabama guy, and I never get to root for these Alabama players because they always go in the AFC East. But I mean, that's a great pick. They're getting an outstanding football player.
He might be one of the best, maybe the second best player in this.
I would
draft.
say
he's amazing.
He is what people thought Jabril Peppers was. He can play safety. He can play corner. If you need him to play in the box as a linebacker, he can. Insanely high football IQ. Nick Saban's described him as one of the smartest players he's ever coached. Miami gets a defensive anchor. And I know people aren't huge fans of Kiko Alonso because he can be a dirty player. I think Kiko Alonso is one of the more underrated players in the NFL when it comes to talent. You have Alonso, you have Fitzpatrick, you still have Cameron Jordan, who continues to play at a high level. Even without Ndamukong Suh, that's going to be a good defense. It just got a lot better, too.
Absolutely. And you have to consider that now the Dolphins have to, let's just say, Josh Allen, I don't think it's going to happen, but let's say, a guy like Sam Darnold has a really good year or is really throwing the ball well, you have to have that guy on the back end like Minkah Fitzpatrick who can make those plays.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go with the Florida guy. A little bit, because that's a team that sometimes has trouble selling tickets. That surprised me a little bit. Not a lot, a little bit. I mean, the skill level about even, so.
I would agree. I think that Minkah Fitzpatrick is more of that center fielder type guy as opposed to Derwin James, who's more of an in-the-box safety. And I think that was probably the deciding factor simply because obviously you have to go up against Tom Brady twice a year. You have to go up against these two young quarterbacks. You don't know how good they are yet. Twice a year. I think it makes a lot of sense to go after a guy who can really play the coverage game well.
And his leadership in general.
Right.
If you see, you're an Alabama guy, Alex, so you know.
Oh, I mean,
he's those intangibles.
It looks like Devin
teach.
McCourty.
Yeah,
I mean that's a guy that in terms of the, like you said, the intangibles, not necessarily the on the field stuff, the X and O stuff, but I mean he's got a great head on his shoulders, great kid.
So why would you pass on that, even if it is a Florida guy?
Right.
No, I mean I'm not. They made the right pick. I think they would have been good either way. But that's a nice pick. Nick, is that? I see Nick kind of shaking something off. Are you just hot, or did we just dodge a bullet?
Oh no, I'm just overheating over.
It is a little hot here.
For people watching at home, very warm in the studio.
I mean, that's what happens when you got a lot of equipment going. Jackets made it to 9:20.
Jackets.
All right, so
minutes.
I don't know how long this ties.
I'm glad we didn't just re-rack the big board because I was going to put Fitzpatrick at 1 if we did. But I mean, as we kind of look back at the big board right now, who are you guys thinking? Who are you looking at as the big names? We still got Lamar Jackson up there. We still got Mason Rudolph, Calvin Ridley, another Alabama guy. I mean, this is Tampa. Tampa can do just about, maybe not Ridley, but they can go just about anywhere.
I like Davenport.
Okay, small. He's probably the highest small school guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
We don't know much about him because of the small school, but he's huge. This guy can really impact any team, and I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these teams coming up really pick on him. Tampa Bay, we don't know exactly. They have a couple needs, offensive line. They can go get a secondary as well, maybe a Josh Jackson.
A guy like Tremaine Edmonds too is a very good player. At this point, now we're getting to the middle of the first round. This is when these kinds of guys start slipping. They start falling past their projection area.
Yeah.
And now it's what's the best fit? Who's the best option for this and that? And it's obviously we haven't seen a wide receiver taken yet, and we're getting higher and higher in the draft. You always tend to see one in these these top 15 picks. You tend to see one of these wide receivers get taken, whether it's going to be Ridley, whether it's going to be Cortland Sutton, who was a big 6'5" guy. All of us like DJ Moore. All of us like James Washington. So these wide receivers are still on the board. No tight ends taken yet. We've got in my opinion 3 tight ends that look really good.
I think you could even go to 4. I like Andrews too.
I like Andrews as well. I had him as number 2 on my personal
They all
top
have
5.
similar skill sets as well.
Right.
You can't really say one is head and shoulders over the other, really.
Right. And we should just note that there are 2 Hursts on our board in 2 different positions, and they are not the same player.
No, they are not. Although
It'd be interesting if he could play tight end and D tackle.
We do have a guy on here who's an offensive lineman and a tight end.
Yes.
In Isaiah Wynn. Rashawn Evans, when I did my top fives, I had him as both as an edge guy and an inside linebacker because, like some websites, he'll be outside on every website but one, and then one website has him on inside. As you know, Rashawn Evans was pretty split. So that's a guy I think. I mean, he's somebody who could go anywhere from now till the end of the first round. Rashawn Evans, when we bring him up, that's a guy I think the Patriots may be hoping on falling.
I think I mean, it all depends too because the Patriots with their 2 picks, and if they are going to stand pat, which it's obviously looking more and more like they're going to stand pat and take these 2 picks,
we still got a lot. We still got a lot of draft left.
Well, yeah, of course, and but there are so many different options, so many different guys that we obviously, as Patriots analysts and fans, think that they should go after. I mean, I still think that, I mean, if it falls to them, like if none of these tight ends get taken, that could be a move. Whether Rob Gronkowski, I mean, obviously we just found out that he's coming back this year, but I'm of the mindset that he won't be here for very much longer.
No.
Right? So, I mean, that could be an option. Or, you just lost Brandon Cooks. I know the wide receiver core is pretty stacked up right now, but if you can take a flyer on one of these guys at the end of the first round, that could be an option. Obviously, Trags thinks that offensive line is the way to go, and we still have, one of the guys that I think is the best offensive lineman left in Isaiah Wynn, like Alex just mentioned. That's a guy who's played both guard and tackle at the college level. So, there are still a lot of options left on the board.
So sorry, go ahead, Marv.
Patriots picking a wide receiver in the first round would be.
Oh, it'd be insane.
I mean, they can't do it. He's going to be bad, whoever they pick.
Right.
They have so many needs right now. I'm with Trags. One of those picks has to be an offensive lineman.
And I just toss my phone on the ground.
I know Rosen is gone, man, but don't you don't gotta break your phone now.
We've got a little bit of interesting. I mean, we'll wait for Nick, obviously, but I've got some stuff popping up on my.
I don't yet. Nick, Nick, you got one. All right, let's go to Nick here.
Ooh.
Nick, you got it.
Now, excuse me if I butcher this name, but
you don't have to give us the whole name. You just give us the shortened version.
With the either way, with the number 12 pick in the draft, the Tampa Bay Bucks grabbed Vita Vea. Okay.
Vita
Vea.
I believe it's Vea.
Vita Vea. Okay.
Vita Vea. Difficult name. That's who's going to the Bucks.
Anybody want to try that full name? I just pulled up on Wikipedia.
No, absolutely not. Not
no
even
thanks.
Tavita Vita, Tua Caniono, Tuiloto, Moses, Vahe, Falateu Via. I apologize, considering I probably butchered that.
That's an amazing
probably
name.
a good decision to change it to Vita Vea.
Good. And that's a good pick for them. They had a lot of trouble with the run last year. That's again, they're getting, there's guys in the draft, and we talk about a lot of good football players at the top of the board, and some of that is in terms of upside. You want a guy who's going to step in day one, be a good player, and be a good player for 10 years. It's Vita Vea.
That's a guy who's 347 pounds. You want to talk about a guy who clogs up the lane?
Yeah.
That is that guy.
McCoy and Villa now together? That's not bad at all.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely. And, Rappaport says this is a guy that they would have taken at number 7. So if that's the case, that is a great move by the Bucs to trade back, get extra picks, and then still get the guy that they wanted to get. That's how you draw it up if you're a team draft in the NFL draft.
And an interesting tweet just to backtrack to the Cardinals pick of Josh Rosen, Adam Jones from 98.5. Sam Bradford gets pushed out by Carson Wentz, and he's going to get pushed out by Josh Rosen. So, for what it's worth. Just to reset things here, this is the CLNS Media Draft Night Live special. Alex Barth, Marv Rezon, Michael Longi. We got Nick Quaglia over there in the other room. We're taking you through the entire first round. We will have second and third round coverage. Those will be posted as our usual roundtable content. You can get that at clnsmedia.com. Follow us on Twitter at PatriotCLNS. Also, if you want to get us any questions on there, feel free to shoot any questions to us tonight. We're more than happy to answer. Also, if you're watching on YouTube, you can throw questions in the YouTube chat there on the right. Trying to see if we missed any questions here. Comment about, here we go. Can Washington draft a new owner? I saw the question mark. I thought it was going to be something serious.
Good question.
I mean, they're on the clock right now. We'll see what they do here. This is an interesting one because Washington to me is kind of like Tampa. I thought Tampa was a good team last year. I thought Tampa should have won that division. I mean, especially with the offense they had. Now, it didn't all pan out, obviously. They weren't great, and I think some of that was because of injury. Washington's another team. They got good pass catchers. They got a decent defense. They got a good offensive line. They don't really have any weaknesses. They just don't have a strength. They don't have that thing that when they're in a close game late, they can go and win a game. Now, you can go to any position on this board pretty much and get that, and there's some game changers on here.
I think you go with secondary, have someone alongside Norman.
You thinking Derwin James?
Yes.
That wouldn't be a bad pick.
You get someone there, and now like you mentioned, they don't have that one strength. You get someone in that secondary to really bolster up. That you have Josh Norman already taking care. He's been great for Washington when he's healthy. So
yeah.
I think that'll be a good move for Washington to go for.
The guy's a big hitter too, a tone setter.
Oh, yeah.
Back end of the defense. So that's it's definitely a good pick.
A little Sean Taylor even,
yes,
maybe, thinking Redskins.
Interesting
Rest
tweet
in
here
peace.
from Rappaport. The Saints are making noise about trading up from 27.
Interesting. Nick says he's got some, so we'll go over there in a second. One more thing on the Redskins. No, that was what you were going to say, Mike. Good job jumping the gun. Look, I know Jordan Reed's a really good player, but you were talking about injury concerns, and really what killed him last year was Jordan Reed being hurt.
Yes.
Do they go tight end as an insurance policy?
I think that's another good point.
It would make sense. I mean, he is a very good tight end, so if you get that 1-2 combo, a la the Patriots had back in 2010 with Gronkowski and Hernandez, I mean, if you design your offense around that and you have two pass-catching tight ends like that, you can't go wrong with a move like that.
And the one thing on Reed is he's not big, and the one thing about all these tight ends on the board, they're big.
They're huge.
So you kind of get that smaller, quicker tight end in Reed, and then you get the bigger guy, the matchup guy. Nick's got something over there. What do you got, Nick? No, was that an old text? You can talk. Your mic's on.
Oh yeah, no.
Was that about the Saints?
That was the Saints pick that I was rolling with.
Texts are moving slow in here, but your questions are coming in, so make sure you hit us with those. CLNSmedia.com. Looks like we've got the pick. Oh, no, we need to cross off Vita Vea. That's right. Vita Vea went. So here we are. We're sitting at 13 halfway through.
Oh.
I am seeing the pick, though.
Are you seeing the pick? Nick's got the pick. I wanted to maybe guess the pick, hopefully, because we all had some ideas, but we've all seen what it is. Nick, give it to us.
At pick number 13, the Washington Redskins go with Daron Payne.
All right, Daron Payne. So another Bama guy off the board.
This is a guy that I really liked.
I do too, yeah.
The guy is, first of all, chiseled out of stone, like straight up. This guy is just a physically gifted player, and he was just really putting up the numbers last year on obviously a great Alabama defense. So, good pick. I mean, this is a guy who, like you said, you want that guy who can make an instant impact if you don't have a severe need at any position. This is a guy like that, a guy who you come in and he can play right away.
We still have Hurst out there as our number one.
Well, he was when he had the heart issues during the combine, so you wonder if that's giving teams pause. So that's the second year in a row, too. Washington goes with the Alabama nose tackle because it was Jonathan Allen last year, and now Daron Payne. I mean, they're going to be good on the interior. You know that.
That is a large interior defensive line.
You know what? That's a good pick, though, because think about who you have to deal with in that division.
Yeah.
You're going to have to deal with Jay Ajayi. You're going to have to deal with Zeke Elliott. You now have to deal with Saquon Barkley. So they're just going to counter it. And I see Adam Schefter tweeting now. I'd forgotten about this. They traded for Jason Pierre. No, that's Tampa Bay. Sorry, that's not Washington. Tampa traded for Jason Pierre-Paul. But nonetheless, Washington building a good D-line in the NFC East, that'll give them a chance to win some games. If they can take away the run, that's how you're going to beat these other NFC East teams.
Yeah, Adam Schefter's tweet about the Tampa Bay's D-line, though, scary.
Yeah, I don't know.
I forgot all about GPP being
right.
Over
if you want
to
read that list off, actually.
Jason Pierre-Paul, Gerald McCoy, Bo Allen, Vinny Curry, Vita Vea, Noah Spence.
Yeah, that's a hell of a list. We got movement. We got our third trade of the night.
Third trade.
Nick Qualia. This is a big one. These are two good teams swapping picks.
Big trade. There were a lot of rumblings going on. It happened. The New Orleans Saints have traded up to pick 14 per Adam Schefter's tweet reads. New Orleans trading up to 14 and Green Bay. I think that was a mistweet. I think he was getting a little quick on the Twitter fingers there. But New Orleans trades up to pick number 14 in place of the Green Bay Packers. So the Saints on the clock.
I would imagine that they had to give up a pretty big.
I think so.
A pretty big haul in order to get up from 27 to 14.
Packers had needs too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Packer fans, I don't know if they're too happy about this. They're trying to see.
I can't imagine they would be.
They're trying to see somebody to help out their team.
Forget their fans. How do you think Aaron Rodgers feels? We know he's not happy with the organization.
He's sick.
Well, this is my thought, but I figured at 14, now we're talking. I think that a wide receiver could have been a legitimate possibility there.
Cortland Sutton reminds me a lot of, I almost said Jameer Nelson, of Jordy Nelson.
Yeah.
So this would have been a good spot for them to go get a wide receiver. I am a little surprised by this. I'm not surprised the Saints traded up. I'm surprised that it was the Packers that caved.
And Saints are hot right now when it comes to picking rookies. So
Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
Thank you for the fantasy second place finish, Alvin.
Here's what the Saints gave up. They gave up number 27, number 147, and next year's first round pick to get up to number 14. So
Wow.
they gave up
So
a haul.
27, 47, and a net. So 2 firsts
27,
and a second.
147.
So 2 firsts and a fourth.
Yes,
That's big. That's a lot.
that's a lot.
So again, if the Patriots, let's say the Patriots wanted Rudolph, because we'll continue to play this game throughout the night, I would have been fine if the Patriots gave up a first this year, a first next year, and a fourth
Hot
to
take.
move up to get a quarterback.
Saints get a quarterback here.
Ooh. Oh.
Well, I mean, they
Moving up,
they
giving up
extend
that
Drew
much.
Brees, but then again, that makes a lot of sense. You're
So-
not going to give up that much unless you really love a guy.
And they've been funny money with Drew Brees these
Yeah.
past couple of years
Yeah.
too when it comes to things.
There was a
Absolutely.
quarterback on the list who I did not think was going to succeed in the NFL. I was far out on him, and then I saw him mocked to the Saints, and it changed my mind because I think it's a perfect fit, and that's Lamar Jackson. I think Lamar Jackson would be a great fit in New Orleans
That'd
because
be beautiful.
he needs. Let's put cards on the table. He's not ready to start in the NFL right away.
Nope.
He's going to need the time. I mean, think about it. You would have, let's say Drew Brees plays 3 more years. You would have Lamar Jackson, Alvin Kamara, and Mike Thomas all under the age of 27 in a dome. That's
Yeah.
an offense.
Yeah.
That is an
That's
offense.
an
That's
offense.
a speedy offense.
Yeah. So if they're going to go quarterback here, I would love to see them take Lamar Jackson. I think that's a great fit. If not, I think they go defense. I think Derwin James. Again, we keep throwing his name out, but he's a good player. I think Derwin James is a fit there.
Tight end could be a fit. I mean, Colby Fleener is a decent tight end, but
No.
he's not a world beater by any means. You know?
I wouldn't even say decent, man.
Yeah, so I
wouldn't
mean,
even say decent.
I mean, with Drew Brees, anybody's decent.
if you're going to go up and say,
Yes.
hey, we could get a guy like Dallas Goedert, who is, a pass-catching tight end, a big target like that, and you say, hey, but you wouldn't trade up that much to get a tight end, at least in my opinion. I mean, I'm not an NFL GM, so I guess I can't claim to know the way, but I mean,
why not get also an offensive line? You
Yeah,
got
it's
you
a
got
possibility.
Ingram. You have Ingram. You have Kamara, Breeze. Protect that. Make that more of a sure thing.
yeah.
Could this be Isaiah Wynn? Because they have a starting 5 on the offensive line, but you get that guy that can play 3 positions, can be your third tight end, your goal line tight end.
Swing tackle type of guy, yeah.
It's going to be tough for the Saints to make a wrong pick here. Now they're going to make a pick, and we're all going to hate it.
Or Davenport. I mean, if they really like him,
Somebody had Davenport on Twitter. I forget who that was. I saw somebody had Davenport. Marv, I see you stealing my take on Twitter right there.
What happened?
Lamar Jackson. This is going to be an interesting one. And then just to kind of recap the last couple of picks here, because we've been talking kind of off the topic. Josh Rosen went at 10 to the Cardinals. Minka Fitzpatrick at 11 to the Dolphins. Vita Vea to the Buccaneers at 12. And Daron Payne went to the Washington Redskins at 13. It's the Saints, then the Raiders. They traded down. Then the Ravens and the Chargers. Those are the next couple of picks. So, I mean, the 2 quarterbacks on the board, Jackson and Rudolph. Mike, do you want to write Allen up there? Just because I keep forgetting, because he's not crossed off that he's gone. I got the marker right here.
I get the red.
You got the red one? All right. So we got 2 quarterbacks. Looking at that, Saints maybe. Raiders aren't taking one. Do the Ravens take a quarterback, or do they put faith in RG3?
They should. They
should?
should take one. They definitely should take a quarterback. I think Rudolph or Jackson would be a great fit over there. You have RG3 there right now under Flacco. I think Jackson would learn a lot under Harbaugh. RG3, he's a scrambling quarterback. He can learn a lot from him. His experiences. They both, Lamar Jackson's not a big built guy. RG3, we saw what happened when he took all those risks.
Yeah.
That's a great learning experience for Lamar Jackson over there as well.
And then I think you could say the same about the Chargers in the next pick, and Phillip Rivers' career coming to an end. So you have 2 teams here that are going to be looking for a quarterback. And then, I mean, Seattle, Dallas, Detroit, the list changed a little bit. We're coming up on the Patriots. So we've got Raiders, Ravens, and Chargers, maybe a quarterback. Seahawks probably won't. Dallas probably won't. Detroit, I doubt it. Cincinnati,
Stafford's their guy.
Cincinnati could take a quarterback at 21. You get the Bills at 22, and then the Patriots right there. So they could get one. I'm going to give this to you to cross out, Allen. Believe it or not, crossed out here. I think we all think that's a little ridiculous. they could end up with Jackson or Rudolph. Now they're probably going to have taken a tackle.
Right,
But-
I think that they'll probably wait until 31 if that's the case, because I think now that we're at this spot, now these guys are going to slide, right? So like Rudolph, we're probably looking at Rudolph as maybe even a second round guy, end of the first round to early second round.
Which
guy.
which is where
Which is where he was projected,
Right.
exactly. But
All right.
there was the thought process that, well, if the top 4 guys get taken, then there's just going to be a run
Yeah.
on quarterbacks, and you might even see guys like, whoever the next best guy would be, whatever there was Lauletta or whatever, get boosted way higher simply because so many quarterbacks get taken. That's obviously not the case right now. We've seen a couple of surprises. Obviously, Denzel Ward, huge
Saints-
surprise.
Saints made a huge pick, man.
We got the Saints pick in right now. Nick, go ahead.
The Saints, after making the trade with the Packers, have picked Marcus Davenport, defensive end. Big pick.
Big pick.
Big pick for the Saints.
So they'll put him opposite Jordan Cameron Jordan.
Cameron
That
Jordan.
thing from the league. Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick. They helped their defense. Their offense was good to go. Maybe they feel like they can grab a quarterback. Like, didn't need a quarterback. Would have been a nice pick. Didn't need a quarterback. Mark, you're seething a little bit. You don't like that pick?
They gave up a lot for Davenport.
They gave up a lot.
Davenport, like I was the one who said, I think he's the next best player on our draft board. But to give up that much, and you said the first round pick next year,
Next
right?
year's first rounder.
For Davenport, I think that was too much. Now I can see why Green Bay took that.
Yeah,
deal.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, too, and this is what we didn't talk about, is there somebody that Green Bay wanted at that pick? Maybe they said, you know what, we'd rather have the capital at this point if we want to move back up or whatever.
Yeah, because they moved all the way back to 27. They dropped 13
they dropped a
picks, so
lot.
that's a long way to drop. And there's a lot of stuff that could happen in that time span. So maybe they are thinking about trading back up, similar to what the Bucks did, trade back to get the assets they wanted, and then still get their guy that they wanted in the beginning. So it's definitely possible.
I like Davenport. I think he's a project, though.
Right.
Well, any small
He's
school guy is
small,
going to be.
Yeah, give him a year or two, and he could develop to be a monster
right.
in this league.
We got a lot flying around now, a lot of possibilities. So let's go out to Nick. This is he's got a Schefter bomb for us.
We've got some rumors right now. You know what I'm going to say. Adam Schefter dropping at the moment. Seattle is trying to move back from number 18. Detroit trying to move back from number 20. And Atlanta is trying to come up. Stay tuned.
Nothing
Dot.
Patriots.
Yeah. See, well, this is why I think so many teams are now seeing like, wow, our guy is going to drop. The guy that we
Right.
want is going.
There's good players on the board.
There's very
I'm
good players.
sure that the Patriots are saying, look at all the players that could drop to us.
Nobody's
Tremaine-
taken a pass catcher yet.
Tremaine Edmonds is a guy that I think definitely could end up on the Patriots if he drops that far.
Look at Wynn.
Rashawn Evans.
Rashawn Evans, definitely a guy. Isaiah Wynn, definitely
Okay,
a guy.
maybe I'm getting a little too ahead of myself, but I joked with people this winter about this guy possibly ending up in Bill Belichick's hands, but if he does, Derwin James in that secondary.
That would be incredible.
With Devin
If-
McCoy.
if-
They might have to move up a little bit, but let's say they move up from
Well,
23 to 20.
Even if Seattle's trying to get up from trying to move back from 18,
wouldn't-
if you get up to 18 and get him at 18, then I would take him.
You're not going to have to give
but-
up that much to do that.
Right.
That's the question. What are you gonna give up to move up to 18?
I wonder
One
if
of those 2 first rounders, but that's it. So probably 23, and then maybe
if you can give up those 2 in a day 3 pick,
yeah.
I do that. If you think you can get Derwin James, I think Derwin James was a top 5 player in this draft. I'm shocked
Wow.
he's still on the board.
Then you also have to consider where you're going to put him because you have McCourty and you have Harmon and you have Chung.
Well, Chung's kind of on the older side.
but the thing
about
plays
Derwin
such
James,
a critical role in that defense.
Well, but that's
you know?
the thing about Derwin James is he can play any position on
He
the
could be
defense.
that
I don't
guy,
know if he's
yeah.
replacing some. Maybe he replaces the Shea McClellan role that they couldn't fill last
Right,
year.
right.
Maybe he becomes their coverage linebacker. Maybe they use him on tight ends. That's why I think he'd be such a great fit. Is they don't necessarily have to bump anybody off of the defense. He just kind of becomes a rover.
He's a big guy too. He's like 6'3".
I mean, he started as a defensive end. He
Yeah.
can play at all
the
three.
guy is-
I don't know if he's
And
going to
those-
play
those-
defensive
and
end in
that's
the
a
NFL.
Belichick- That's a Belichick guy.
Guy who can do everything.
Versatile.
Right. He
Yeah.
can play all 3 levels if you really need him to. So, I mean, again, that's maybe a pipe dream, and you have some teams that are going to need secondary help coming up. Look, here's kind of the way I see it. Anything the Patriots might do, I'm also going to consider the Lions for.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Because you have Matt Patricia there. So maybe the Lions need defensive help more than the Patriots. So maybe they grab Derwin James. Does Matt maybe do his old buddy Bill a favor? Does he hold spite over the Malcolm Butler decision and not make a trade with Bill and trade somebody else the 20th pick?
I think all of those things are possibilities. You said, we haven't even seen a pass catcher taken yet, and we've only seen one running back taken. So, I mean, there is a lot of things that could still happen. I mean, listen, like Seattle, they need a running back, right? I mean, that's probably why they're trying to move back. Maybe they think they could get Geis at the end of the first round or whatever. But, I mean, there are a lot of teams still left on the board that need these players that haven't been taken yet.
And we have only 5 running backs here, but like Alex was saying, there's a lot of other running backs that could easily be on this list. Like Chubb. Chubb's not even on our top 5 running back
Running
list.
back was one of the top, for me, picking my top 5 guys. That was one of my
again,
toughest
after
ones.
Barkley, there's 9 guys who could go in those 4 spots.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I really, for the Patriots specifically, I really like Nyheim Hines, right? So, I mean, a small, 5'8", like a tiny little burner who can catch passes out of the backfield. He looked fantastic catching balls out of the backfield at the combine.
Yeah.
And then obviously, he can run between the tackles a little bit, but that's not how they'd use him. So, I mean, there are a lot of different options for the tight end is still a possibility. They could go after and get that second tight end that they've been looking for desperately since Aaron Hernandez, unfortunately, left the Patriots, right? I mean, they had Scott Chandler, all these different guys coming in and trying to fill that second tight end role. You get one of these rookies, Hayden Hurst, Dallas Goedert, Mike Gesicki. You get one of those 3 and throw him on the opposite side of Gronkowski. Now, a couple of those guys aren't your blocking tight end, right?
A lot of them aren't.
Right, but still, I mean, Gronk is one of the best blocking tight ends in the league. So if you need a tight end to block for you, he would be the guy anyway.
So just kind of waiting here for the Raiders pick to come in, just to reset the board a little bit. We haven't talked about Leighton Vander Esch. That's a guy who's been linked to the Patriots. He's still there.
I don't want him, though.
Howard Landry, still on the board, BC guy. That's an interesting one. Again, if you guys have any questions for us, please put them in that YouTube chat. I mean, we're on camera, but it's more of a talk radio type of format. So you guys, if you think we're saying wrong, if you think we're saying something wrong, call us on it. We'll debate you with it.
Only
We'll
if
debate you
Alex
over
is
YouTube.
saying something
Yeah, we've been
not
wrong
us.
a bunch of times already.
Hey, my hot take isn't the one that shut the mics off. My hot take isn't the one that shut the mics off.
That is true.
Ravens are taking trade offers.
Trade off. Oh, I thought you said Trey. I thought you said Trey Flowers for a second, and I was like, he's very much not in the draft.
I'm seeing some guys pop up on my feed
Do
right
we
now,
have
as a matter of
Nick?
fact.
Do we have the Raiders pick yet? I'm not seeing it on Twitter.
I'm seeing
No?
a couple of them come up.
I'm seeing some names here.
I mean, I'm seeing names. I'm seeing speculation. I haven't seen a blue check mark put a name up yet.
I have. Sports Illustrated put one up.
You got one, Nick? You got it? I think Nick's got it. No? Nick, you want to defer to Mike on this one? Wait, I got the hand up.
Oh, we got it.
We got it. We got it. Hit us with it. Hit us with it, baby. Drama, baby.
All right, I'm telling you, I'm relying on TweetDeck here, so nobody gets mad at me.
I'm on TweetDeck too. I didn't see it.
All right, guys. So, Oakland Raiders, John Gruden.
Oh,
makes
that's
his
right.
pick.
Going back to 1998 football.
Offensive tackle, Colton Miller. To the Oakland Raiders.
That's a good.
I'm going to call reach. I'm going to call reach on that.
I'd say that's a bit of a reach.
And Nick, I'm seeing people tweet Jalen in all caps. I'm assuming that's something with the Celtics. So if you want to get us an update on that, we'll go back to you momentarily here. I didn't think Colton Miller was that good. I didn't think he was a first-round talent. I didn't want the Patriots to take him. I watched enough tape on Rosen to know that Miller's an issue. That one surprises me.
I thought end of first round.
Me and Mike were, we were discussing whether to put him on the top 5 list or not.
Right.
So
I see you got him in there like 5.5.
Yeah, he's like half of.
He's
I have
hanging
the marker.
in.
I have the marker. Yeah.
He's hanging in there.
But I think Wynn's a better player.
Yeah, I would say so.
Let's go back to Nick real quick, and then we'll analyze more. Nick.
Just giving you that quick Celtics update they asked for. The Celtics were, from everything I was seeing on TweetDeck, were getting crushed in the second half. I actually saw somebody tweet out, Greeny from Barstool Sports. He said, legitimately, Celtics can start playing basketball at any time now. So I don't think the Celtics had an awful time at the beginning of the second half. They're now only 5 points back. It is now 60-55 with 6 minutes left in the third quarter. The Red Sox, bottom of the eighth inning, 5-4. Matt Barnes on the mound, 1 out, man on first base for Toronto.
All right, so
And in other news, the Bills are trading up again.
So the Bills are coming back up.
Bills moved up to 16.
They're gonna take Josh Allen again?
Well, they traded the 22nd, 65th, and 154th overall picks to move back up to 16.
I think they're getting a receiver here.
So that would
I think this
make
is,
a lot of sense, or a tight end, whatever it's gonna be.
receiver or tight end.
That would make a lot of sense right now.
Quick question before my hot take. Remember now, my hot take was Lamar Jackson to the Patriots.
Yep.
Looking at the board.
Still a
Oh,
possibility.
it's possible.
Looking at the board, you have Chargers, Cincinnati, and Ravens. That are the only ones that could get a quarterback. Any of them take Lamar Jackson?
I don't know. I mean,
I see Ravens. Ravens the only team I can see taking him.
but they just traded back to what, 22? Is that what they traded back
Yeah,
to?
and Patriots
So-
are 23.
We got a comment on YouTube. Bill's gonna take a punter here. It would make as much sense as trading up to take Josh Allen did. Again, I mean, I got to throw the name out there again.
I'm seeing it.
Derwin James.
I'm
Is this
seeing-
Derwin James?
I'm seeing it pop up right now. So,
Do we got it, Nick? You got it
It's
there.
a big no.
I have the trade.
You got all right. You got hit us with whatever you got over there.
Last update I have is trade alert. The Buffalo Bills trade into the number 16 pick with the Ravens.
What'd they give up? You got that?
I don't got that yet. That was just the NFL initial tweet. I will get you guys with the details.
All right. I'm seeing the pick come up next, so we're gonna jump you on this one here because this is an interesting one.
Yeah.
Mike, go ahead if you're
Well, Jeff
jumping.
Howe has it as at number 16. The Bills take Tremaine Edmonds, the guy that we've been talking about for the
Yep.
past few minutes here, a guy that we thought wasn't gonna, I didn't think it would slide even this much down to 16. I thought that he was a guy who could get drafted maybe in the top 15. That's a good move by them. That's a
Good
guy
move
who.
by the Bills.
They took who was the inside linebacker from Alabama? They took a couple years ago, and it didn't pan out. He had injury problems. He's on the Chiefs now. I'll get that name, but they're going to try again. Ever since they traded Paul Posluszny, and I mean he retired, so he wouldn't help them now, obviously. But ever since they traded Paul Posluszny, I always thought Paul Posluszny trading him was a mistake. I always thought he was an underrated player. They're still trying to fill a hole in the middle of that defense. And here's next guy up. Are you surprised they went Edmonds over Evans? I know that's the order we have it in our big board, but any surprise that I have
surprised.
Evans above Edmonds, me personally, but I know you guys have it the other way. Hang on, we're going back to Nick real quick before this analysis.
I know of the trade details. The Bills trade up, give up number 22 and number 65 with the Ravens to take Virginia Tech Tremaine Edmonds.
All right, so just 2 picks. And by the way, that linebacker was Reggie Ragland.
Tremaine
Ragland,
dropped.
that's
He
right.
really dropped to 16.
Yeah, he dropped, man. That was a guy who could have gone, possibly top 10, definitely top 15. That's a guy who dropped, and that's a good move by the Bills. I would understand why they traded up, especially only giving up those 2 picks. I originally had it as 3 picks. So to move up like that, now, yes, you gave up number 65, which is kind of a sweet spot in the draft. You tend to get some really underrated players in that spot, but if this is a guy that they really say they want this guy to be their quarterback of the defense, so to speak. That's a good move by them.
You think the Saints will regret picking Davenport over Edmonds?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we'll see, because Buffalo has a tradition of running these guys into the ground. I think Edmonds is a better player.
Right.
But we'll see how Buffalo manages him. The Saints have had a good history of building these guys up. I mean, I got to throw the name out again. Here we go, Derwin James. I have people from Florida State texting me. They've already got a couple guys there. They think it would be a great fit for him. They want Derwin James going to the Chargers. I mean, it wouldn't. They have a couple needs, so there's a few guys they could take. I think
Rashawn Evans to the Chargers would make things
Yeah.
so
I mean,
scary, man.
either one. I would say James is the best player left on the board. We've been ignoring Jackson.
I don't
little
know.
bit.
I like Jackson.
I like
He's a good
Jackson.
player.
I like Jackson too. I thought he was gonna go to Washington.
I tend to be a really big fan of Jair Alexander as well. I was very.
He's the
impressed
one
with-
from Louisville, right?
Louisville,
I
yes.
like
was-
Jair.
I was very impressed
No.
with him at the combine, specifically, just like the way he moved, his 3-cone drill, the quickness. That's a guy who could instantly come in and play slot corner, like definitely come in and play slot corner, and then possibly evolve into a top 2 corner on your team type of guy.
Which Jackson goes first, Josh or Lamar?
That's a good question.
Wow.
I'm going to say Josh because I think more teams need a cornerback.
I agree.
But look, I mean, you mentioned Derwin James to the Patriots. That's becoming more and more of a possibility.
That's we're a few picks away. And look, we talk about it being a quarterback, and it's in a way I feel like as realistic as it is, it's almost tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
I think as much as we want them to take a quarterback, we all know deep down that's not going to happen.
right.
I don't see how Bill passes on Derwin James.
I don't think he can.
That is, outside of Minka Fitzpatrick, and we talked about comparing him to Devin McCourty, I don't know if there's a more Belichick player on this board. Now, maybe Isaiah Wynn, he can play 4 positions. Maybe Vita Vea, just because of where his NFL floor is at and the fact he could come in and instantly make a difference.
If Vander Esch wasn't so injury prone,
that would be a guy.
He'd be a Belichick guy.
I don't know if last Boise State outside linebacker was they just had him, and they just cut him with the injury designation. I'm blanking on his name. He was literally just on the team. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Yeah, I can't.
He jumped over the line to block the kick.
Collins. No.
Van Noy?
No, why can't we think he was just on the team? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I'm blanking.
Isn't it wild how this happens? Here's three Patriots experts for you guys, right? We got so many names we're paying attention to. I don't know if he goes small school again. Shea McClellan, thank you. Shea McClellan.
Jesus, we were just talking.
He's not even that forgettable of a guy.
So I have a question. So I just said that you can't if he drops down to, if he drops down to 23, you just simply cannot pass on him.
No, absolutely not.
Derwin James. You just simply cannot.
It's automatic.
Do the Patriots trade up to get this guy? If now we're looking at, okay, you got to trade up to, maximum, you have to trade up 5 spots, right? Because you're at 23 now. 18 is the next pick with the Chargers on the clock right now at 17. Seattle wants to trade back.
Well, the Chargers haven't put their pick in, and it's taking a while. So it could be this pick. The Chargers
wants
could trade
to trade
down.
back. Detroit wants to trade back from everything we've read. That's 2 teams, and in Detroit, you could probably make that deal with Matt Patricia as the coach, and I'm blanking on his name right now as the GM, was also a former Patriots guy. That's a deal that you could make. So if you move up 3 spots, like let's say he drops, Derwin James drops past Seattle, which might not happen, right? Seattle strikes me as a team that would take Derwin James. Big safety, a guy like that.
I can see Josh Jackson or Derwin James.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you might have to trade up with them. They want to trade back. You might have to trade up with them and make that deal happen. Because, look, at this point, that's the guy I have my eye on right now. I'm not looking at anybody else on this board except for Derwin James and where he goes.
Teams, look, and there's 2 sides of this coin. Teams are going to be more eager to trade back because, look, we saw what the Packers had to give up to the Saints. We've seen a lot of kind of extreme trade-ups. Now, it means the Patriots are going to have to give up more, but it also means teams are going to be more willing. And the Patriots do have, 4 picks in the first 60?
Yes.
So they're not in a bad spot to move up, especially this was a guy some people had top 5.
He was the number 3 rated player on the big board on like 4 of the different big boards that I looked at over the course of the week. So
did it just all get put away?
Ooh. Yeah.
All right, Nick, do it. Go ahead.
Punch in the stomach.
Hit us with the pick.
Nothing's up. Do we have it?
We got it.
Yeah.
It's not rolling in yet.
Are you following Jeff Howe?
I am following Jeff Howe. He hasn't popped up
Your
for me yet.
computer is slow. I think everybody knows what's going on. You can't figure it out from context what just happened?
No, I'm following. If you want to make the pick, if you want to make the announcement, make the announcement.
Derwin James to the Chargers.
Yeah, that's a tough blow. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. You can't let a guy like that fall this far. He got picked 17th overall. That's insane.
Nick just got it. You restart your computer or something, man. Come on. No, Nick, you've been great all night. Seriously. All right, so there goes that hope.
There's still a lot of guys on the board that I didn't think the Patriots would even have a chance to look at.
Let's see how many more picks do we have here? We got
there's 4 more
now
picks
that pick is in. We got Seattle, Dallas, Detroit, and Cincinnati. No, 5 in Baltimore.
5 picks.
So
this is.
Who are the 5 best guys on this board? Who do we know that they're not going to get? Or in theory, they wouldn't get? I would say Evans.
I think none of these guys you can say that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, Josh Jackson could drop still. I mean, and even if Josh Jackson gets drafted the next 5 picks, you've still got like a Jair Alexander or a Brandon Oliver or no pass catches have been taken yet. We're sitting here looking at Cortland Sutton, Calvin Ridley, DJ Moore, Mike Gesicki, Dallas Goedert.
And
Hayden Hurst. We're looking at all these
Ian
guys.
Thomas.
Looking at these teams coming up, none of them are really in need of wide receivers other than maybe Dallas.
I think Dallas goes wide receiver after losing Dez.
Sure, that makes sense. But even then, you still got I think tight end is a legitimate possibility now for the Patriots.
No tight ends being picked yet.
So I'm going to throw another, and they're probably going to have a shot at Jackson or Rudolph.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if they'll have a shot at 31 at either of those guys, but they're going to have a shot at them.
I'm telling you, I've seen it. I've seen it. I woke up this morning and I told myself Lamar Jackson's going to be a Patriot.
We got something from Nick here real quick, and then we'll come back. Nick, go ahead.
We have a pretty important tweet from Ian Rappaport. He says that the Seahawks are closing in on a trade with the Packers.
Ooh, so the Packers moving back up.
Trading back up.
So this could be Lamar Jackson. They don't have Brett Hundley anymore. They need a backup quarterback. I'm gonna keep kind of the safety train going for the Patriots. Ronnie Harrison, not Rodney,
right.
Ronnie. Now that may be the only difference is the lack of a D.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see him in the Patriots secondary. And he was a safety in college. He's been listed as a safety a lot on draft boards. He can play that outside linebacker role next to Donta Hightower, next to Kyle Van Noy that they've been trying to fill.
Just back
I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that. We have a question on YouTube too.
Sure, go ahead, take that.
How do we another Alabama guy to the Patriots? I'm enjoying this segment. How do we feel about Calvin Ridley to the Patriots? He worked out for them last week.
I don't think this early. I think
Not
that,
at
I mean the
23.
fact that he's fallen this far, right? So no pass catches have been taken at all, right?
Can you hold it against him for falling this far
No,
when nobody's taken a pass catcher?
Absolutely not. Because
Wait, hang on. We got some from Nick real quick here. I just want to see if this is that trade. Nick, go ahead.
The trade is in. Albert Breer. The Packers are moving up to 18. Seattle is now back to pick number 27.
Okay, so
that's the pick that was originally New Orleans.
So then they're probably
Yes.
taking a pass catcher, right? You have to imagine
Green
they're
Bay?
taking a pass catcher.
Green
Cortland
Bay,
Sutton, maybe.
Yep.
Cortland Sutton reminds me too much of Jordy Nelson. DJ Moore too. I think he's a slightly worse version of Sutton, but similar players.
Right.
But again, how do we feel? The thing with Calvin Ridley, for me, I just don't think he's that good. I don't know if I want the Patriots taking him in the first 2 rounds. I think this is a weak year for wide receivers to begin with.
I would agree with that.
And Calvin Ridley reminds me a lot of Demaryius Thomas, and I don't mean that as a compliment. I mean that as, look, Demaryius Thomas had those 2 years where he was very good.
Peyton
But,
Manning.
right, well, that was part of it.
Exactly.
Teams learned, if you hit Demaryius Thomas early, he disappears. I watched a lot of Alabama football this year. Calvin really doesn't like getting touched.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a much bigger problem in the NFL than it is in college. So
in theory, the Patriots scheme would be able to kind of scheme around that simply because they use so much motion and they tend to, like, they do the same thing with Edelman and they did it with Amendola. They get those guys open with motion.
For what
right?
they don't get hit off the ball,
Right.
he's going to get hit more on the ball.
Right.
And it is the same with Thomas. Like, it's not about getting hit at the line; it's just about getting hit in general. That's a good question, though, Clifton. Thanks for that. If you guys have any more questions, make sure you feed them in. So we got the Packers on the clock right now.
I just want to jump back to your point on quarterbacks and how Rudolph, Jackson, those guys might not make it down to 31. I think they might. If you look at the guys, if you look at the teams picking after the Patriots,
the needs.
I mean, Carolina, Tennessee, Atlanta, Seattle, Pittsburgh, and Minnesota all have their quarterback. Jacksonville, you could debate that whether they have their quarterback.
Pittsburgh
or not.
is questionable as well.
But even if
Pittsburgh, I think it's safe to say Pittsburgh needs a quarterback.
Yeah.
But are they going to take? Well, I guess they could theoretically take Rudolph at that spot if they were going to take him at 28. I think that would make some sense.
It makes
right?
sense.
Yeah.
Late. That's where he's projected. Late quarterback round.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, but that's the only risk, right? That's your only risk in terms of quarterbacks getting taken after 23.
So you're saying Patriots don't pick a quarterback at 23, and they'll still have a chance to get one
of these two guys, one of either
31.
Rudolph or Jackson at 31. I think that is a legitimate possibility, simply because, like I said, I mean, if you go down, Carolina, Tennessee, Atlanta, Seattle, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, all theoretically have their quarterback.
So I see what you're saying. Does that mean if there is a quarterback left out of the 5 that we have on our board,
It would be Lamar Jackson, probably.
if Lamar Jackson is left on 31, must you take him then?
I don't know, because it depends on who else is left. Look at all these players left on the
Exactly.
board. Like, Josh Jackson could still be there. Jair Alexander could still
Which
be
is
there.
ridiculous.
Harold Landry's a guy
Harold
that's gotten a
Landry
lot
could
of
still
talk
be
to
there.
the Patriots.
Isaiah Wynn could still be there. I mean, we're looking at our number 1 overall defensive tackle on the board. Maurice Hurst is still there. All these different guys there's a legitimate possibility and a good enough reason for the Patriots to go after any one of these guys.
Let's go over to Nick real quick. Celtics making the turn for home in Milwaukee. Get a quick update on that, Nick.
So it sounds like forget everything I said in the last update for the Celtics because now they're behind by 11 points at the end of the third quarter. Score currently is, just kidding, 9 points. Math. 74 to 65. Terry Rozier, 18 points, 6 rebounds. Tatum, 16 points. Both lead the season scoring after 3. Horford is 1 rebound away shy of a double-double with 10 points and 9 boards heading into the final frame. That was via the Celtics Twitter account. So Celtics falling back behind again after they ended up tying it. They did tie it since the last time that we spoke.
I mean, I had Bucks in 6, so. But it's one of those series where team's just going to win at home.
I had Celtics in 7.
Yeah, I figured it was
before the series.
I got Bruins in 7, so I'm happy. I got one. Nick's got another update. This is draft. This draft related. It is draft related. Nick, go ahead.
After the Seahawks trade, this is via Jeff Howe. After the Seahawks trade out of number 18, the Packers take, again, I might butcher this name, Jair Alexander.
Yep.
Jair Alexander. All right, so that is our number 3 corner on the big board gone.
That's a guy I really like.
I did too.
I really was a big fan of his. Even I could have put him at the number 2 guy. Him and Jackson, you could flip-flop them.
I thought he was the best Louisville player in the draft. And I know what I'm saying when I say that. I think he's the best Louisville player in the draft.
No, I think he was very good player. I was very impressed with him in the combine. His quickness, his catching ability, his just kind of heads-up ability, his physical traits were all right where you want them to be. Again, kind of surprising that he even dropped down to 18. But yeah, that's a good pick by them. That's a guy that I would have really liked to see on the Patriots if he had fallen that far.
So the Twitter buzz, right, and this is nothing official. We have no blue check marks or anything. The buzz right now for the Patriots, and we're inching up on it, is Harold Landry from BC. Now
he's been tied to the Patriots for a while now.
They took Derek Rivers last year. It's the same guy. They have Dietrich Wise. It doesn't really. Is he going to play?
Right, he would have an opportunity to play, but there's no guarantee that he would play.
And that's not what you use a first-round pick on. Right. I want a guy that's going to come in and make a difference. Now that the names are starting to go, how many of these guys are going to come in right away and make a difference? Now, quarterback's another story. Besides that, how many of these guys are going to come in and make a difference?
Well, I mean, a guy that we haven't really
Evans would.
Evan would. A guy that we haven't really talked much about that I think could be if he were to be drafted by the Patriots, would be a candidate for the slot corner position. Yep. Mike Hughes out of Central Florida. Hughes. It's a guy that I've been a big fan of. Let's say Josh Jackson gets taken in the next 4 picks, which I think is highly likely because I think he's one of the top corners in the draft, and he still hasn't been taken yet. So
just going to reset here for the people. The picks before the Patriots: Cowboys, Lions, Bengals, and Ravens. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, if one of those teams, a team like maybe Detroit or a team like Cincinnati, even the Cowboys, if they don't go pass catcher, which I think they should, but if they don't go pass catcher, Josh Jackson is a guy who could get taken, and then you've got our two guys left on the board, Brandon Oliver out of Colorado, and then Mike Hughes out of Central Florida. Either one of those guys I would be happy with if you're going cornerback, which I think the Patriots obviously have a need at. You guys mentioned Rashaan Evans. That is definitely a guy that makes a lot of sense because, obviously inside linebacker, a guy who can really make a difference. Yep. A guy in a Nick Saban system. Obviously, we know the relationship between Belichick and Saban. Look, at this point now, too, you have to start considering Vander Esch simply because he's still there. The injury issues aside, the further this guy falls...
Couldn't you say that about a lot of the guys on this board, though?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, the further this guy falls...
Which is the beauty of having 2 picks now in this first round.
So close together as well. Yeah. They're only 8 picks apart. That makes a lot of sense. I think a guy, you got to start considering him. Isaiah Wynn. I mean, at some point, like you said, Alex, a lot of these guys, you just kind of have to roll the dice at some point because they've already dropped so far. Right? I mean, we haven't seen a tight end taken
some
yet.
of these guys, you know why they dropped. We think we know why Maurice Hurst dropped because of the heart condition.
Yep.
I mean, I think I know why Isaiah Wynn dropped. He had some injury issues last year, and I think he may have ended up in the middle of our board for a reason.
He's also a guy
he could be a Patriot.
He's also a guy who they don't quite know what he's going to play. He played tackle and guard and center, obviously in college, but a lot of teams look at him as a guard. Some teams think he could be a tackle, a swing tackle type guy. I haven't seen many people say, like, this guy's your starting left tackle.
Yeah.
But I guess that would be his ceiling if you're talking about that. So I think maybe the inconsistency in the projection of him is one of the things that's keeping him off the board.
That's the beauty of having Dante Scarnecchia on the team.
Yeah.
You can manage to put him in different areas where Dante will find, the strengths of Wynn and put him in the right position. Like we saw what he did with Marcus Cannon.
Right.
Out of nowhere.
Right. I'm still kind of blown away that we haven't seen a pass catcher taken, man.
And only one running back.
And only one running back.
So pretty much no skill position guys have gone. I'm gonna throw it back before the Lamar Jackson rumors, back before the Harold Landry rumors, like the original offseason rumor, the first guy that was hot on the Patriots board when we started the offseason. Sony Michel's still there.
I like Sony Michel.
Now, last time the Patriots took a running back in the first round was Lawrence Maroney. Couldn't have gotten much worse.
Right.
There's a rumor that Belichick said he'd never take a running back in the first round again. Does he break that? I mean, that's a guy, I'm starting to look at those running backs now, and they're gonna need one.
But I think at this point, these guys are going to drop to the second round. Like, Darius Geis was already projected as a potential second-round pick, late first, early second. Yep. So, I mean, if all of these other guys are still on the board, there's no reason to jump on a running back just because, we need a running back. Like, the running backs will be there. Because I think even, we talked about this, these 4 spots after Barkley, there could have been 10 guys that fit in those spots.
The thing we see with these positions, and I feel like it happens a lot with running backs, once one goes, 5 or 6 are going to go in 10 picks. And is Bill worried that if one of those runs happens between picks, he won't get his guy? Would he rather be the guy that sets that? Look, if the Patriots take a running back at 23, we'll probably see 4 running backs go before we're done tonight.
I think the Patriots are pretty well set just in the fact that their picks aren't really that spread apart. Like, they have 23, and then they have 31. So that's only 7 picks apart. And then they've got 43. So that's only 12 more picks after that. So they do run that risk of getting caught in the middle of one of those runs where all of a sudden they show up at their next pick and there's no running backs left. Yeah. But then again, I mean, the running back, while they obviously need another running back, it is not one of the more glaring issues. I mean, obviously they've got, like, I would say they'd probably
But do they have, if they're going to go glaring need, it has to be Evans, right?
Yes.
Evans or a corner.
Yes.
Evans or offensive line.
Well, offensive line too.
That's true.
But then again.
But none of these guys are tackles. Right, Colton Miller. If Colton Miller's still on the board, I think we know who they're taking, but he's not.
Right, yes, and even if Wynn projects as your tackle, he's not your tackle next year.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I think that there's still a decent possibility that they could go after, even Van Der Esch, who is a guy who is still left on the board. The injury troubles aside, they've drafted guys with injury issues before.
It hasn't worked out.
And it hasn't worked out. You're absolutely right about that. But I'm just saying that they're not necessarily scared off by that injury-prone tag.
What do they call it? Value.
Right.
So, this is not what I thought. You know what? In some ways, it is what I thought. I thought what the board would look like at this point tonight, but it's not how I thought we'd get there.
This Cowboys pick is taking a long time.
I think we're going to see a trade here. I was about to say that. They must be trading it because it's taking a while. Could this be the Patriots moving up? I mean, teams that are still down there. I wonder if the Steelers are moving up because the Steelers do have some draft capital and they do need a quarterback. I wonder if the Steelers are moving up.
I think, honestly, the Steelers will get a running back.
You think so?
I think they don't
light a fire under Le'Veon Bell.
They did invest a pick in what's his name, the kid from Pitt last year, James Conner.
Right, that is very true.
Hang on, we got Mike Petraglia checking in now from Gillette Stadium. Mike Petraglia checking in as the Patriots are coming up. So, Trags, what are you hearing down there? We are throwing all kinds of names against the wall. Can you solidify things for us?
If they go offensive tackle, Connor Williams out of Texas, he's still on the board. He's the guy that I think if you're thinking that they need to get a replacement for Nate Solder and they feel they need to get him in the first round and they project him as a first round quality type of pick, they go that direction. They go that route. But if with Van Der Esch now off the board going to the Dallas Cowboys, the possibility of 2 names come to mind on the defensive side of the ball. Harold Landry out of Boston College as an edge rusher, or Rashaan Evans out of Alabama. Those are the 2 names that we're hearing a lot of. One other name, that is if they go defensively. One other name that you definitely should keep an eye on is Frank Ragnow, the interior lineman, the center out of Arkansas. So keep your eye on those 4 names.
And you mentioned Harold Landry there, Trags. You covered him quite a bit when you were at covering BC this year. What can you tell us about Landry and his potential fit with the Patriots? Are you surprised he's still on the board, too?
Nah, no, I'm not surprised he's still on the board, and I think he would be a tremendous fit. Remember, the Patriots worked him out in person at BC's Pro Day, and it was pretty eye-opening for anybody who watched the kind of work that the Patriots did with him, and the kind of explosiveness that Landry showed was the explosiveness we saw 2 years ago when he led the nation in sacks. He had an injury-plagued year last year. I think it's been well documented. The ankle, among other things, forced him to miss the second half of the 2017 season. But he is somebody that I would think the Patriots can't look at his film from 2 years ago, his junior year, and go, if we get that Harold Landry, we're getting a bargain at 23 overall.
Trags, obviously the Patriots have 2 picks in the first round. The 31st pick, me and Mike were speaking. If there is a quarterback still like Lamar Jackson, Rudolph, do you think the Patriots look and pick up Lamar Jackson or Rudolph with the 31st pick?
I do not. I think that if they take an offensive, if they take a defensive player at 23, they're taking an offensive lineman type at 31. I think they feel that the Ravens are probably going to take, Lamar Jackson. He's been very much linked there. The rumors are that the Ravens would definitely love to add a guy like Lamar Jackson. And I think that's a possibility. But I don't think it's a possibility in New England just because of the other needs that the Patriots have. And I think Mason Rudolph is a guy that you might see taken in he might slip to the second round. And I think the Patriots, if they still have the 2 second-round picks, you could see them using their first and 2 second-round picks on Mason Rudolph.
What about offensive skill players, Trags? I mean, we're looking at this board right now, and we have seen 0 pass catchers taken and only 1 running back. Now, running back, I don't think they'll take a run at any of these last 2 picks here, but could they maybe go after one of these tight ends? These tight ends are extremely talented guys. If we're looking at maybe 31. I mean, none of them are off the board yet. So is any one of like Gesicki, Goddard, Hurst, or any of those guys a possibility?
Well, I think Hayden Hurst is the one guy that you look at and go, he can block and he can receive. Dallas Goddard, Goddard, out of South Dakota State. I had Steve Palazzolo of Pro Football Focus. He loves Dallas Goddard, and he thinks that if the Patriots go tight end, it will be in that direction. Actually, he mocked them taking a tight end at 23. So Dallas Goddard would be the tight end. If the Patriots go with a tight end, that would be the pick.
And then really quickly, how about Josh Jackson? He's our top-rated cornerback still on the board. Any talk about him?
Not really. Certainly there is the argument to be made that they still need a corner, right? I mean, they did get Jason McCourty from the Cleveland Browns, and they obviously still have Stephon Gilmore, but at this point, not a lot of buzz down here at all about the cornerback position. Just because I think the feeling, the overwhelming census down here is that they're going to go offensive lineman, defensive linebacker, pass rushers.
We heard kind of leading up to the draft, a lot of people were telling us the Patriots were not going to move. They weren't going to make a trade. I'm a little surprised we're sitting here. They haven't. As it stands right now, does it still look like they're going to pick at 23 and 31 tonight?
I would say they're going to probably definitely pick at 23. They could drop out and trade down out of the 31 spot and get an extra pick, as we said earlier, I think, Alex. They could, because they don't have anything, I think, the 4th round through the 6th round. So they could probably add some depth there.
All right, thank you very much, Mike Petraglia, live at Gillette Stadium. And, Mike, can you check in again after the Patriots pick?
Most certainly will.
All right, we'll hear from Mike in a little bit then. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Trags.
You bet.
All right, we got news from Nick here while we were on the phone. This is a big one, Nick. Not necessarily exactly related to the draft, but this is going to affect what's going to happen in a few picks.
So we do have the Dallas Cowboys draft pick.
And that too.
I don't know did Trag say that?
He did, but if you want to just recap for the people.
Okay, I can't hear, so don't mind me. Leighton Vander Esch, Boise State linebacker, pick number 19 for the Dallas Cowboys. But we also do have another trade that just happened via breaking news via the Pittsburgh Steelers Twitter account. They said that Quote, we have traded wide receiver Martavius Bryant to the Raiders for their third-round pick, 75th overall. So Martavius Bryant going over to the Oakland Raiders, again, with a big star, John Gruden, as head coach, back in the league.
You know what that makes
Martavius
the Oakland Raiders wide receiver core is now Amari Cooper, Jordy Nelson, and Martavis Bryant.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Look, Leighton Vander Esch is a possible Patriots pick, and he's off the board, but I thought Bryant was worth more than that.
The happiest person on earth right now is Derek Carr.
The happiest person on earth is the spirit of Al Davis. Ray's just got the fastest player in the
That is
league.
true.
But, I mean, it helps the Patriots, certainly.
Derek Carr has no excuse.
No excuse. He's got to stay healthy. Well, that team has no excuse not to keep him healthy because they have a chance to win if he stays healthy.
Yes.
So,
Amari Cooper needs to step up as well.
I would agree.
This is the year he needs to really, not let Martavis Bryant take up all the shine and really show why he was that big receiver we thought he was going to be. By what year? This is year 3 now.
This is year 3.
This is year 3, so he needs to really take that step.
So do the Steelers go receiver at 28 now?
I'm seeing,
Is that a
stuff pop up
possibility?
for the Lions at number 20.
Do we have the Lion? Nick, as soon as you have it, let me know. I'm not seeing anything
saw something from Greg
official. But anyway, on Bryant, while we're waiting for Nick, I mean, that I knew they were going to trade him. Like, we knew Martavis Bryant wasn't going to be in Pittsburgh, but I just keep going back to they couldn't get any more. I would have been fine with the Patriots giving up a third for him. I wonder if the Patriots called. Now, I don't know if Pittsburgh would trade him that way.
Yeah.
But, all right, we got the pick here. Hang on one sec. Nick?
All right, when in doubt, you just got to refresh Jeff Howe's Twitter feed. Jeff Howe, shout out to Jeff Howe tonight for breaking everything.
He's been awesome.
Yeah,
New head coach Matt Patricia to the Detroit Lions. He selects at number 20 Frank Ragnow.
Is it Ragnow? I don't actually know.
I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce his name, but that is an interesting pick.
I have heard both pronunciations, so I went 50-50.
Well, he's not on our big board, so that's the second player to go after the Bills took a player not on our big board. What did they took him 9th?
9th.
That is just insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Traded up, by the way.
Yeah, right.
Traded up
Traded
to
up.
take a guy not on the big board. And we'll recap that later because we're going to start going now as we get into the later picks, kind of back through the whole draft.
Ragnow, though, was a guy who was linked to the Patriots in a lot of talks.
Again, Matt Patricia, you know, it makes sense. They needed offensive line help. Good pick.
Yeah.
Back to the Steelers, though. Back to trading Martavis Bryant. That could end up being the acquisition of how many players that have been taken tonight are better than Martavis Bryant?
That's a good question. I mean, not many of them have you always have to consider the risk with him, too. He's already been suspended a couple of times, right?
Right.
So, I mean, his next suspension, I believe, will be for either for 10 games or for an entire season, right? So,
yeah,
that's an issue right there. And obviously, the Raiders are one of those teams that never really take those risks.
Oh, and that team's moving to Vegas.
Right. So that could be
maybe it's a good trade.
Maybe it's a good trade. Maybe it's not. So, I mean,
I'll say this. He's better than anybody in this column here. In the second column.
Talent-wise, Martavis Bryant is incredible.
Yes.
But this also means in the Steelers aspect, the emergence of Juju.
I mean, that's why they can afford to do this.
Right,
and they're going to draft a receiver in the 5th who's going to become an all-pro.
Exactly.
Because that's just what they do.
So this is interesting. So apparently the Bengals were very high on Ragnow, and they wanted to draft him at 21, but Detroit snagged him at 20. Does that mean Cincinnati wants to trade back now because they might not have their guy?
Or are they going to take a lineman that the Patriots have their eye on, and like an Isaiah Wynn?
But there's a couple of linemen out there right now.
I think we could see a run on offensive linemen here because there's
a possibility.
We had Miller at 15. We now had Ragnow at 20. Nick's got a Red Sox update for us real quick, though, in the middle of all of this. Nick?
Boston Red Sox update. The Red Sox have taken 2 out of 3 from the Blue Jays after starting the game down. Once again, as I said earlier, Chris Sale, not a great start loading the bases in the first inning. If it wasn't for a pretty good J.D. Martinez catch, probably would have ended up 5-0 at that point. Red Sox win 5-4. Kimbrel goes 6 innings. Chris Sale goes 6 innings. Craig Kimbrel comes in for the save at the end of the game. Henry Ramirez 2 for 3, and J.D. Martinez 2 for 4 with a home run on the night to opposite field.
All right, so big night for the Red Sox. Celtics, I think not so much at the last update. Patriots trying to cap it off. We're getting close, boys.
This is very much looking like a Rashaan Evans pick.
I want it. I want it.
Because if he gets taken before the Patriots come up, then we're talking about Lamar Jackson.
So Tommy Curran just kind of listed his top 3 remaining, and he in this order: Evans, Landry, Jackson, or his top 4. Sorry, Evans, Landry, Jackson, Ridley. I mean,
Whoa,
I wouldn't. I would not hate any of those picks.
I would see, but here's the thing: if Cortland Sutton's on the
wouldn't
board,
want
I'm
to see
drafting
Ridley.
Cortland Sutton over Ridley.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, a 6'5", 200+ pounds.
Especially, who's the last Well, I mean, I guess I want them to take Rashaan Evans, so I'm kind of debating myself here. Who's the last Alabama player the Patriots took? Cy Jones.
Oh yeah, that's not a good look for sure.
But he's still on the team.
He is still on the team. He is on the team for now.
He can't even safer now when it comes to that guy. He's been taking bullets and still coming back. I mean, this will be his final test, honestly. Now you have no Malcolm Butler. This is a chance for him to try. We'll try again with him in training camp, preseason, see if he comes back healthy off that ACL and see what he does.
Well, the law of averages says that someone has to take a wide receiver soon because according to Trey Wingo here, the last time no wide receiver was taken in the top 20 was back in 2011, and that was when Demaryius Thomas was drafted number 21 by Denver.
So that would be this pick,
That would be
right?
this pick, right.
Bengals
Could take a wide receiver. They
Bengals
could.
pick is in.
Bengals
yeah,
pick
I'm
is
seeing-
in.
I mean, it is not a
Nick,
wide receiver.
slow laptop. It's not a wide receiver. No. Refresh that feed, Nick.
That is not a wide
Here it
receiver.
is. All
Number
right.
21, once again, shout out Jeff Howe. Got to refresh that Twitter page. Number 21, Cincinnati Bengals select Billy Price. Number 21 at the Bengals.
All right. So another.
That's a guy who was just off of our board. He was like fighting for that number 5 spot. That's interesting. I mean, and like you said, it was a guy that obviously they lost out on the offensive lineman they wanted, but not. They ended up getting a guy. So this guy was probably their next best option, and they just had to take him because they had decided we're taking a lineman with this pick.
And I mean, you can see the Ohio State players. There haven't been many misses in terms of Ohio State players last couple years. Can't go wrong. Here comes, like I said, I think there's going to be a run on offensive linemen here, based on the picks we just saw. So we're one away now from the Patriots. So
and Ravens are gonna.
Ravens might be in on Jackson here.
If
I think the Ravens are probably.
If Ravens don't get Jackson, oh boy!
I mean,
oh
I
boy.
think it's that. Look, the Patriots are going to get Lamar Jackson or Rashaan Evans. I think we can say that.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
You can throw Landry in there as well. Landry is
See,
a guy.
I feel like you have to put Isaiah Wynn on the list too.
Landry can fall to 31 now.
Landry could definitely fall to 31. Definitely.
And
It's
we
possible.
Wait, the
yeah,
suspense,
now
the
it gets
suspense.
quiet. Nobody wants to say anything because they don't want to be wrong. So since we are a little quiet, let me take this chance to thank everybody for watching. This is CLNS Media NFL Draft Night Live. I'm Alex Barth. Marv is on in the purple. Michael Longi in the blue, green.
It was like mint green, I think.
Nick Qualia at the update desk. If you have any questions for us, tweet them at us at PatriotCLNS. You can also put them in the chat over to the right on YouTube. Nick, you got a Celtics update for us? We're waiting on the Patriots here.
Yep, Celtics right now, 4 minutes, 24 seconds left in Game 6 against the Milwaukee Bucks in Milwaukee. Currently down 86-78 from what I'm reading on Twitter. Brad Stevens is really extending Al Horford deep into the fourth quarter, and apparently the max contract guy has not been getting a lot of rest, and a lot of people are upset about it. So, I mean, max contract, you would think average Al would be able to go deep. But hey, whatever. We'll deal with it. Also, anybody can ask me questions too. I'm just the update guy, but I can answer.
Yeah, we'll let Nick in on the questions. We got it's gonna be a fun day on sports radio tomorrow around here.
I've got
in Boston.
a tweet from I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name, but he is a reporter for the Baltimore Sun. The Ravens have their choice at wide receiver in DJ Moore or Calvin Ridley, also Lamar Jackson, and again they like center James Daniels as well.
So DJ Moore is a Maryland guy.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
that
those
makes
are the
sense.
guys who they're looking
Receiver,
at. Right now.
I didn't think that, but they definitely have a need at receiver.
They do. So, and they remember they tried to sign Des Bryant.
Yes.
He said
And
no.
he said sorry.
I'm surprised. So Ridley and Moore, but not Sutton.
There must be something going on with Sutton here that we don't know about because I can't imagine why you wouldn't want a 6'5", 200+ pound wide receiver who can stretch the field.
Especially if you're going to take
Red zone,
Moore.
huge red zone.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, if you want to sign Des Bryant, there you go.
right, exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
So this is going to be an interesting pick. If I was them, I would take Jackson. it goes back to kind of, to a lesser extent, but what we talked about at the beginning of the show with the Giants and Eli Manning. Can they still win with Joe Flacco?
No, they haven't been winning with
Right.
Joe Flacco.
Well, it doesn't matter, guys, because they just traded out of the pick.
Oh, they did? To the Patriots? To
No, to the Titans.
the Titans. All right.
The
So
Titans are now picking at 22 and 25, by the way.
interesting. Nick, when you get that pick, if you can update us on what the details are of that. So who could that now we got to quickly shift our focus. Where are the Titans going with this? Titans, this is a make or break year for the Titans and Marcus Mariota. They should win a playoff game this year.
Yeah. So they're going after they're going after an impact guy. Then is what you're saying.
It's got to be somebody who's going to come in and impact right away.
You think Titans can win a playoff game this year?
I mean, I think they should look at what they added. Marcus Mariota's a high draft pick. He's got to start paying off eventually. They've got one of the best running backs in football, one of the best tight ends. They've got a good defense. They just added a top 10 corner. This is a team that should be winning. They're in a weak division.
Getting into the playoffs easy. I can see that. Winning a playoff game.
It's just a matter of who they get.
Yeah. Are they beating
outside of the
Steelers?
Patriots? They in theory could beat the Steelers in the first round. I wouldn't be surprised. They could beat Jacksonville in the first round. I wouldn't be surprised.
Think they're beating Jacksonville.
Where do the Titans go on the deep? Is this Hurst? Is this Maurice Hurst maybe? Because it's another run-heavy division. If you want to beat Jacksonville, you have to stop Leonard Fournette.
That's
twice, maybe 3 times a year. And is Maurice Hurst that guy?
Well, it's a guy who's fallen pretty far. I mean, obviously, we mentioned the heart issue a couple
Right.
times
Do you think
already,
that's what it is, or do you think teams
It has to be, because I think this guy is one of the more physically gifted interior defensive linemen in the draft. So, I mean, he's number 1 on our board. He's number 1 on a lot of boards that I've seen. So, as a defensive tackle and interior defensive lineman. So, yeah, I think that the heart issue clearly has scared off some teams. Similar to the Van Der Esch injury with the neck injury. I mean, from what I've read on these tweets that I've been looking through so far, the Cowboys, they weren't turned off by the neck injury, but a lot of other teams were. So, I mean, it's a matter of personal preference. I'm sure it's a matter of trusting the medical staff and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Maurice Hurst is a guy that I would take at this pick, right? I mean, he's a very talented player.
And again, in that, they need a run stopper in that division. You need to be able to stop the run. You just need a good defensive line in general, because remember, you're also going to have to deal with Deshaun Watson twice a year, and we saw what he was before he got hurt last year.
I'm seeing a Jeff Howe tweet
All
that's
right,
going to make
Nick just put his hand up, so let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Per Jeff Howe, just like you said, the pick at number 22 for the Tennessee Titans, Rashaan Evans. Tennessee Titans.
You know what? It makes sense to me because they wanted Donta Hightower, remember, in free agency a couple years ago. Similar player.
Yeah, it's a great pick by them.
You know what
here
that
we go.
means, guys.
It's time.
Jackson's on the board.
Lamar Jackson to the Patriots. Calling it.
There are so many players, too, that are still
Jackson.
Josh Jackson's still there. Right, exactly. I mean, Rodney Harrison, like you said. Isaiah Wynn. Connor Williams. Every single pass catcher on our board. So, I mean, there are a lot of options for the Patriots at this point. More options than I think. I think a lot of times, especially since the Patriots draft at the end of the draft so many times, there are a lot of times when they get to the spot and it's like, well, there's really no options left, right? There's just like, oh, let's take the guy that we think is the best because all the guys that we wanted aren't there anymore. But now, I mean, there's a lot of guys that the Patriots should want on this board, right? So, I mean,
like whoever they pick, we won't be disappointed.
Well, let's see.
Well, I mean, they're going. I mean,
unless they go. Who knows what they're about to do.
Yeah, who knows? Because, I mean,
this may take a while, because if they were going to take Evans, they got to regroup here.
Yep.
Right, exactly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure they were prepared. Who do you think, those watching on YouTube, put in the comments, who do you think that the Patriots are going to take here with this pick? Let us know your thoughts on that. If you're right, you win a round of applause. I still keep looking at Isaiah Wynn. Maybe it's not here. Maybe it's at 31.
I'm seeing a lot of tweets that say Landry is a guy that they really like. So, I mean, and look, we obviously know that, Bill, like we said, they worked him out at BC's Pro Day. They were there. I believe it was Trags who told us that. There's been a lot of talk. Steve Palazzolo of Pro Football Focus was on Patriots Beat this week. He talked about Harold Landry. We've had a couple guests on Patriots Beat over the past few weeks that have talked about Harold Landry. All cards are coming up Harold Landry at this point. So, I mean, and at 23, I don't hate that pick. I think that's a pretty decent, especially if you wanted Evans but now you're forced into taking somebody else.
Clifton on YouTube says Lamar Jackson. Interesting point being brought up by a couple people on Twitter. Titans' new head coach, Mike Vrabel. Maybe he knew something.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense.
Maybe he knew something. It's a linebacker drafting a linebacker.
They're taking everything the Patriots want. Those guys over there.
They
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's Patriots South. It really is. That's going to be a fun team to watch this year. The Tennessee Titans, I think.
For sure.
This is going to be a very interesting pick. With the pick, I just don't know with Landry. He doesn't matter right away.
Very ominous tweet from Field Yates here. Lamar Jackson's wait will continue. ...
Interesting.
And that's all he tweeted out.
Do they go Ronnie Harrison? Do they stay with the Alabama linebacker and go Ronnie Harrison? Mike Reese just tweeted win, period. Whatever that means.
Win.
Wow, we've got people.
Oh, okay.
Andy Hart's
Win.
No, win. He tweeted WIN, period. All right.
Andy Hart's tweeting out Landry, do it.
I think I know who it is. Hang on, Mike Petralia is coming in. Let's call him. Let's see if he knows. Mike Petralia joins us now on the phone from Gillette Stadium. We haven't seen the official word yet. Mike, can you break any news for us?
Not yet. We are waiting, along with everybody else, as to which way the Patriots are going to go. So many fascinating options here. Obviously, the Patriots, if they want them, if they are so inclined, they could take Lamar Jackson right here, right now. But they could also take Harold Landry, the defensive pass rush specialist. They could also, if they were so inclined, take an offensive lineman. Connor Williams out of University of Texas. Obviously, the Patriots have a need there in terms of depth along their offensive line. You want an offensive tackle to back up, Tony Garcia, last year's draft pick, who never got the chance to play because of an infection and medical issues that kept him off the field all year. And then you are talking about Adrian Waddle, the other obvious apparent choice at left tackle. You want probably somebody else there to back up and replace, take a run at replacing Nate Solder. So Connor Williams, kid out of Texas, could be an option here. So is it Connor Williams? Is it Harold Landry? With Rashaan Evans off the board, Mike Vrabel stealing him right from under Bill Belichick's nose. Or will it be Lamar Jackson? Yeah. I think there are a lot of fascinating options here.
Do you think it would have been Evans had the Titans not moved up?
I do. I think Rashaan Evans probably would have fit exactly what the Patriots are looking for. Both he can play with his hands in the dirt and also play up. And he has the Alabama pedigree, and with Dante Hightower already on board, certainly would seem to be a pretty seamless transition to make, and he's in a first round talent.
Could Landry fit in right away in this Patriot system, or would it take a while?
I think he would fit in right away.
Would he get time though? Is there too much ahead of him on the depth chart?
I think he'd probably be situational to begin with, Alex, but I think if they're picking you first round, I think they expect you to be able to come in, learn, and they think that you can come in, learn quickly, and make an immediate contribution. That's what they're saying when they view you as a first-round talent. They like you, but they also expect that you're going to be able to pick up the system very quickly.
We've got a Scott Zolak tweet that says just simply the word trade. Is that a legit possibility at this point, that they just don't like anybody right now enough to take anybody at 23, and they're just going to move back?
Boy, I guess, but boy, if that would tell me, if they do make a trade here, that they're really not in love with anybody in the second or the final third of the first round in terms of the talent pool left on the board. I find that a little surprising, but if they feel like they can make the most out of more value picks later in the draft, which has certainly been their MO in years past, then maybe that's the direction they go.
All right, we're just going to kind of have you, it's what we've been doing this whole offseason with Rob Gronkowski, but it interprets some more tweets for us. Mike Reese just tweeted win, W-I-N. What are your thoughts on Isaiah Wynn, W-Y-N, and the offensive lineman from Georgia?
Again, he would be great depth along the interior, and somebody that I believe I read somewhere where he could make the transition to the outside, and we all know how Dante Scarnecchia and Bill Belichick really loved their versatile offensive lineman. Isaiah Wynn, 6'3", 313 pounds. He has a short, squatty frame, but very long arms and very light feet. And what does that tell you? Well, it tells you that he might be able to make the move to the outside. We are getting news that the pick has come in for the New England Patriots.
All right,
and let's see.
We've got.
See if I. Go ahead.
We've got it. We're going to throw over to our update desk now. Nick, hit it.
All right, the Patriots did not trade out of the pick like some people thought they might, because that's what the Patriots do. Instead, they decided to draft at number 23, Isaiah Wynn, offensive lineman. Big move for the Patriots.
All right, so Isaiah Wynn, Mike Petraglia, is this Nate Solder's replacement?
I think that's a projection I'm not ready to make yet. Maybe they feel he is down the road, but I think he is a player certainly that could play all along the offensive line, and that's what I think this pick tells you, that they love his versatility. Again, the fact that he showed a lot of good quickness, balance, and body control for being able to pull also tells you that they love his athleticism, and they've always loved their athletic, interior offensive lineman, and I think that's what they view Isaiah Wynn as a 6'3", 313-pound guard tackle type of player. I think he is, the prototypical Patriot offensive lineman who can play all along the offensive front.
Earlier, you were saying how Patriots are going to draft 2 offensive linemen. We saw they just drafted one with Wynn. Seeing what's left on the board, do you still believe with the number 31 pick that another offensive lineman will be chosen by the Patriots?
Well, if Connor Williams is still up there, maybe. When you take a look at, the players that have gone already, Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey, Colton Miller, all off the board. Now Isaiah Wynn off the board going to the Patriots. I don't know. I think there's a possibility that they take another offensive lineman, but if they stay at 31, it's more likely than not that they're going to go defense. That would probably be the biggest guess that I would make right now. The most educated guess is that they're going to try and go for somebody that can get after the quarterback.
So you think it would be Harold Landry probably if he's still there?
If he's still there, I think that would be a very logical pick right there. I still think, if Lamar Jackson is on the board and they take him, they don't take him, then that means, they don't really value him as the next guy behind Tom Brady. They value him more as, a developmental type of project.
How about this, Trags? The Patriots, when they made the pick, when they actually announced it at the draft, they announced him as a tackle. So does that kind of lend to the belief that they're gonna try to convert him to a full-time offensive tackle?
Yeah, I would say that's accurate, Mike. I'm sure that's the way they view him. And again, he has played all the positions along the offensive line. That's one of the things I'm sure that appealed to him quite a bit. And Dante Scarnecchia is somebody who has always had a hand in the draft, and it would not surprise me if he said, took one look at this guy on tape and in person and said he can play all over the line and he can do it all. This is the guy I want.
Well, Mike Petraglia, we'll let you get more information on Wynn, get caught up on the 31st pick, and will you be calling back in ahead of the pick number 31?
That is my plan right now, gentlemen.
All right, so we'll hear from Mike Petraglia a little later on. Trags, thanks for checking in from Gillette Stadium.
Thanks, Trags.
You betcha.
So, guys, I think it's safe to say after losing the Super Bowl, important for the Patriots to start the year off with a win, and they did.
Yeah, that's a...
I already tweeted it. Don't worry. It's not viral yet, but I already tweeted it.
No, I do. I think it's an interesting pick. I think it's a good pick. It's one of those things where, you would have liked them to take one of the more actual, like a tackle, like a Mike McGlinchey type, like a guy who is a big, strong, athletic left tackle type guy. This guy more of a tweener, only 6'2", not necessarily the height of a guy that you would want to play left tackle for you, but. Look, maybe we don't know. Maybe they actually do think that they could convert Marcus Cannon to left tackle, and they could actually win the right tackle, and it's not as much of an issue for that. Maybe, if Dante Scarnecchia, like we've already said, if he thinks this guy can play tackle in the NFL for the Patriots, then this guy can probably play tackle in the NFL for the Patriots. So,
nothing. This does not mean that Isaiah Wynn is set in stone as the left tackle,
right?
And when it comes to tackles and the Patriots, they pick up guys in the 4th, 5th round sometimes, and they end up starting. You don't really see many first-rounders starting for the Patriots when it comes to their offensive linemen. So there's a lot of work to be done still when it comes to this offensive line.
I think the last one was Nate Solder, who was a first-round pick and played his whole career here.
So there we go. After all that build-up, what did we all say, right? Where they're going to build us up, build it up. It's going to be an offensive lineman. So instead, how about this? I don't want to talk a lot about the whole Brady-Belichick relationship dynamic because it's been talked to death. But since everything this offseason is supposedly symbolic, every time somebody blinks, it's symbolic. Instead of drafting Tom Brady's replacement, they draft somebody to protect him.
For now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair assessment. I mean, obviously that's, at first glance, that is what just happened. We just saw that the Patriots did not pick the quote-unquote future quarterback. They decided to get a guy who could help you possibly right now. So, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I think it would, I think the 31st pick will really tell us where the Patriots' heads are at, whether they're going to trade out, whether they're going to go Landry, or they're going to go, maybe another offensive player. Who knows? Hurst, maybe at 31. I know we've heard that a lot coming into the draft, so that could be a possibility. I mean, yeah, it's hard to see where they stand.
So you mentioned Hurst, and I mean, it just made me kind of think of something. A couple years ago, defensive tackle falls late in the draft due to injury concerns, and I think it was the 31st pick that they took Dominique Easley. Correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yes.
Maybe a similar situation with Mo Hurst.
Definitely a possibility.
Did they go that route again?
Yeah, because that didn't work out too well.
I mean, it is a different kind of knee injury. It's not a knee injury; it's a heart condition. Now, better, worse? I'm not a doctor.
Easy proved them wrong quick. He didn't waste no time.
No. He was shipped right out. We got a pick in from Nick Qualley over there in the other room. Nick, who did the Patriots pass on?
It's the guy that you guys have really been speaking about a lot tonight at the wide receiver position. DJ Moore, number pick 24 to the Carolina Panthers.
First receiver, wow.
First receiver taken, yeah.
First receiver, second skill player. So that was 24, correct, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So 22 picks between skill players. DJ Moore, the first receiver off the board. Don't hate it. I thought Sutton was better. Probably a good pick for them as opposed to Ridley. But, I mean, ever since Carolina, what was it, like 3 years ago, they completely cleaned house in their wide receivers. They've had nothing since.
Right.
Good day for Cam Newton. They extend Greg Olsen, and they draft a wide receiver, so he's got to be pretty happy.
I would say so. I mean, it makes sense. They obviously, like you said, haven't had many talented wide receivers. I mean, they had Ted Ginn catching passes for them, a guy who can't really catch very well. So, yeah, I mean, DJ Moore makes sense. I'm a little surprised. I did not think that DJ Moore would be. He had a great combine and all that stuff, and he shot up my draft board for sure. But he, but he did not strike me as the guy who was going to go the number one wide receiver overall.
Right?
So that it's a little surprising, but I mean, I guess it makes sense. He was a guy that I really did like. Who knows how they're going to use him? I mean, he is a burner, like you said. He's a guy who's really fast. So, Cam Newton can throw that deep ball. Maybe that's just how they're going to use him, but. I don't know. I think Sutton or Ridley would maybe have been, or even James Washington may have been a more well-rounded wide receiver.
I'm glad we finally brought up James Washington's name. I think, look, he's not the best receiver on the board right now. I wouldn't necessarily take him first, but he easily has the potential to be the top pick, to be the number one wide receiver in terms of talent when it's all said and done. We'll go over to Nick real quick for a report and then bring it back.
I just wanted to read a quote that came out tonight on Josh Rosen just because I love Josh Rosen is going to be a quote machine. He told Sam Farmer, or Sam Farmer's reporting it from the LA Times, quote, "There were 9 mistakes ahead of me."
Okay.
This guy, man.
I love that attitude. I love that attitude.
He can't stop.
Yeah, he loves it.
Good for him. Good for him.
He loves it.
That might have been an issue if he had come to the Patriots.
Yeah.
That part of it might have been an issue.
22 mistakes ahead of me.
Yeah, I'm sure that Bill Belichick would have probably put him in line pretty quickly, but that the quote machine would have been probably an issue if he had come to the Patriots.
And it's kind of players are going to come after him.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the Lonzo Ball effect.
Right.
His dad chirping, and you saw players really come after him. 9 mistakes ahead of me.
Yeah,
there's some defensive players that went ahead of him.
Yes.
They're gonna have something to say about that.
Absolutely.
So Rosen's got a lot to prove.
Well, the other thing is there were some mistakes behind him. Minka Fitzpatrick went the pick after him.
Yeah, exactly.
So if Minka Fitzpatrick hears Josh Rosen say that, he's thinking, hey, what about me? Defensive players ahead of him, by the way, Roquan Smith. I don't know if the Cardinals play the Bears this year. Roquan Smith, Bradley Chubb, I don't believe they play the Broncos, and Denzel Ward, the Browns. So I don't know if he'll face any of them this year.
Someone will remind them.
Somebody will. Yeah, teammates talk to teammates. Yeah, you tweet out. There you go. Again, if you guys have any questions, you can put them in the chat over there to that is the right, I think, of us. Again, this is the CLNS Draft Night Live special. Alex Barth, Marvin Zon, Michael Angie. We got Nick Quaglia in the next room as well, giving us the updates. The latest receiver, the player off the board, is receiver DJ Moore. We were talking about James Washington. His home run potential to me is what sets him apart. Maybe it was because he played with Mason Rudolph. He's another one of these guys. I feel like there's a lot of these guys in this draft. He's going to need to be used right to be successful. But if the right team gets him, he could be very good. We got a quick Celtics update here from Nick Quaglia.
Sad news out of Milwaukee tonight. Celtics lost. Now we will be going to Game 7 in Boston, having our second Game 7 in just a couple of days. Game will be played on Saturday. The stat I just read, Terry Rozier, not ideal, missed his final 8 shots on the night.
Yikes.
Big night for Marcus Smart's future contract.
Interesting tidbit here from Ryan Hannibal going back to the draft.
Yep.
After the Senior Bowl, Isaiah Wynn had surgery to repair a torn labrum. The injury occurred in November, and he played the rest of the season with it.
Interesting.
So it's a guy who, that's a toughness factor. Obviously, a torn labrum is a big deal, especially for an offensive lineman who uses his arms and shoulders a lot.
It's a toughness factor, but is this guy going to have injury concerns? Remember, we don't know what Antonio Garcia's deal is going to be.
Yes.
So now, did you invest too high? Did you invest 2 years in a row your top draft pick on an injury-prone offensive lineman?
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, there's always that risk there, and that's where that value portion of it comes into effect. Because if you don't know, if this guy had not had labrum surgery, he could have gone maybe top 15 or something. Who knows? You know what I mean? So I think that's a possibility. I don't know. They tend to make these kinds of moves. If they like it was the same thing with the Van Der Esch injury. It's if they trust the medical staff to look at this guy, they examine this guy and they say this guy will be fine, then this guy will probably be fine. So I think it's a risk reward that they were willing to take.
So here's an NFL scout on Wynn. Quote, I think Wynn can play tackle in the NFL, but it remains to be seen if the NFL views him in the same light. I think people are pretty split on this guy, which typical Belichick pick. Marv, you're about to say something there.
Going back to the DJ Moore pick for the Panthers. The Panthers have been really stockpiling talent for Cam Newton. You're going back now. You have Funches.
That's right.
McCaffrey. Who's the guy Curtis Samuel. He was great receiver for them.
This is Ohio State guy, right?
Before he got hurt. So they're giving weapons for Cam Newton now to really get going.
So John Zanis is running our social media account offsite, and I'll give him credit for this. He quoted the Josh Rosen quote. There were 9 mistakes ahead of me. And he said, better than 198 mistakes, but you got to respect this kid's moxie. So, top 198 mistakes there, Josh. Nick Quaglia's got an update for us over at the update desk. Nick.
Yeah, no, just rolling with what you were just saying there about DJ Moore. He got Steve Smith's blessing with the Carolina Panthers. Steve Smith said, this according to Skip Bayless's Twitter, he said Carolina has not been able to replace him until now with DJ Moore.
Wow.
That's a lot. Dude. Talk about having a lot to live up to.
That's
wow.
That's praise right there.
That's one of my favorite players of all time, man.
Gotta love Ice Up, son. Gotta love Steve Smith. So
yeah, that's great.
Look, I like DJ Moore. It's a interesting pick. I think it's a good pick. But boy, talk about putting a lot of pressure on the kid early.
No doubt.
You may have the Ravens take a wide receiver, too. So is he about to say the same thing about Cortland Sutton in about 10 minutes? I mean, it is the Ravens on the clock right now. We should update that. Ravens are on the clock.
Jackson.
That pick's coming in right now. Could be.
It has to be now, right?
We got the Falcons on deck, and then the Seahawks, and then Pittsburgh. I'm excited for that Pittsburgh pick. Mike, I think you are. You are, too. That's going to be a fun one.
I'm seeing an interesting tweet from Jeff Howe that's got the next pick available here.
Whoa.
All right, Nick, you got it? All right, Nick.
In for me, too, we got Jeff Howe, number 25 for the Baltimore Ravens. They take Hayden Hurst.
All right. I mean, oh wait, Hayden Hurst or
Hayden Hurst.
Not the Hurst
tight
we
end.
were thinking.
I thought they were going to take the defensive lineman. What was that, Nick?
Hayden Hurst.
The tight end. Okay, I just heard Hurst. I got excited.
Yeah, Hayden Hurst, the tight end. That's very interesting. I mean, I didn't think he would necessarily. I didn't think he'd go this early. Now we've all been talking this whole time about how there hasn't been a pass catcher taken yet, and they
Here comes the run.
2 back to back, and yeah, now here comes the run probably. Now
And
does
now-
that mean the Patriots?
Well, you've got the Falcons on deck, and I think they're on the clock now. They're definitely
They
they could take a pass catcher.
They lost Benjamin Watson, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
They
Yep.
lost Watson too, so it makes sense. Pitta's up there, is injury prone.
And look, they just need somebody. You're talking about the Ravens. In terms of the Falcons, I think they could take a pass catcher. They need somebody to take the pressure off of Julio Jones.
Yes.
So, no, that's a good pick. That's a good pick for the Ravens. Again, I'm still a little surprised they didn't go Jackson, but I mean I think I'm surprised with everybody at this point not going Jackson. I was surprised. I thought the Patriots were going to go Jackson. Maybe they think they can get him at 31.
Hurst
I think somebody could trade up and grab Jackson here before the Patriots pick.
and Hurst is a guy who Atlanta could get right now here.
Maurice Hurst.
Maurice Hurst. They're definitely lacking in the defensive front.
Yep.
I think Hurst can definitely add something to their front end. They've lost a couple guys too.
Yeah, that'd be a good pick for them.
In free agency. So let's see what they do here.
Then again, I mean, they could always throw. They could always take a pass catcher here. You know, I mean, yes, you have Julio Jones and I believe still Mohamed Sanu.
They
Correct?
do, but that's pretty much it.
That's pretty much it. Exactly. So
I
I mean, if you're looking at
They
tight
like-
end, now we could talk about Mike Gesicki or Dallas Goedert maybe. So
They need a slot receiver. I think this could be, and this would be a bit of a reach for him.
For
He's
Ridley?
probably not necessarily Ridley's not. I don't think Ridley's going to play the slot in the NFL.
Okay.
Because what we talked about earlier is an ability to be physical.
Yeah.
To me, the best slot receiver in the draft, and he was supposed to go mid-late second, but if it's the right guy, you take him as Christian Kirk out of Texas A&M.
it's a guy we haven't mentioned at all yet.
He'd be a good fit in that offense. I like Christian Kirk to Atlanta. Now, that's kind of an outside-the-box pick.
Right.
If it's Bill Belichick making this pick, I'm probably a little more convinced, than anybody else. But if they're going to go pass catcher, I think Christian Kirk has to be in the conversation because, like you said, they do need a slot receiver. By the way, the Bills have just welcomed in Josh Allen on Twitter, and it's not going well in the comments. So
man.
Bills fans, rightfully so. And Bills fans are normally wrong about most things when it comes to football. They like Tremaine Evans. They got that right. But Josh Allen not being received well on Buffalo Twitter. Who do you like better, Allen or Taylor? Who would you feel more comfortable with, the starting quarterback going into the season?
I would pick Tyrod Taylor.
I would
because
too.
He's played in the NFL. He knows.
I think over the next 3 years, I'd pick.
Yeah,
Taylor.
he's not the greatest quarterback by any means, but I mean, he's a guy who can win you games. He can get you to the playoffs.
Taylor can
Right.
get you to play. You put the right system around him, he will get you into the playoffs.
We don't
And
necessarily know that Josh Allen can hit a wide receiver in an NFL game, right?
We'll
we
see.
don't
We
know
don't.
that for a fact. The guy has accuracy issues. That is a fact. So, and we all know that the window to throw a football in the NFL is like this big.
Right.
So I mean,
Well, look, the Bills, I always thought that they misused Tyrod Taylor, and they tried to use the system he didn't fit in. They got the quarterback for their system. It's Josh Allen. The only problem is that system only works when you have the best talent, which they don't. I think Nick's got an update. Nick, you got something for us over there?
Yeah, just something interesting that I found on Twitter, just, relating back to this offseason so
Yep.
far for the Patriots. A lot of people have been saying, and rumors have been coming out that players aren't happy here. But according to Chris Long, former Patriots defensive end, he basically says in 2 very long tweets that if Lamar Jackson falls down to the New England Patriots, he finishes it off with, if he falls to New England, he should smile 100 times bigger than going top 5.
Interesting. Well, because he gets to learn from the greatest.
Right.
So I think any quarterback would like to learn under Tom Brady, especially if they're not going to start it right away. Who do you want to sit behind, Tom Brady or Eli Manning?
It's unbelievable that Lamar Jackson is really falling this far,
Yeah.
though.
Nick's got one more. Hang on.
Here we go.
Is this the Falcons pick?
Pick number 26, Calvin Ridley, Atlanta Falcons.
All right, so
That's a good pick. You guys called it with the receiver.
roll Tide down there in Alabama. Julio in Atlanta, obviously in Alabama. Julio Jones, now Calvin Ridley. I don't think that was the guy, though.
That's an interesting pick. I mean,
He's too similar to Mohamed Sanu for me.
Yeah, like we just said, I mean, those are the only two guys they have, so maybe there's either issues about re-signing Sanu next year, or maybe there's injury problems that we don't know about. We all know that, Julio Jones has struggled with nicks and bruises here and there, things that keep him out for a game or two or whatever. That could pose a possibility for, Ridley to be able to jump into action a little earlier than expected. So, it makes sense. It's a pick that, obviously we said that they were lacking on defense a little bit. Hurst would have been a good pick for them. But, you can't go wrong grabbing an extra wide receiver here.
All right, let's go back to Nick real quick.
Oh, no, I've really got nothing.
You're just winking at me?
I'm just giving you.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. So we got a question on YouTube. This is from Jason. Could the Steelers be in play to take Lamar Jackson?
Absolutely.
I think so, too.
Absolutely. Steelers need a quarterback. You have Big Ben every year. He's starting to do the little Brett Favre, not knowing when he's going to retire or not. And you got to start looking into the future. Giants failed on doing so. Steelers are smart. They're typically not a dumb team. I think Lamar Jackson, he would fit perfectly with Mike Tomlin in that system. Oh, yeah. I think he'd be a fan favorite over there. So Lamar Jackson to Pittsburgh would be huge.
And you know what? I think he's somebody that Le'Veon Bell would enjoy playing with.
Oh, yeah. And he could learn so much from Ben Roethlisberger. And I think Ben Roethlisberger would be open. Unlike how Brady is with other quarterbacks, right. I feel like Ben Roethlisberger would be open to Lamar Jackson and teach him everything he could.
So Seattle is now on the clock, and they've traded back to 27. So either they have their eye on somebody, or they're just going to grab the best available player at this point. So
this pick, I believe, has been traded 3 times tonight.
Yes.
This is originally New Orleans, Green Bay, and then to Seattle.
So, yeah, at this point, they might not have their eye on anybody specific.
I wonder if this is Josh Jackson. I wonder if they go for the Richard Sherman replacement
or a safety. They go after Harrison or Reed or one of these guys. There's definitely a possibility they take a member of the secondary. They're not hurting at linebacker, so to speak, but they could afford to grab a linebacker, a guy like Malik Jefferson maybe or something like that, an end of the first round type of guy. Who knows?
They could go offensive. Look, they have nothing on that team except for Russell Wilson anymore.
They could theoretically go after a wide receiver. They could draft Cortland Sutton right now.
You know who would be a great fit there would actually be? He'd be a great replacement for Kearse would be James Washington.
Yes.
Similar players.
Yes. Very true.
This could be anybody on the board. And we're kind of getting to that point now where it's going to be anybody on the board.
Yep.
So we got 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 35, 40. We got 50 players on here. 32 are going to go. We only missed 2. There's only 2 guys who've gone so far who weren't on our board, and one of them is because the Bills are stupid.
Yes. So I've got a question. Let's say that we go through this whole first round where Jackson and Rudolph don't get taken. Now what are we talking about for the second round? Because that's the point where I think teams are like, oh, we can now trade up to the top of the second round.
And that's what happened last year.
And that's what happened last year.
Let me pull up the top of the second round here. Let me make sure I got the right team. Maybe it's the Patriots trading up. So we got Browns, Giants, Browns. The Giants, I think. The Giants are going to take quarterback there.
Giants would probably take Mason Rudolph if.
So can the Patriots trade up to 2-1?
I doubt it.
They've
made deals with the Browns in the past, and I guess they theoretically could do that. But at this point, what capital do you have to trade? The two second rounders,
right?
And at this point, if they don't go for a quarterback in the first round, they're letting it be known that that's not their main priority.
That's true.
Right. We're talking about maybe Lauletta in the third or fourth round.
I don't want that.
But that's what
this is the year. This is the year to take a quarterback. I'm going to bring up that name again, Drew Lock.
Yeah.
From Missouri. I think if they don't go quarterback at 31, pardon me, you start putting all your resources into figuring out how you're going to move up the board next year and grab either Drew Lock, or maybe Will Grier from West Virginia. Look, there's still a lot of time to go. Things could change. As of right now, those are the 2 best quarterbacks to me in next year's draft. DeAndre Francois, if he comes out from Florida State, would be a semi-distant third. If they don't go quarterback at 31, I want Drew Lock. I don't want them taking Lauletta in the 3rd or 4th round. At that point, draft somebody's going to help you win this year.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
They did the small school quarterback thing. They did the mid-round quarterback thing, and they traded the guy. If they really feel like they hit on Garoppolo, and the Patriots base a lot of what they do on the draft based on odds. That's why they always trade out of the 5th round. They know the odds of picking a guy in the 5th round who works out are the same as 6th and 7th.
Yes.
So there's no need in having a 5th round pick.
Right.
They do everything based on odds. They should know what the odds are of hitting on a small school 4th round quarterback 2 times in a row. So they shouldn't be banking on that. Either take Mason Rudolph or Jackson at 31 or start focusing on how you're going to go get Drew Lock next year.
I'll tell you, just by glancing through Twitter right now, a lot of people are saying the Patriots have found their next left tackle in Isaiah Wynn.
I saw people saying he wore 77 in college. Nate Solder was number 77. It's going to be seemless.
Here it
They're
goes.
putting everything together right now. I mean,
Here from Zach Cox, Nesson, Isaiah Wynn had the best. Oh, no, Isaiah Wynn was a beast in pass protection at Georgia. Pro Football Focus had him down for 4 sacks, 2 QB hits, and 20 hurries in 1,100 snaps between guard and tackle.
that word, beast, I have seen on almost every single tweet about Isaiah Wynn so far. They've said this guy is a physical monster.
I think the question
And
is,
he's undersized, so
despite being 6'2",
right. The question with him is, we know that he's a supreme athlete, but because he's bounced around from tight end to center to guard to tackle, is he going to have the technique down? Is he going to have the skill down? But look, it took Marcus Cannon time. Remember how bad Marcus Cannon was at the beginning? But Dante's worked these guys out. Now, they're going to need to expedite that process with Wynn. I don't know if they have 5 years to wait on Wynn. But if they made Marcus Cannon work, I trust that they can make Isaiah Wynn work.
This is a Marcus Cannon who we can't forget. One who, like you said, he was horrible. Then next thing you know, he's stopping J.J. Watt.
Right, next thing you know, he's all pro.
Right, exactly.
We got a question in from Jason on YouTube. Do the Jaguars look at a quarterback? So we say the Steelers, yes. How do we feel about the Jaguars taking a quarterback?
I think they don't.
I don't think they do either. I think that they're, for whatever crazy reason, they're going to stick with Blake Bortles.
Yeah.
But I can't imagine them. They have other places that they can go at. Like, they could draft a wide receiver, or they could draft a tight end, like an impact tight end like a Goddard or a Gesicki, and say, hey, we're adding another offensive weapon to our, because their defense is, stacked,
right. They don't need a draft defensively. Do they take another punter in the first round? They took, when did they take Anger? They took him in like the third.
The third round.
They took him ahead of Russell Wilson. That's what I was thinking of.
Just real quick on Wynn still. Trags tweeted out for us, Isaiah Wynn says the Patriots have not yet told him where he might play, but he is pretty close with, quote, pretty close with David Andrews, who was a, quote, big brother.
Georgia guys, yep.
So that could have had a factor in there.
They love Andrews over there.
They do like Andrews. And I mean, there's a lot to like.
Maybe Andrews said, hey, this is the guy that you're going to want to take. This guy is a great player. I've been in meetings with him, all this stuff, right? So, that would make a lot of sense.
So we could have 2 Bulldogs on the offensive line. Do the Patriots take another Bulldog and Sony Michel?
Here's your technique thing, too. Another quote coming out of Trags from the Isaiah Wynn is on a conference call right now with the Patriots media.
Okay.
So, quote, I believe I'm very physical, quick off the ball, perfectionist in technique, end quote. That was Isaiah Wynn saying that he's a perfectionist when it comes to technique.
I'm going to guess that the second he said that in his interview with the Patriots at the Combine, they knew they were taking him. So that's
probably right. I'm sure Dante Scarnecchia was sitting in the room. So
yeah, that's again, it's a good pick. We got another pick coming in. I like this one.
Wow.
Nick Qualia, try pronouncing this name.
Rashad Penny?
Yeah, I don't know why I thought you'd have trouble with that. I
Rashad Penny did the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know why I thought you would have trouble with that.
When you said that, I said, it's not pronounced Penny.
No, I don't know why I thought Rashad. I'm thinking of the guy, who was the...
For that to end up being like Rashad.
Well, who was the running back they took last year? That's who I was thinking of. He had a more complicated name. The running back, not the running back they took, the San Diego State running back last year. Who's on the Eagles now. I'll check it. Anyway, we didn't have Penny on our board.
This is the next guy. This is, from everything that I've seen, everyone's saying, wow, this is the first kind of real surprise of the draft this year. Because, you're thinking, if they're going to go running back, look at the guy, like the guy, Darius Geis, Sony Michel, Ronald Jones III, a lot of guys who were ranked much higher than Rashad Penny. Who had
Donnell Pumphrey, by the way, was the running back.
Oh, there you go.
A little tougher.
Penny had issues at the Combine. The one thing that stood out to me at the Combine was he could not catch the ball. Like
No.
they were throwing him the ball and it was bouncing off of his hands.
And you're going to need to be able to catch the ball in Seattle's offense as a
so
running back.
that's why I'm a little perplexed by this pick. But
I mean, here's their running backs as it stands right now.
It's complex. I don't know why.
yeah,
Well, wait, let me read you the running backs. You'll be more confused. Chris Carson, Mike Davis, J.D. McKissick, C.J. Prosise.
yeah, that's
So, Marv, what are they doing here?
They're not doing anything. He's like you said, when he's not a good catch. He can't catch off the backfield. When you have Russell Wilson, you need a guy
That's a guy
bail,
you want, right?
bail
You need
out.
the outlet guy,
the
right.
Outlet guy bail out, and he's not going to be able to provide that for you at the moment. And you see what's happening now in these drafts. You know, everyone's looking for that Alvin Kamara type player. That's the guy right now that would
Right.
a Kareem Hunt. You could have gotten that with the guys. You could have got that with a Rashawn Jones, even guys who can be dual backs.
Yes.
So why go for Rashad Penny at this moment?
also kind of. I mean, it's not a small school, San Diego State, but it is not
Mountain West.
It's not a premier college football school. So it's yeah, it's an interesting pick for sure. Definitely a surprise to me. If you had told me they were gonna take a running back, I would have named 4 or 5 running backs.
I
before
probably
named
would have gone Geis. Or Jones would have gone with the bigger back.
exactly.
Let me try to justify it. I think I can figure this out here. So he led the nation last year in rushing yards, 2,200.
In the
Rashad
Mountain
Penny
West,
did.
though.
Well, here's kind of my point. Russell Wilson got banged up last year, and their offense became very predictable. They had no running game. Do they feel like they need to be a team that's going to run the ball 25 times a game, and do they just know, okay, here's a guy that if we give him the ball, 20, 25 times a game, he can take a beating, he can handle it, he won't fumble, he won't wear down. I will say this, of all the running backs on the board, he may be the most conditioned and have the best stamina. Now, those aren't normally traits you pick based on.
I don't think he's going to be a bust. I think he's going to be an effective running back. It's just questionable right now. And
He's not a first round back.
No, he's not a first round back.
You pick feature backs in the first round.
Yeah,
You pick a guy
exactly.
that's going to, between carries and receptions, is going to touch the ball 30 times a game. He's not that guy. Those guys, well, we think are on the board, like we said. After Barkley, 9 of the next 10, the next 9 you can really put in whatever order you want.
Right.
He may be 4 or 5 on some people's boards. I don't know if he's as high as 2. And it's an interesting pick. Jason on YouTube, maybe he likes Skittles. So, trying to recapture that Marshawn Lynch magic. Let's go back over to Nick.
Jason's killing it today.
He is.
Yeah, just some more information on Isaiah Wynn. Obviously, he's on his conference call right now with the Patriots media. He says, this is per Jeff Howe, people didn't know he did have a torn labrum. And he says, quote, talking about it, it's good, on track for recovery. He played 4 games with it, says he'll be ready for minicamp in June. And then his next quote that Jeff Howe put out says, I'm a very lovable guy, and he loves everybody.
Aww.
Well, we need a hugger back in the locker room. Look what happened when Vince Wilfork left. Maybe he can fill that role.
There's a lot of good quotes coming out of Isaiah Wynn, though. I'm saying I'm reading up on Trags is doing a great job, obviously posting everything from it, and quote,
He's saying right things.
Yeah, I kind of got used to going back and forth between left guard and left tackle. Asked if his height will be a factor. He says no. I believe my feet and my technique will be. You know what I mean? So this guy is he's saying all the right things. That's for sure.
He hasn't said that there were 22 mistakes ahead of him, though.
That's true. He has not said that.
I will say this real quick before we go back to Nick, because I know he's got an update. This is from Nora Princiotti at the Globe. Isaiah Wynn watched draft from home, said he talked to the Patriots at the Combine, but that was it in terms of pre-draft contact. So we heard about all the meetings with Jackson. We heard about the meetings with this guy, that guy.
It's nothing.
They go with right. It should show us that we shouldn't lean on that as much. All right, Nick, I think we have a pick in. Is that correct?
Yeah, but just to respond to that, no matter what, we'll say that every single year that we shouldn't listen, and then we'll listen.
Oh, yeah. No, we're going to go back when it comes up to 31 about, they had meetings with Jackson. Here's the
absolutely.
pick. Meanwhile, that pick is 3 away, so stay with us. Nick, what do you got for us?
Pick number 28, Pittsburgh Steelers. They select safety Terrell Edmonds.
So back-to-back guys we didn't have on our board. All right.
We're starting to get a lot of guys not on the board here.
Sorry, Nick, what was that? I had to turn your mic off.
I said Jacksonville on the
Jackson. All right, Jags on the clock. So Reed, Harrison, I like Deshaun Elliott too.
Some guys are on our board are really dropping.
I want to throw back out Ronnie Harrison and the Patriots if he doesn't go to to the Vikings.
Josh Jackson is still on the board, man. Like
What? Why?
It's crazy. The top-ranked
The Patriots are going to get a good player.
the top-ranked receiver, the top-ranked tight end,
Top-ranked defensive tackle.
top-ranked defensive tackle.
Second-ranked corner.
These guys are all still on the board.
Is it us? Did we just mess up?
That
No,
must
of
be what it
course
is. I
not.
mean-
Of course not. How dare you?
I thought we did a pretty good job.
I
mean,
think
honestly.
we did. Look, we only got 3 wrong so far, and one of them is... no, 4. We got 4 wrong, but one of them's the Bills. I think the 2 we got wrong, we could say, would have been the 2 worst picks of the first round so far.
Regardless, we was gonna get the Josh Allen one.
We were
going to
get the Josh Allen one wrong. That was a bad
Definitely.
pick.
Definitely.
Rashad Benny, A, I think we all agree was a bad pick, and B, we've said that the top 5 for running backs really should have been a top 10.
And I think the other one that really caught us off guard was the Denzel Ward pick. I thought he would go high, but I did not think he would go top 5.
Well, hey, we had him as the top corner,
We had him
so
as
we
the top
got
guy.
we got that right. Again, if you guys have any questions for us, at Patriots CLNS on Twitter, or you can throw them over there in the live chat. Let us know what you guys think of the Isaiah Wynn pick. We'll read some of those responses here on the air.
Wow, we're just to cut you off there real quick. We're obviously not watching the draft here in the room, but apparently Ryan Shazier is walking out to the podium right now to announce the Steelers
Walking.
pick.
That's
Walking
awesome.
out to
Good
the,
for him.
And
That's
just according to Rappaport, not a lot of dry eyes in the place. Place just went crazy when he walked out there. So
That's
that's
it's
great
in
to see.
Dallas.
That's awesome, man.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good for him. Good for him.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I think we will see him again in the NFL. I really do.
That would be unbelievable if he came back and played.
The guy's
for the
been rehabbing, it seems
Yeah.
like, his main focus, and never really seemed to let it get him down too much. So, seriously, all the respect in the world to him, and good to see him come out there. Now, will the pick pan out? Now we have to see.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's definitely a need that they filled.
No, it is. It's they needed help in the secondary. They get help in the secondary. They're going to address wide receiver later, and that's what they do, and they'll probably succeed. How do we feel? And we discussed this pick a little bit before, but now they're on the clock, 2 away from the Patriots. We've got the Minnesota Vikings, but right now on the clock, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who lost to the Patriots in a close game, remember, in the AFC Championship. Jaguars were this close to going to the Super Bowl. What do we think they're going to... It's got to be an offensive pick, right?
I would think so. I would think they're going after one of these top 2 tight ends here, Gesicki or Goddard. I would think that those would be probably, or maybe Mark Andrews if they like him too. But those would be the guys that I would go after. I would go after a guy who can make an impact. Maybe Cortland Sutton, who for some ridiculous reason is still on the board here at number 29. I mean,
I think they might beef up the defense some more. Maybe maybe Hurst finally gets off the board.
Maybe they just say, this guy's still there, we need to pick him.
that would be a good addition to their defensive
That'd be
line.
huge
for
Definitely.
them.
So just another thing on Isaiah Wynn, seems to be truly thrilled. This is Zach Cox, quote, Isaiah Wynn seems to be truly thrilled to be drafted by the Patriots, broke into laughter several times during his conference call. Again, I'm liking this pick, and I feel like this happens to me year after year. I like to pick more and more, kind of the minutes and hours following the pick, but I think they went safe. They could have, in my mind, done better with maybe a more high-risk guy, but they definitely could have done a lot worse.
And it doesn't look like offensive line was a need for anybody beneath the 23rd pick.
No, that run kind of stopped there. So you wonder if maybe there were more teams in on him that stopped, or maybe if teams feel that the Patriots reached.
That's
Right.
fair.
Yeah.
Getting to this most recent pick here by the Steelers, Terrell Edmonds.
Yeah.
First of all, interesting fact that his brother, obviously Tremaine Edmonds, was taken
Right.
earlier in the first round, so I'm not sure how many brothers have been taken in the first round
Did the Barbers do that?
of the same draft. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know if the Barbers did that. That could be something we could probably
I'm
look
going to
up.
double check that, but anyway, to continue your point.
Also, it just seems like a lot of people think they kind of reached for this guy. He was a solid second-round pick.
Reaching
Not-
for a safety, that's Belichick's
Yeah,
thing.
not many consensuses as a first-round grade, but they said he was kind of a borderline guy. Some people say not necessarily a reach. Some people say it was a pretty big reach. So
They must have
by
liked
the way-
what they saw.
Rondé
Yeah.
Barber in the 3rd round. Nick Qualia has the Jaguars pick.
The Jaguars pick 29, go with a defensive tackle, Taven Bryan.
Interesting.
Pick
Wow.
29.
Wow. Well, I
that was
thought
a
they
guy that
would.
I was pretty high on him. I had him ranked as my second best defensive tackle on the board. So
I thought they would get a defensive tackle, but I just didn't think it would be Bryant.
So people must be pretty scared by Hurst's
Yeah.
heart condition then. That has to be what you
It has
draw
to
from
be,
this,
yep.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's got to be it. He's a really good player. He's a versatile player. Again, he could very well be in play for the Patriots at 31. Did they learn their lesson from Dominique Easley? Now it's a slightly different situation.
Same pick though.
That is right, same pick. And the other thing about Taven Bryan, so this list came out earlier, and we said we were going to talk about this, guys, and we'll get to it here. This year, I think this is new this year. I don't think they've had this in the past. The draft is using walk-up songs for the players who weren't in attendance.
Oh, yeah.
And Taven Bryan went with "Hail to the King" by Avenged Sevenfold.
That's interesting.
Which is a bold pick.
It's also a pretty old song too. It's kind of interesting that a guy like that, like a young man, obviously he's 22 years old max. That's pretty interesting.
No, I was a little surprised we didn't see more. And it was the only song that got doubled up. There were 24 players I think in attendance. "God's Plan" by Drake got used twice.
That makes sense.
I was surprised we didn't see more of that. No more doubles. My favorite one was Rashawn Evans, "Finally Rich" by Chief Keef. I mean,
that's genius. That's
sure
genius.
Right. I didn't even listen to the song. I was like, yeah, no, that's the right one. I don't know if you guys had any that stood out, but
I would have to go through the list again. But that "Finally Rich" one, that's you won. You won.
Right, you're there.
Exactly, definitely.
And that song, if you ever heard it before, I'm not a Chief Keef fan, but if you heard it, it goes hard. It really goes hard.
Well, so here's some more that are just kind of sticking out to me. "No Promises" by Saquon Barkley.
Yikes.
Isn't that kind of a song about you get paid and then you're done with it?
Yeah, that's kind of.
I don't know if that's the mentality I want.
Process, but.
Well, I mean, if you want to talk about the best fit for a player and where he was picked and everything, Josh Allen, new Buffalo Bills quarterback, "Wanted Dead or Alive" by Bon Jovi. He knows exactly what he's walking into.
Oh man,
we got the Minnesota Vikings on the clock here. Obviously, they had a spectacular win last year in the divisional round before falling in the championship game. What do you guys? What are we looking at here for the Vikings? Do they now? I know they just signed Kirk Cousins, so quarterback's probably off the board. Do they try to get him help?
I don't see why not. I mean, we're looking at all these guys still, all these pass catchers that are still on the board.
The tight end looks really intriguing right now.
They have, who was it? Rudolph, correct? So, I mean, that would be a similar situation like with the Patriots where you would draft the number 2 tight end to kind of be a complement type of guy. Or you could go wide receiver. You could go Cortland Sutton. You could go James Washington, Christian Kirk. They obviously have their Adam Thielen, who is their target hawk.
Yep.
They've got Stephon Diggs, who is their kind of deep threat, big play guy. So, I don't know. Maybe you grab an extra guy. Maybe you go defense, but they have a pretty stacked defense.
Yeah, I think this could be an offensive pick.
So, I mean...
Do they go run? I think this could be a running back. I'm sorry, I just had to step out of the room for a second. I don't know if you guys said that.
Dalvin Cook and who else? Is
McKinnon.
McKinnon's gone now.
Oh, that's right.
You've got Cook. Here, I got it right in front of me. Mac Brown, Dalvin Cook, Latavius Murray.
Yeah, Cook and Murray, I think they're solid with that.
So with Cook coming off the ACL, do you and I mean Murray, look, he didn't play until Cook got hurt. I'm not sure how good he is anymore. I know he was an elite running back in his time with the Raiders, but I wonder if you get somebody to complement Cook just so that he doesn't have to touch the ball as much coming off that ACL injury.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you could grab a guy like Geis or a guy like Michelle,
I think you'd probably
maybe a bigger body.
Right,
guy,
Cook can catch the ball. You go for a bowling ball, maybe Ronald Jones.
Yeah.
But no, this could be Cortland Sutton opposite Stephon Diggs would be. I mean, you can't ask for much more if you're Kirk Cousins.
Right.
So,
by the way, just to tie a loose end on this, Tremaine and Terrell Edmonds confirmed by Elias Sports as the first brothers to have ever been gone in the first round of the same NFL draft.
Rondé Barber went third. I didn't even bother to check where Tiki went.
And the Vikings.
We got
Vikings pick.
We got Nick. We got the pick.
The Minnesota Vikings at pick number 30, coming at us with Mike Hughes, pick number 30, Minnesota Vikings.
So what is happening with Josh Jackson here then? What is the?
Were there tweets? Was there an injury we didn't hear about?
Nothing.
From what I know, there is no knock on him. So that's pretty interesting.
The Jacksons as a whole kind of are falling.
Yeah, something's going. Do we know if Lamar is there in Dallas?
I do not know. That's a good question, actually.
Yeah, he is. Well, he was listed on the songs list. I'm just going off of that.
So then that would mean he was probably there then.
It's got to be real uncomfortable over there.
I would
right
imagine
now.
so. Now we're getting up to the last two picks.
We got, as these picks come in, we got Trags on the phone, so we'll take him here. Mike Petralia joining us from Gillette Stadium. Patriots coming up on the clock again. Trags, what are you thinking?
Well, it's not going to be Mike Hughes. That's who's going to the Vikings. So if they were so inclined, they could go Harold Landry. They could go another offensive lineman and Connor Williams, a more traditional straight offensive tackle. We just heard from Isaiah Wynn a few moments ago on the conference call. Anybody following along on my Twitter feed pretty much got the highlights of what
we were following along. We loved it.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this much about Isaiah Wynn, a very personable and funny guy, and very happy to be up in New England, but just very much in the Malcolm Mitchell fold, another guy who went to Georgia and said that they were very tight down there, also spoke highly of David Andrews. So obviously Bill Belichick very comfortable with the Kirby Smart pipeline between Georgia and New England. And it'll be interesting to see how Isaiah Wynn turns out here in New England. Patriots did not indicate to him where they plan to use him. I think that's by design because I don't think they want him thinking, oh, I'm going to be slotted into this position. I think they want him thinking we could use you anywhere.
So what about we're looking at Josh Jackson here. So obviously Mike Hughes just got taken. Jackson, from all accounts that I've seen, was the higher ranked player. Is there some sort of an issue with Josh Jackson? Why he's fallen so far?
Not that I am aware of, and I certainly would think that the Patriots have done their due diligence. They always do. They're have always been one of the teams in the NFL that has always prided themselves on staying away from players that surprise them at the last second, or they find out something after they make the selection. That almost never happens with the Patriots. If there's an issue that the Patriots with a draft selection, they usually know it going in. Very rarely do they make a pick and then find something after the fact. So if there's a reason that they are staying away from one of the most talented Big Ten cornerbacks out there, there has to be a reason, right? And maybe they think that it was a one-time shot with his performance this year at Iowa, and that he doesn't project consistently at the NFL level. I'm just really kind of talking out both ends of my mouth here because you got to think if a guy like Josh Jackson is available, would have been available, as a top 15 pick. He drops like this. If you're the Patriots, I would think you'd want to take a shot at him, all things being equal.
Another guy who was dropped is Maurice Hurst. We know about his health conditions with his heart. Are you hearing anything over there on why he's dropped so far?
No. And again, that's a defensive tackle out of Michigan. Haven't heard. He is 6'1", 292 pounds. I don't want to say that's undersized, but he's more of a defensive pass rusher, an explosive pass rusher on the interior side of the line. But I got to tell you that that's not one of the areas where I see the Patriots really building up a lot of talent, unless he's, a slam dunk first round talent, which I don't think he projected to be.
We've talked about, kind of, especially after that press conference, how much Patriots like Georgia guys. They seem to like each other. Sony Michel was a name that was linked to the Patriots a lot early in the season. Do you think he's in play? Do the Patriots take two Georgia guys in the first round?
I doubt it. I mean, I just don't see them taking a guy like that when they, could. Yeah, I'm telling you, get a guy like Harold Landry, or maybe they actually do like Josh Jackson, and they're thinking, wow, a guy like this really fell right into our laps. I think Josh Jackson makes a lot of sense in a lot of different ways.
The pick is actually in here, Nick Qualia. I did it again.
You ready?
I'm ready. I did it again. I called it again.
Another member of Georgia, running back, Sony Michael.
Sony, all right. Go Dogs, I guess. Go Dogs, right, guys?
We're having Georgia players left and right over here.
Hey,
Georgia.
Alabama
I'm
beat them in
stunned
the
by
national. They came so close to national championship. They may finally get a chance to win. Tregs, what do you think it is? I mean, we know Belichick likes coaches, and now there's clearly been a run on Georgia guys here the last couple of years. What do you think it is that Belichick's seeing in these guys?
The way they're trained and the way they learn their system and the way they're coached. It comes down to the coaching. And obviously Bill trusts the way Kirby Smart prepares his players for the next level, and I think it's nothing more than that. You know, at Sonny Michel, you've got a 5'11", 214 pound receiver who's, you know, the word is he's a very naturally elusive running back and shows very light feet and can shake defenders very easily. So Sonny Michel looks like a terrific type of running back that could fit into the Patriots system right behind. You say goodbye to a guy like Dion Lewis and you welcome Sonny Michel. I think this is a great value pick. And but I got to tell you, I did not see them taking a running back in the first round. I mean, I am very surprised by this.
That was going to be my question, Trags, is, with all this talk about how, maybe needing a guy like a Harold Landry or some more pass rushing help, the fact that they went running back here in the first round, we were talking earlier about the last time they took a running back in the first round. We all remember Lawrence Maroney. So, I mean, what could you possibly think this was the thinking behind this?
His elusiveness. They must think he is a special type of elusive back, and that he can, I got to look up here. You give me a second here.
Absolutely.
His ability, his special teams capability. Did he play special teams?
He can return kicks. I don't know if he can be a gunner, but he can return kicks. There's that. I think Josh Jackson can return kicks too, though.
I'm scratching my head on this one. They just must have loved the way he can run the ball and can elude tacklers. I'm very, very, very surprised. And, he does have, I believe, an issue with his knees.
Yeah.
But bone on bone, right? I mean, he had to have a scope on his knees. So just very interesting.
So now we're looking at another year where you have 4 running backs: Jeremy Hill, Burkhead, who am I missing? James White, and now Sonny Michel
and Rex Burkhead.
So
5. So 5 running backs.
All running backs who have similar skill sets in a way,
and all guys who could theoretically make the team.
Yeah. So Tregs.
Yeah, but by the way, let me clarify what I said. He had the real medical red flags with Sonny Michel. He had twice underwent surgery on his left arm due to separate incidents. So, that's the concern. And the other issue that is very uncharacteristic, he's had ball security issues at Georgia.
Yep.
But I mean, still an elite, elusive type of running back. It surprises me, though. I'm not going to lie. I'm very
surprises us
much
too.
caught off guard by this.
So, what does this mean now for? What does this mean for the hunt for Tom Brady's replacement going forward?
Say that again, Alex.
What does this mean for the hunt for Tom Brady's replacement going forwards? We're still sitting here. Rudolph and Jackson are on the board. Feels like one will go with the second pick in the second round tomorrow to the Giants. Do the Patriots need to trade up to get a guy, or are they just going to pass on quarterbacks this year?
I think the more this goes on, the more you're looking at Kyle Lauletta.
Yeah,
I think that's what we were afraid of.
Not everybody. I mean,
I think it's going to be Kyle Lauletta. I mean, if you ask me right now. But what do we know?
Yeah, exactly.
What do we know? Right, we were all questioning. 6 running backs. Who did we miss? 6 running backs.
We missed Gillislee.
Oh yeah, right. So yeah.
Well, Gillislee, I think, is due like a $5 million roster bonus.
And Bolden.
Yeah, Brandon Bolden's not a running back. Trags, do you have anything else to report as draft night wraps up there at Gillette?
I do not, but I'm going to tell you right now, we are going to hear from Nick Caserio within the next half hour or so. We'll bring you that, and also expect to hear from Sonny Michel also.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike Petraglia at Gillette Stadium.
Mike.
We'll stay on the air. We got one more pick left. What do you guys think? Stay on the air until after Caserio?
Well, the Eagles just
We'll close
traded
with
out
that?
of 32, so...
All right, Nick, you got the details on that over there?
All I got right now is exactly what you guys have. Jeff Howe just tweeted it 9 seconds ago. Eagles traded out, waiting on the details. Once I get those details, we'll be right back here.
All right, so the Eagles, I saw there was this weird thing with the Eagles fans that they were so hyped to pick 32nd because it meant they won the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I hope they're a little disappointed by this. The Ravens trading up, by the way. Although I don't know about that because NFL Network says that the Patriots just traded this pick to the Ravens. See, Sony Michel would have made sense for the Ravens.
Yes.
Big
How do-
time. Anybody makes sense for the Ravens at this point when it comes to the offense.
I think we're all just kind of speechless about Sony Michel here.
Well, it's just
Yeah, that
very
was-
interesting that, like, I mean, it's a guy that, I mean, we had the idea that they could draft him, like, yeah, that's fine, but we were thinking the second round, maybe.
Yeah,
maybe
I was
pick
thinking
40.
third.
Right. So, I mean, the fact that they went up and grabbed him at 31, I mean, that's
That's something.
interesting.
Nick's got trade details here.
Not too many details, but are you guys ready to know who's currently on the clock?
Yes.
The Baltimore Ravens.
All right, so it was the Ravens.
And-
There we go.
They want
And-
Lamar Jackson.
and they got him.
This happened a couple years ago. Who was it? Quarterback. Somebody traded up and got a quarterback 32nd. Nick, you want to make it official?
Yep. Baltimore Ravens with the Eagles pick number 32. They select Lamar Jackson.
So, Mason Rudolph will be a New York Giant
Yep.
come tomorrow
More than
at
likely.
about 8:20.
Lamar Jackson.
That's very
That was a hell of an end to the draft.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
So-
I mean,
The Ravens quietly
they made some very interesting moves today.
traded
Ravens.
down for got Hayden Hurst and then traded down and got Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was
Impressive night for the Ravens.
Ozzie Newsome with a pretty decent haul in this first round here. So I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you couldn't think that he was going to go all the way out of the first round. You know?
It was looking like it.
It was looking like
it.
But so now that means now is he your guy of the future now, waiting behind Flacco? Is that
I mean, if you use a first-round pick on him, he kind of has to be, right?
That's the thought process, I would imagine.
So what? Boy, a lot of let's go through this real quick. And I broke the thing again. Rosen NFC, Darnold AFC, Jackson AFC, Mayfield AFC, Allen AFC.
Yes.
They all went AFC except for, of course, Rosen. What do you think this says about the conference?
Well, they've been in desperate need of some quarterback play for quite some time now. You know, it's I don't know. It's very interesting that the Darnold pick I think surprised me simply because I thought that Rosen was a better quarterback at that time for the Jets at number 3. The Mayfield at number 1. I mean, I can see it, but again, he was not my number 1 quarterback, so I personally wouldn't have gone that way. I mean, it's just interesting all around. The Josh Allen pick we all have said is a foolish pick there, but
Out of all of these picks, though, the one who might maybe starting week 1 is Josh Allen.
yes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's
No,
probably
outside of
true.
Allen, I don't know if any of these guys are starting week 1.
Right.
Let's see. Rosen's not.
Nope.
Darnold might be.
I don't
Mayfield
think so.
shouldn't be, but he
Mayfield
could be.
absolutely should not. I don't think he will. Although I will say this about Mayfield. I really hope the camera's up right now, or that's going to be a really weird pause. Mayfield, it's going to be a seamless transition because Mayfield and Taylor's skill sets are very similar. And I wonder if when they traded for Tyrod Taylor, we should have known that Mayfield was the pick. Just a thought.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, that's fair. This tweet from Adam Schefter just came out here. After this season, Ravens quarterback Joe Flacco has no more guaranteed money on his contract.
Interesting.
So that is very interesting.
So now they get to see if they really like what they see from Lamar Jackson.
Because, I mean, yes, Joe Flacco went out and won them a Super Bowl, but he has not been good outside of that season. So, and really, he wasn't even great that season. He was great in that playoff run. So maybe they're trying to light a fire under Joe Flacco and say, hey, listen, this next year is your prove-it year. Otherwise, we're going to go and see if we can make it work with Lamar Jackson, be a more dynamic offense.
So let's talk about it. Patriots didn't draft a quarterback. No Tom Brady replacement yet.
I don't want. I said it before. I'll say it again. I want nothing to do with Kyle Lauletta. If they can't get Mason Rudolph, focus on Drew Lock next year.
You are fixed on this Drew
Lock.
Lock.
Yeah, because I want a good quarterback. I don't
Right.
want some mid-major guy.
Yeah.
No, understandable. And what they told you during this draft is quarterback is not a major need.
And there's still a lot of players. I mean, the Patriots have they have the 11th pick in the second round, right? Number 43. So that's 10th pick in the second round because it starts at 33. So, I mean, there are a lot of players who are still going to be there at number 43 that they could still go out and get. So now we're not talking about first round picks, right? We're not talking about, you have to go out and get, I mean, you want to get an impact guy obviously at every position in the draft, but you don't, first round pick is the guys when you have to go out and say, hey, we have to get a guy who can contribute, right? Unless you're going to get like a project guy, whatever. Now we're talking second round. They have 2 picks in the second round, and I believe 2 more in the third, right?
Yeah.
So now you're getting into the bread and butter of the draft. The guys that, the undervalued guys, the guys that have, slipped. We're still looking at Cortland Sutton, the number 1 ranked wide receiver who did not get drafted in the first round. The number 1 and 2 tight ends overall,
Still.
not drafted in the first round.
Maurice Hurst.
The number 1 defensive tackle, the number 2 corner, the number 3, 4, and 5 safeties in the draft. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys in this that I'm sure that will go in this next second round coming up tomorrow night that will be Darius Geis, the number 2 ranked running back here. A couple of the guys, Ronald Jones. I'm a big fan of Nyheim Hines, although that'll be probably later on in the draft. So, I mean, you got to like where the Patriots are standing right now, even though they didn't go out and get the quarterback of the future, which, a lot of us thought they might end up doing. They didn't do it. So now...
Which is going to be an argument now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They should have done it.
Absolutely. Well, we still don't know. If they end up with, for whatever reason, if they can end up with Mason Rudolph in the second round, now you haven't wasted a first-round pick on a guy that's not going to play right away, and you got probably... I mean, there's a legitimate argument that Mason Rudolph could be better than some of the quarterbacks that are been taken.
I mean, I had him at 3 on my board.
Exactly. So and I had him at, I believe, 2 or 3 on mine. So, yeah.
Who do you have him ahead of, Rosen or Darnold?
I had him ahead of Darnold.
Really? Wow.
I don't love the turnover issues for Darnold. I've already said that. But,
I mean, I'm not that high on Darnold either, but I think as it stands right now, he's better than Rudolph.
Was 5 for me.
Yeah, so I mean, I mean, if they end up with Rudolph after the second round is over, and we look back and say, okay, well, the Patriots got Mason Rudolph at 43, or let's say traded up and got him, earlier than that, somewhere in the 30s. That's not a terrible spot to be in, because again, they still have another second round pick, 2 more third round picks. They can still get a lot done in this draft.
I'm just gonna send this one out to Josh Jackson. I don't know if you guys can hear the music. Josh Jackson, Mason Rudolph, James Washington, Darius Geis. Where Rudolph doesn't make it past that second pick tomorrow, right? There's no way.
I would think not. But then again, if the Patriots, if the Giants actually are just like loving Eli Manning and saying we're just going to stick with Eli Manning no matter what, and they're just going to try to build up. Let's not forget, their team was not good last year. Like, there are a lot of spots they need to build on that team, right? So, I mean, it's I guess it's possible that they could pass on him, but I don't know. I'm with you. I think that he'll probably get drafted in those top couple picks of the second round tomorrow.
Again, if you guys have any questions, thoughts on the first round, put them in the chat. We're going to be on till about 12 o'clock after Nick Cassero wraps up his press conference. We'll get quick reactions from that from Mike Petraglia, so get those questions in while we're still on the air. Something I wanted to touch on tonight, and obviously, look, there's still 6 rounds left, and it all feels very impactful right now because it's the only 32 picks we have, which, by the way, we got 27 of 32, I believe, right, on our big board. So, yes. I mean, it's pretty good. Mike Madoff got 0 picks right on his mock draft last year. So yeah. I'm going to say we did okay.
We're doing good.
There's still a lot left, but now is kind of this second phase of free agency where those guys who are out there who don't have contracts kind of go to teams and they can say, maybe you missed your guy here, you missed your guy there. The two names that come to mind, and somebody brought this up in the comments, one of them, Johnny Football and Des Bryant. After tonight, how do you see their situations changing?
Well, I mean, Des Bryant's, Johnny Manziel's I don't see changing much. I don't
See, I thought he might be in play in Baltimore.
Manziel?
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I mean, well, now
Now he's not. Now
right,
I don't
that's-
think he is
yeah,
anymore,
that's
but I
Lamar
thought he
Jackson,
may
but-
have been.
But yeah, I mean, I guess that's a fair point. I think that Des Bryant, had a legitimate. He's going to sign somewhere, and it's going to be an impact signing.
Des Bryant be fine, and if you see what we see right now, only 2 receivers.
Yeah, exactly.
Cortland Sutton, James Washington, Cortland Kirk's
There's
on the
still a
board.
big market out there for wide
So
receivers.
this is
for
a
sure,
weak.
so.
This is a weak receiving
Yeah.
core.
Yeah.
And we knew that going in. Nick's got the details of the trade that sent Lamar Jackson to Baltimore. I'm curious what the Eagles got. I'm curious. I feel like the Ravens gave up a lot here.
The Eagles certainly got a healthy amount, and what they got from the Ravens was picks 52, 125, and a 2019 second-round draft pick. The Ravens, in return, got tonight's 32nd pick and pick 132.
Okay, so, that seems about right.
Yeah, they got a decent haul there.
I thought trading up for a quarterback, it would be a little more. We got a question from Clifton on YouTube. On a scale of 1 to 10, he gives the Patriots a 7. I think it's about right. His first pick was probably like an 8.
Yeah.
Second pick's a 4 or
The
5.
Sony Michel pick was a surprise, I would say.
I'll say this.
We'll see this year because we know Sony Michel's explosive.
Yeah.
We know that he can be very dynamic. You lose Dion Lewis, and Dion Lewis was a huge part of your offense.
Right.
No.
So I'll give it an 8 overall. I'll give it an 8. That's the major need. I think out of all the positions you needed a tackle.
No, that was definitely. I think we were all happy with that pick.
Yeah.
and we know that it's not like we picked a Penny.
Right.
Right, that was-
running back.
And we'll get into worst pick of the night in a little bit, but I just want to finish recapping the Patriots here. No, I think they had a decent night. The thing with Sony Michel, and we talked when Trag was on the phone about this, how many running backs they have. They save $5 million if they cut or trade Mike Gillislee before camp. I don't think he's a lock to make the roster.
That's probably a given at this point.
I don't think Jeremy Hill's a lock to make the roster either.
he would be the next guy.
Right. I think that they're going young at the running back position. I don't think either of those guys are going to make it. I think you're going to be looking at White as your primary back with Burkhead, and then when they need that change of pace, they'll go to Michel. But again, the knee issues don't worry me so much because he's not going to need to carry the ball as much. There's not going to be as much work put on him. Right. It's the ball security issues that bother me. By the way, Sony Michel just tweeting all caps, God is good, #GoPats.
I'm not too fond of having James White as your primary back.
I'm not either, but if they can go productively spend the money elsewhere, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Look, this team went 16-0 with Lawrence Maroney, and I didn't think we'd be talking this much about Lawrence Maroney tonight. You know what the Mendoza line is in baseball? Like the worst average you can hit and still be responsibly in the lineup.
Yeah.
So I have what I call the Maroney line, which is the worst. In order to be a contender, your worst player on offense can be as bad as Lawrence Maroney, no worse. So, look, James White's not ideal as the primary back, but I don't think that's going to cost them football games, at least in the regular season. When you get to the playoffs, maybe they still need a goal line back, and maybe that's how Gillislee sticks on the team. I really want them to take Bo Scarborough. Maybe they draft another running back.
Yeah, who knows?
I still think they need that goal line back. They really missed LeGarrette Blount last year, but they're light there, but it's a position where I'm okay with them being light. If they can carry an extra wide receiver, if they can carry an extra defensive lineman, it's worth it. Let's see what they would do with that roster spot.
Here's an interesting tweet from Rappaport going back to Lamar Jackson. So,
Okay.
From Rappaport here, hard to imagine a better offensive coordinator for Lamar Jackson than Marty Morningwig, who had Michael Vick when Michael Vick was Michael Vick.
Wow.
Well, I've got to imagine that factors into it.
Yes,
definitely.
and it says, so the Ravens likely have him sit a year, learn, and then fully commit to a new offense for 2019. So, from that tweet, that sounds like Flacco is out.
Right,
after
and you
this.
said Flacco has no money locked in after
Right,
this year.
So they're moving on. from
Right,
Flacco.
writing's on the wall.
Flacco's sick right now.
Oh, absolutely.
He's
100%.
sick.
Oh, his career's over.
Yes.
He's got one more year. Now watch. They're going to go like 12-4 this year with them.
And then
Oh,
they'll
he's gonna
keep
play.
him, right? Exactly.
Right, and
He's
it's
gonna
gonna
play out of his
they're gonna
mind.
have some freak year. So speaking of that, quarterbacks. Which quarterback landed in the best spot? Which quarterback landed in the worst spot? Michelangelo, we'll start with you.
Quarterback, I would say. I guess Rosen probably landed in the best spot.
Yeah.
I mean, Darnold to the Jets, not ideal for him. Mayfield to the Browns, obviously not ideal for
No,
him.
not ideal for anybody.
Yeah, so I mean, you'd have to go Rosen. I mean, first of all, he's the most NFL ready as it is.
Yeah.
So that's good. Decent defense behind him in Arizona there, and then obviously some playmakers. He's got Larry Fitzgerald, obviously, who's a Hall of Fame wide receiver. David Johnson, who was the best running back in the league last year before he got hurt.
Yeah.
Albeit very early in the year. But still, I mean, so they've got weapons out there, guys who can make plays, and so he's probably in the best spot.
How about the worst? The worst is Allen, right?
It's got to be him.
It's got to be
Yeah,
Allen.
gotta be
He's gonna start right away.
Yeah.
And wanted dead or alive, right?
Bills traded up to get him. It's like a whole lot of factors.
He's
that make
already
this a
getting it
bad
on
pick.
Twitter. Marv,
Yeah.
which quarterback do you think got the luck of the dice tonight?
I'm not mad at Darnold with New York.
Okay.
I think Jets weren't a horrible team last year.
Right.
With McCown.
Yeah.
I think if they get younger with the running back situation, they have a decent offensive line. Darnold wouldn't be bad, but I think Lamar Jackson wins this whole thing.
I think he did. Who had the tweet? It was Chris Long that said if Lamar Jackson goes at 31 of the Patriots, it's better than going in the top 10. He may be close with the Ravens at 32.
The Ravens, a great team. You already have a great coaching system.
Right,
set
great
up.
coordinator.
You brought up the coordinator
Yeah.
already. It's a match made in heaven for Lamar Jackson.
And
They were-
apparently they're ready to commit to him next year.
Right.
So-
You got the quarterback ahead of you has an obvious out. There were, I think, only a few teams where Lamar Jackson could go to succeed. I think a lot of places that taken him, it wouldn't have worked out. The Ravens are one of them. Let's quickly run through this here. Baker Mayfield was the first pick to the Cleveland Browns. Saquon Barkley went second to the Giants. Sam Darnold third to the Jets. Denzel Ward was the fourth pick of the draft by the Cleveland Browns. Bradley Chubb went fifth to the Denver Broncos. Quentin Nelson sixth overall to the Colts. Josh Allen, Bills traded up to get him at 7. Roquan Smith by the Bears at 8. Mike McGlinchey went to the Niners at 9. Josh Rosen to the Cardinals at 10. Dolphins took Minka Fitzpatrick at 11. Vita Vea to the Cowboys at 12. Deron Payne, the Redskins got him at 13. Marcus Davenport to New Orleans at 14. Colton Miller to Oakland at 15. Tremaine Edwards to the Bills at 16. Derwin James off to L.A. That's the Chargers at 17. At 18, it was the Packers taking Jair Alexander. Leighton Vander Esch went to the Cowboys at 19. Frank Ragnow to the Lions at 20. Billy Price to the Bengals at 21. Rashawn Evans went to the Titans. They traded up to get him at 22. Isaiah Wynn to the Patriots at 23. 24th pick was DJ Moore to the Panthers. Hayden Hurst went to the Ravens at 25. Calvin Ridley to the Falcons at 26. Rashad Penny to the Seahawks at 27. Terrell Edmonds to the Steelers at 28. Tavern Bryan to the Jags at 29. Mike Hughes to the Vikings at 30. Sony Michel surprised people with the Patriots at 31. And Lamar Jackson to the Ravens at 32. I think we're getting ready to hear from Trags here momentarily. Recap Nick Casero's press conference before we wrap things up here. Again, if you have any questions, get them in for us on the YouTube chat on over to our right or at Patriot CLNS. But, guys, I just ran through the picks. I mean, best pick of the night, that's a boring conversation to have. Worst pick of the night. Who screwed up?
Who?
There's a couple
you
candidates.
could throw out there, man.
So we got trading up to get Josh Allen at 7. Are we counting Denzel Ward as a screw up at 4?
No,
Because based on the way the draft went, I think that's not a bad
yeah, that
pick.
It's a
makes
good
sense.
play.
It's just a little surprising.
Surprising.
Yeah.
So we got Josh Allen at 7. We've got Colton Miller at 15. We've got
Rashad Penny.
and then Rashad Penny to the Seahawks at 27. I just think because of how high it was, I got to go Allen.
Yeah, the trading up for Allen is pretty ridiculous.
They were originally where at 12, right?
Yes.
They could have gotten him at 12.
Yes.
Because Bears, Niners, the Cardinals may have taken him, but then you still end up with Rosen
And you're
then the
happier.
Dolphins. Right.
Right. I'll go with Penny just because you said Allen, but I do think Allen was probably one of the worst picks of the night. Rashad Penny just doesn't really make sense. He was a guy who was projected to go in like the 3rd round, and they drafted him in the first round. So I think it's just kind of crazy, but I mean they must have loved what they saw. The guy can't catch out of the backfield and all this stuff. that you kind of need to be able to do in the NFL these days.
Especially in that offense.
Right, so it's a very strange move. I'd have to say that was the worst.
It has to be Rashard Penny, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, look, we all agree we don't think he's going to be the best quarterback out of this draft, but he's going to have a lot of playing time, a lot of experience, and at worst, which is pretty bad, he's going to be like a Blake Bortles.
Right.
For that
AFC
team.
Championship game, Nick's got something.
Oh, no, I just wanted to say, since we're on the topic of Josh Allen, he did say tonight, quote, "I'm going to make them look like they were the smartest people out there," talking about the Buffalo Bills.
Very tough to make the Bills look smart.
Yeah, we'll see there, but
Comment of the night was still 9 mistakes ahead of me.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, electric comment. Electric comment. He's my
Absolutely.
new favorite quarterback.
Nick, can you see if you can find some of the responses to the Bills Twitter account when they announced they picked Allen? See if you can dig some gems out from Bills Mafia and report back. Clifton Brown on YouTube. Bradley Chubb to the Broncos was the best pick of the draft. Also some kind words from him. So thank you very much, Clifton, for sticking with us throughout the night. Yeah, we're waiting for Trags here. Best pick. I think it's Rosen at 10 to the Cardinals. I like Rosen, and then to get Derwin James at 17, the Chargers. You want to talk? That's the best value pick.
That's the best value pick. I'd say that's the best pick because that guy was projected to go top 10, and he went at 17 to a team that absolutely needs him. Right, need an impact defensive player like that in San Diego. Los Angeles. So yeah, that I think that's probably the best pick of the draft so far.
I like Minka Fitzpatrick with Miami at number 11.
Yep.
That is a good
number
pick.
11.
That
That's
is
a really good pick for him to drop to number 11. Miami had no choice but to pick him up.
Those safeties kept falling, and a couple teams got I'm going to add one. Now it's not the worst pick, but I'm going to add one in for worst pick. How about Saquon Barkley at 2? We talked about it at the beginning of the show, and I want to get back to it. Look, if they take Mason Rudolph tomorrow second, maybe it's not a big deal. But let's say they don't, for whatever reason, take Mason Rudolph, or somebody trades up to the Browns' top pick in the second round and gets him. Aren't the Giants kind of screwed going forwards? They don't have a quarterback again.
Absolutely,
And you don't know when
100%.
you're picking that high. Did they get too thirsty, for lack of a better term, for Saquon Barkley?
Well, maybe. They were probably just. It was probably just one of those things where a player like that, it is such a. You're just like, wow, we really have to take this guy. This guy, he checks off every single box that you want to check off, and it's just like, hey, we're drafting at 2 this year. So like, if we could take him at 5, we would, but we can't. We have to take him at 2, and we're going to take him at 2. We're not going to risk missing out on him. And we're just going to take him at 2. They're all in on Eli. Well, for better or worse, that's the fact of the matter. So they weren't going to take a quarterback at 2. And
look, if they weren't going to take quarterback at 2, they got the right guy. But
Right.
I still don't understand how you don't take a
I
quarterback
totally
there.
disagree with it. But I think that's what the thought process was.
You can't. I hear what you're saying, Allison. I understand how frustrating it is, but you just can't let a guy like Saquon Barkley go. Even if none of these quarterbacks here are guaranteed to be stars.
So let me
none of them are.
Let me ask you this: what if it had been the other way? What if Barkley went 1 to the Browns? Would you be saying the same thing? And then they didn't take a quarterback at 4.
But then the Browns, I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I would not be surprised.
If
Okay,
the
fair
Browns
enough.
did that.
I guess it's different because they have 2 picks, so it's a
Yes.
different. And again, that's what I think they
And
should have
would-
done.
And they would have taken a quarterback at 4.
At 4, right, and that would have been the best move. Look, they did okay with Mayfield and Ward, but I think they could have gotten Barkley and Mayfield, or Barkley and Darnold.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
Or traded down and still have got Ward.
yeah, that I didn't really get.
Right.
Ward's a good player. I think they could have. The question is, could they have traded down and still had a high enough pick to get him? You look at who went after. Maybe the Bills were willing to trade up to 4. Imagine if they took Josh Allen at 4.
Oh man.
Oh. Speaking of which, Nick, you got any Bills tweets for us in there?
Yeah, I've got a few. They're not as outrageous as I wanted them to be. I expected this to be a bloodbath on Twitter.
It
but
was like early on. Maybe they got buried.
Yeah, maybe, because there's quite a few tweets. I have this guy, all caps, disgusting what the liberal media did to a fine young man in Josh Allen. I expect him to overtake A.J. McCarron. That's not a mean
Okay,
tweet,
that's
just saying.
interesting.
Yeah, that was just an interesting tweet. The liberal media did it again. Another one, when Josh Allen gets to Bills training camp and meets Nathan Peterman, it was the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Josh Allen's the only dumb poop who didn't clean his tweets out. I cannot believe the Bills drafted him. The Bills will shoot themselves in the D when they look back in about 5 months to see they passed up on Mahomes and Lamar Jackson only to take Josh Allen.
So Bills fans, good job. Like, Bills fans not had the Spider-Man meme one is good.
That is good.
That was my favorite one. Let's talk about the tweets a little bit. Do you think that affected things?
I don't know. I think
It's hard to tell.
for me personally, I think his just physical football playing ability was more of a factor because they don't know if he is. Yes, he's got a cannon. He could probably throw the ball 90 yards through the air, but
Well, look,
he's not NFL accurate.
He went higher than we thought. So
yes.
Yeah, and he was the third quarterback taken. I don't think that affected it at all.
So let me rephrase the question. Do you think the tweets would have affected things if the Bills didn't step in?
I don't know, because again, I think that the accuracy issues are real. I think that's a real issue for NFL teams because you can't miss throws in the NFL because they get intercepted. That's just how it works.
Right.
They don't get batted down. They don't get dropped. None of that. They get intercepted in the league by better NFL defensive players. So you don't. I'm sure a lot of teams did not want to, especially considering the kinds of offenses some of these teams run. Like we know the Patriots, for example, run on that timing offense where you have to hit the guy right in this spot. Tom Brady throws the ball in the perfect spot for the specific play. Josh Allen cannot necessarily do that. So I think that probably scared away more teams than the tweets, which apparently were cleaned up. He hired a firm or whatever that went through and cleaned up all his tweets, but someone had already screen capped them from earlier and saved it. So
from January.
You can't blame the kid for that. I mean, he went in and tried to clean out his social media accounts. By all accounts, he did. It's just that these people had the tweets already, which I guess lends credence to the theory that it could have been a team to drop his draft stock. I have no idea.
Well, is this going to be a thing going forward? Because we had Laramie Tunsil, and that was during the draft.
Oh, it's going to be a thing.
Is there going to be one guy every year that you just don't know what's going to happen until the
100%.
draft starts?
There'll be more than one as we start going on in the years. Well, now that social media is more and more prevalent.
Now freshmen that are in college are seeing this.
Yes.
Are aware of this now, and they're cleaning.
I'm sure they'll be.
I wonder if there's
about
a spike where these are the guys who are, they're our age, they're old enough to have social media, but not old enough to have known. Now, guys, and especially with the athletes being recruited so young, when you're 13, all right, exactly. I may be a professional, I need to be careful. Nick's got something over there.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we've all said dumb things on social media at one point or the other. I look back at my tweets and I was appalled with myself.
Oh, absolutely.
But anyway, Jason looking forward, just some little interesting tidbit that he just tweeted out. He said, to be clear, Ravens were always taking a quarterback in the first 3 rounds, and Flacco is never going to be back in 2019.
So see, that's the same.
I guess
kind of
this
thing
was
that
known.
Rappaport said. Yeah, if that's the case, it's interesting that they took Lamar Jackson.
Well, how about the cojones on the Ravens to not take him at 25 and know they could get because
they did not know. I'm sure they didn't know that they get him.
I mean, it was a very real chance the Patriots were going to take him at 31.
Exactly.
Also, could the Patriots have maybe traded out of 31 and gotten something from the Ravens?
Yeah, I mean that's possible.
If Patriots had known that the Ravens were going to trade back for 32,
right? They might have been able to try to get that deal done.
What else are you disappointed on the Patriots missing on tonight? I know we talked a lot about them not taking a QB, but we had some good pass catchers on the board. Josh Jackson. Almost knocked the board over. Josh Jackson, still there. They had 2 shots at him. They had a shot at him at 31. They didn't take him.
There has to be something that we don't know in terms of Josh Jackson, whether it's an injury issue or a personal issue. I don't know what it is, but there's no way a guy that is that highly touted just drops completely out of the first round like that for no reason.
Like Trags was saying as well, this guy kind of came out of nowhere.
That is true.
One year really showed off, and I guess teams
one-hit wonder type guy.
The teams must have really not felt that it was first round worthy, because when you see it, it looks remarkable.
Yeah,
right.
He has all the talent in the world, and I'm shocked that he didn't get picked up. I would have loved to see Patriots pick up a linebacker or edge rusher.
Little surprised they didn't go Harold Landry at 31.
Well, the Rashaan Evans thing, I think, threw them off because I think they were going to draft him at 23.
So Caserio, I don't want to talk about too much of Caserio's presser because we're going to have Trags on here in a minute. But he said that there was no panic when that happened.
Yeah. So
But I mean, what else are you going to say?
They
But
were probably expecting that to happen.
Yeah.
Because, obviously Tennessee had that need as well.
yeah.
But I think that's the guy that they wanted at 23. And then if they could have, they would have waited to draft Wynn at 31. And they would have taken Evans and Wynn.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. So,
right.
it didn't necessarily work out that way. And they ended up with Sony Michel, who was probably the next guy on their list. Because, the Patriots don't necessarily change their draft list. So
See, I find that so interesting because there's a famous Belichick quote, it's not about collecting talent, it's about building a team.
Right.
But then he gets to the draft and it's best player available.
Yes.
And I've always found that a little contradicting. But they've already got Lamar Jackson in a Raiders jersey.
Yeah, I see that right here.
So, I mean, he is...
He's the guy, man. That's
I don't know.
very
If
interesting.
I don't know if Joe Flacco makes it through the season. They start out 2-4.
So we didn't hear this throughout
No.
the draft
I
process,
heard it.
right?
Look, I mean, it was realistic they could take a quarterback. I had no idea that it was this
that
immediate.
they're ready to move on
Yeah.
from Joe Flacco is what I'm gathering from Twitter right now.
Granted, if I knew Flacco's contract situation, I didn't know his situation going tonight. I probably would have been able to infer it a little better. But they did a good job for all the leaks. They did a really good job of covering that up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's very interesting.
So here we sit, first round in the books. If you missed any of this draft show, you want to go back and see what we said about this or that, it will be on the CLNS YouTube page. You can check it out there. And on clnsmedia.com. We're just waiting for Nick Cassera to wrap up his press conference. We'll have a report from Mike Petraglia at Gillette on how that went. And then that'll be it for us tonight. Nick, you got something? I see you sitting up in there.
That was just like that. Something popped in my brain and just forced my body to get up.
Okay.
I was just thinking about. I'm a big offensive lineman guy, Alex. We've talked about it a ton. I love my offensive lineman. I might be the only guy in New England who had a Nate Solder jersey. So looking out for this pick for a win. Really, I did. I love Nate Solder. Something that I always found bothersome with Nate Solder was I thought he was a little slow when it came to quick outside rushers.
Yep.
What I like with this kid, just watching his highlights, at least, and it's highlights, so you don't see too many of the bad things. But with the highlights that I've been seeing tonight, he's quick. And that's something that I think is going to be a big advantage for the Patriots going forward with having a guy who can create a pocket like that. You see a lot of these highlights for him. You have a quick defensive end coming out on the left side or their right side. And this guy is very capable of creating that pocket and pushing him all the way around Tom Brady. And the obvious thing with Tom Brady being so old, you need a guy who can protect him well. So if you can make this guy your starting left tackle this year in Dante Scarnecchia, who I trust with my entire heart, my entire brain, then I think overall people are going to look at this guy as a very good pick down the line. As I've been watching videos tonight, I am very impressed with this kid.
And he was the guy in his conference call earlier tonight that said, I think my feet and my technique are going to really help me overcome the fact that I'm only 6'2". So I think that's a good point. I think the quickness will be certainly a factor and probably was a big factor in why they drafted him at 23.
This is an interesting point brought up on Twitter. How do we feel about the Robert Griffin III comeback story now? Does he even make that team?
Yeah, it's probably not happening if I had to guess. Because, that's like the same player right there.
Well, hopefully for them it's not the same player.
But you know what I mean. It's the same type of player.
I forget which one of you said it earlier.
I think they keep.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they
as
keep
a teacher.
As exactly that. When we were speaking earlier before Lamar Jackson was there, I was mentioning how RG3 can be that guy who was also highly touted. He was the number 2 pick. He's someone that we thought would still be running in the NFL right now. He was someone after his first year, we were saying, oh man, did the Colts make a mistake and not get RG3? That's how special RG3 was in this league. So and Flacco is looking like Ravens want to get rid of him tomorrow.
They are ready to move on.
I don't think he makes it through the season.
So you might need to keep RG3 there, and he's maybe more ready than Lamar Jackson right now because Lamar Jackson, he can be the most talented quarterback in this draft right now, but he needs time. He needs a lot of work. So keeping the RG3 there and having a 3-quarterback system, because now Flacco knows his days are numbered in Baltimore.
So one of two things are going to happen. They're either going to suck, and Jackson can take over halfway through the year, Flacco's going to get super motivated, and they're going to win that division this year, and then you get a really interesting conundrum.
For sure. Absolutely.
All right, this is way out of the box. Do the Ravens now try to trade Joe Flacco?
Very possible.
Why not?
I guess who would want
I think it would make more sense to allow Lamar Jackson to sit the season out, obviously. And
I think it would,
learn.
but teams get so tempted with these rookie quarterbacks.
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Joe Flacco to Jacksonville.
Well, then Jacksonville becomes a much better team, I would say.
He's better. I know they just
better, yeah.
I know they just paid Bortles, but there was talk about them maybe trading for a guy like Eli. This would be the same mold. I'm trying to think of other landing spots.
But who'd you? So you would start with either Lamar Jackson or RG3?
You just go right to Lamar Jackson, yeah.
That's scary.
I think he needs. Look, I'm not saying this is what they should do. I think he needs the time to develop too.
Right.
But I wonder if they get a little frisky, I guess, a little ahead of themselves. Nick, what do you think?
I'm just thinking about Joe Flacco here, and you guys are talking about trading him. You might have to, because we've never seen Joe Flacco in this situation before. It's a consensus that Joe Flacco's days are numbered. How's he going to react? For the most part, his entire time at Baltimore, he's been the guy. He has absolutely been the guy. He's never had to feel this pressure before. Now he feels this pressure. How's he going to react to that? Is he going to force his way out of Baltimore? Is he going to cause a stink? Again, we've never seen this guy under this kind of pressure. So we might see a different personality come out of Joe Flacco. Because if I'm him, I'm rattled right now, and I am livid that now I have to compete for my job.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine, talk about the narrative with Brady hating his team.
Yeah.
Imagine what Joe Flacco went through. This is an interesting point on Twitter from Evan Lazar of the Boston Herald about the Patriots maybe reaching a bit for Sony Michel 31. I'll just sum it up. Is it possible they saw how much defensive talent was going to be on the board on day 2 and just said, you know what, we'll get our guy? Harold Landry, Maurice Hurst, Lorenzo Carter, Sam Hubbard, Fred Warner, Josie Jewell, Justin Reed, Josh Jackson, Isaiah Oliver. Is it possible the Patriots saw all of that, know they have 4 picks tomorrow, and said, we can reach on a running back here because we'll be able to get defensive players tomorrow?
It is
That's
very possible.
And you know what? I like that strategy. I'm okay with that strategy. You're playing the numbers. And that's what we talked about, how much they factor in odds during the draft. That would be factoring in the odds. I'd be okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, obviously nobody really plays this game better than Bill Belichick. He's obviously one of the guys who, can find that hidden talent in those mid to late rounds. So, if anybody sees the amount of talent on the board, it's him. So I guess that makes a lot of sense. But I don't know. I think that there's, you could say the same thing about some of these guys. Like you could say, Isaiah Wynn may have dropped a little more, or Sony Michel may have dropped a little more, especially considering these knee injury issues that we've kind of been hearing about over this past couple minutes here. But I think the Patriots probably did the best that they could right now, and will probably, I'm sure they'll surprise us a little bit over these next couple days of the draft.
If there's a team that's quit to draft in the second round, it's the Patriots.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Rozai Dowling,
No,
Aaron Dobson.
I'm not saying they make the best picks, but they're always in the second round.
They do their research, right?
Whether it's
Jamie Collins, Patrick Chung.
exactly, whether it's they got their first round pick, taken away through suspension or injuries, whatever it may be, they're always prepared for the second round.
And Nick's got something out there.
Yeah, no, just something to get Patriots fans excited. And you remember, take who this is from.
Oh, I saw this tweet. This should not get you excited because he's
is-
wrong about everything.
This is Chris Sims and Matt Miller.
Oh, never mind. I saw a different tweet. We'll talk about that when we come back, but go ahead.
Chris Sims, Matt Miller talking about Sony Michel, obviously Patriots. 31st pick tonight, running back. And they say that they think that Sony Michel is Alvin Kamara just with more power.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, you got to be happy if you hear that. I don't know about that.
I love that if I hear
Wow,
that. You know what I
you
mean?
hear
If
that.
that's actually the case, I love that.
Right, if that's the
know.
case. If that's the
I'm
case, that's the
drafting
pick
him.
of the draft.
I'm
Right.
drafting him in my
Right.
fantasy.
Well, not so fast because guy who is always wrong, Skip Bayless, quote, once again, Brady says, thank you, coach. To me, Sony Michel is as explosive and productive as Saquon, runs strong and with effortless acceleration. Very good pick. And then here's where the jinx worries me. Knee should hold up fine.
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh,
Start
well.
over. Start the whole night over.
Yeah, Skip. It's again. That's Skip Bayless. So, we'll
Damn it, Skip. Mind your business.
Look, if they drafted the next Alvin Kamara, I mean,
Oh, I'm very happy.
let's put it this way: if Sony Michel is that, they win the Super Bowl this year.
Right.
I don't think there's any question about that. Especially if they go defense heavy tomorrow. Look, I think they could get Josh Jackson at 42, 43.
Yeah.
At this point, I really think they could.
That value.
And that is huge value, exactly.
Oh, if they do that, I mean, talk about a great draft.
We're talking about you already got Jason McCourty as well.
Yep.
In the secondary, you added Jackson there.
Yeah, that's a good ad, definitely. That'd be really nice.
So we got the top player. The top player in all of our categories win, except defensive tackle. We'll put a little asterisk next to that. Tight end and wide receiver. Weird draft for skill position players.
Very
weird
weird
draft.
I mean, Hurst didn't get taken until 25, which I thought was, I mean, it's about where he was going to go, but you would figure that other players would get drafted, much earlier than that, like a Cortland Sutton, or obviously Ridley and Moore went a little before them, but yeah, it was very. I mean, only 2 running backs, only 2 wide receivers, and only 1 tight end. That's kind of interesting, especially considering the past few years of the draft, where I mean, what was it last year where we saw a ton of wide receivers go off the board pretty early. So
All right. We'll give Trags another 2 minutes here. I'm not sure if Casario's done or not. So let's see. Who's first pick tomorrow? Who's Brown's first pick tomorrow? I think we know who 2's going to be. But who's the Browns' first pick tomorrow?
that's a very good question. I mean, they could go a lot of different directions here because a team like that obviously needs to build up a lot of different parts of its team. So I mean, they could go Cortland Sutton, they could go Mike Gesicki or Dallas Goedert.
Gesicki looks like a really strong option for the Browns.
So I mean, if they get an impact tight end next to Barnage, that's another one of those things where that'd probably end pretty well for them. I mean, hey, they could go Maurice Hurst if they wanted to take that run at him right there in the first pick of the second round. Yeah, they could go running back if they wanted to. They could go Darius Geis or one of these guys.
I'm seeing a lot of people saying Darius Geis is the best player left on the board.
So I think, I think any of those things would be options because again, they need to fill out a lot of different positions on their team. So really, any pick, the best player available mantra probably works the best for them in that first pick of the second round.
One quick thing from Casario's presser here. They said they were not concerned about Michel's medical situation. Said they are comfortable with the information they had.
Awesome.
So do we want to? I'll leave this up to you guys. It's getting late here. We thank everybody who's been watching, still watching. So Trag's on the call with Sony Michel right now. We'll stay on for Sony Michel's call. If he gives us, you guys good with that?
Yeah.
If he gives us half the lines Isaiah Wynn did, we're in good shape. He says he's excited, honored. He did not expect to hear from the Patriots, apparently. So that's 2 guys. So let's remember this next year. All the who they're meeting with pre-draft and stuff, put that to bed.
Doesn't mean a damn thing.
Right.
I think last year, too, the guys they met with, they didn't end up drafting.
How about this?
It's all a smokescreen.
Sony Michel and Isaiah Wynn were roommates at Georgia.
Yeah, so just draft the whole dorm.
Right.
Bill.
That's pretty interesting.
Just draft the whole building. Draft the RA.
Huh.
Bill doesn't want to go through the whole interview process. Is he good? All right, you like him? All right, cool. Bring him in.
Right. Oh, you went to Georgia? Oh, you know Isaiah Wynn? Yeah. So, let's see, what Georgia players are left? Oh, so you know what this means? When Roquan Smith is a bust for the Bears, when he has 1 year left on his deal in 3 years, he's going to get traded for a 4th-round pick.
There's also Lorenzo Carter, who was a guy who could have snuck into the first round. It will probably be a 2nd-round pick, an outside linebacker, more of a pass rushing type guy.
That's something they could end up with multiple Bulldogs in this draft.
That could be a guy that they go after, maybe in the 2nd round at 43 if he's still there. It would be pretty good to get a guy like Lorenzo Carter, who made a pretty big impact for that Georgia team last year in their run to the national championship game.
Roommates together. They were in their rooms together talking about being drafted.
I wonder who they're going to run with for training camp.
And then all of a sudden, they get drafted in the same team. That's a really dope story.
That is cool, man. That is very cool.
So we got Wynn, Michel, Andrews, Mitchell. That's it. I think that's it, right?
Right. And they all played for Georgia at the same time at one point.
And they roomed with Nick Chubb at
There you
Georgia.
go.
So big football players. Really, that many football players in a room in an SEC school? I figured they'd all get like their own suites.
I think that's kind of crazy. 3 people.
The
in one
hot
room, but
tub
hey,
and the hot. It says and more.
I didn't
And
even-
2 other players, 5 players. It must have been freshman
Must
year.
have been a massive room, I would have to guess.
Yeah, it was a big suite.
Maybe no, junior and senior year, not even freshman year. Must have. Yeah, I always thought SC football players got the hot tub, the flat screen TV, the
When
room
they say
service.
roommates, they could mean suite mates.
Could
Yeah,
be-
exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe it was one building for the 5 of them, and they all had like a
Housemates or
floor.
something, Yeah.
You know that suite was getting busy.
Oh,
Yeah, that was. Hey, the Georgia room on the Patriots road trips. They're gonna have to keep an eye on that. Nick, you got something over there?
No. I just love the conversation.
Well, I mean, I feel like they've done this before, where they a couple years ago they took 2 Arizona State guys. It was one of them was DJ Foster, and I think the other one was Jeremy Gallen. Bill's done this before. He's taken teammates before.
Yeah.
And he shipped them at the same
Yeah,
time.
That's
too.
right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So, interesting draft. Nick, go ahead.
I'm just watching Michelle's highlights again, and I watched him a good amount over the year, too. Georgia football is probably my favorite football team just to watch this year. And he's just like, his acceleration, man, it is crazy.
Yeah, when he gets going, he doesn't stop. That's
The
for
moment
sure.
he gets the ball in his hand, he's full speed.
So I wonder how much of this. Again, I keep going back to the 2 Georgia players, and because it's Bill, I feel like there's something to that. I mean, they played an SEC championship game a couple years ago. They played a national championship this year. How does it feel? Does it feel to you like that maybe has something to do with it? Like Bill's drafting these guys with playoff experience for a reason?
Oh, I think that has something to do with it for sure. I think that, obviously, not to mention the fact that these guys played for coaches who Bill
Right.
Belichick respects.
Yes.
Right? Nick Saban, he drafts a lot of his players. Kirby Smart, he drafts a lot of his players. Kirby Smart obviously worked for Nick Saban at one point. So it all ties in together. I think that has a really big thing to do with it as well. The culture, the training regimen. I mean, we've all heard that like Nick Saban trains the Alabama football team like an NFL team.
Right.
So I think that does have a lot to do with it. I'm sure Kirby Smart does the same thing at Georgia.
I feel like. Sorry, go ahead, Marv.
No, I was going to just add that Belichick is all about character.
Yeah.
He's all about character. And when he knows the coaching staff, he knows what they're all about, he's going to go to them. You see him, he's going to trade players to guys. He's all about doing favors. We saw what happened with Garoppolo and things like that in that nature. So Belichick's all about character and personable relationships, and he's always going to stick with that.
So somebody just tweeted out Michelle's injury history, and I feel a little worse about this now because I didn't know it was to this extent. 2011, torn ACL. 2014, broken shoulder blade. 2014, sprained ankle. 2016, fractured left forearm ATV accident, in parentheses. 2017, sprained ankle. 2017, sprained left knee. That change your guys' opinion? All that ATV thing kind of sticks out to me a little bit.
Yeah, that's a little worrisome, but I mean,
It's a lot.
yeah. Look, Ben Roethlisberger crashed his motorcycle a bunch of years ago. Remember?
Yep.
So I mean, like sometimes these guys do dumb things, and you just can't get around that. But I mean, obviously the injury concerns. I think that might be a reason why he dropped so far as well. I mean, who knows? Maybe Seattle wanted to draft Sony Michel, but they said, we're not going to take Sony Michel because look at how many times he's been hurt. So I mean, who knows at this point?
All right, so we'll have Mike Petraglia in 5 minutes, then we'll talk to him briefly. We'll sign off. Zach Cox on Ness and Sony Michel lists Reggie Bush and James White as the 2 NFL backs he's modeled his game after. That's an interesting combination.
That is an interesting combination.
James White has made it to the level where
Yeah, exactly.
where
Other
running
players
backs
are
that's
emulating him.
Well, let me ask you this. Better NFL career so far, James White, or not so far for Reggie Bush, but James White or Reggie Bush, who had the better NFL career? I think you could say James White.
James
would say
White.
James White,
James White. James White could have easily been, well, my opinion, 2014 Super Bowl.
It should have been, yeah.
Right.
So, so what do you have in that conversation? You have a guy who is going to catch the ball a lot, and then once he catches it, he's going to make people miss. That's what Dion Lewis was. So, if Sony Michel can live up to that combination, we're not going to miss Dion Lewis.
And
Right.
Sony Michel, like Dion Lewis, that boy can run.
Right.
He
That
can
is
go
for sure.
he can go inside the tackles and run now too. So let's not just label him just as a pass catcher, because Sony Michel, he was getting busy in Georgia alongside Nick Chubb.
Absolutely.
I'm a little surprised. I guess not tonight, but I'm a little surprised in general he went ahead of Chubb. Like going into this season, people thought Chubb was a Heisman candidate.
Yes.
Yep.
And Michelle topped him for that. So, I mean, that
Chubb
tells
had-
you at the very least, Michelle, I mean, you don't get that guy down. That guy's not going to get
Right,
discouraged. He was
right.
behind a Heisman candidate, and look who went higher in the draft.
Chubb is also another injury risk as well. He was a guy who was torn his ACL, I believe, twice. I believe he did it 2 years
He
in
didn't
a
have
row.
it didn't have an ATV accident.
That is
but-
true. That is true. But he did tear up his knee two different times. So I think that was, or maybe it was one on each knee or something like that. He tore his ACL twice. So that's probably was an issue as well. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that anytime you start the season behind a Heisman Trophy candidate running back and then finish the season getting drafted ahead of him,
Yeah.
that's obviously a pretty good year for you. So
By a championship team.
right, exactly, by a championship team.
From a championship team. I mean, he was a huge part. Let's not forget, I talked about how people, and this was way back at the beginning of the show, part of my problem with Sam Darnold was people use the Rose Bowl too much as a part of his stock, and it affects them. Talk about Sony Michel's Rose Bowl. I mean, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, he I don't know if he's a first-round pick without that game.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, he had a and obviously going up against such a great defense as well. I mean, that's obviously a pretty big factor that you have to take into account. So yeah, I mean, I think that similar to the Darnold thing, I mean, that obviously helped his draft stock. This certainly didn't hurt it by any means. So
Big night. Big night. I'm trying to kind of see how we did on this big board. None of the top 5 in any position went. All in all, it was a pretty spread out first round. I mean, there were 5 quarterbacks, but 5 of the first 6.
Outside the quarterbacks.
Right.
definitely.
A lot of the times, you'll see position. There was no run. There was really no run on a position. I thought that was going to be a lot of this draft.
yeah.
And-
Yeah, it actually ends up working out well for the Patriots moving forward because there are still so many different options that they have.
Good year to have a lot of picks early. Maybe they did this on purpose. Maybe they knew it was going to be a draft like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent. I mean, hey, I don't put anything past Belichick. If he
No.
planned this whole thing out down to the T, I would not be surprised.
If he trades for the top pick tomorrow and drafts Mason Rudolph, I will genuinely believe he planned this out for a long time.
And whoever picks up Sutton in the second round, that's
Yeah.
great value.
Yeah,
too,
absolutely.
As well. We talked about Josh Jackson, but Sutton right there as well.
Mm-hmm.
We can do. Let's do this. We're waiting for Trags calling. So they'll be calling in a minute now. Let's do a little mock draft here. Round 2, pick 1, Cleveland Browns. I could see that being Sutton.
Yeah, either Sutton or one of these top 2
Gesicki.
tight ends here, Gesicki or
Pass
Goddard.
catcher.
Yeah,
All right, Giants 2.
we're assuming
Rudolph.
Rudolph.
It's gotta
We're
be
assuming
Rudolph.
It's got to be Rudolph. Yeah.
It's got to be Rudolph. Browns at 3. Nick, I'm going to turn your mic up here, too, if you want to weigh in on this. Browns at 3. So they take a pass catcher at 1 and then
Probably go defense.
probably,
I'd guess.
or do they
Browns
trade out of
really
that?
Got the third pick.
Yeah.
In the second
They've
round.
eventually got to
Yeah.
trade out of one of these picks.
Yeah, they might trade it.
Just
That'd
for
be
cap
good.
reasons.
Like,
They actually, 4 teams have the 2 teams have the first 4 of the first 5 picks tomorrow. Browns, Giants, Browns, Colts, Colts. Colts are back to back.
yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's
Colt-
pretty
and
good for them.
That's really good for the Colts too. The way this draft went, and I love their picking on Nelson.
Yeah, because they can build out
Yeah.
from there as well.
They
so-
may take another offensive lineman.
Yeah, they might.
They could get a wide receiver too. They're not looking too hot on wide receivers.
Right, they got nothing really besides T.Y. Hilton.
Yep.
Sutton opposite Hilton. You get a big
Sutton,
body
that-
opposite
That
Hilton.
would look
Yeah.
good.
If he gets down there, if the Browns don't take him. Or Maurice Hurst. Again, they need the defensive help. I think those 2
Yeah.
picks, it'll be a pass catcher than a defensive
Yeah,
player.
definitely.
They lost. What's their cornerback's name?
Oh, Vontae's perfect.
No,
No,
Vontae
Vontae
Davis.
Vontae Davis,
They
right.
lost
Vontae's
Vontae-
perfect. Sorry.
What a combination!
Late
of
night.
players. That- They lost Vontae Davis as well, so secondary help is essential.
I mean, I'm going to throw it back here a little bit. I'm going to throw back a name. Remember a guy named Bob Sanders? played for the
yeah,
Colts.
one of my
He
favorite
only had a
players.
couple years, but yeah, he was fun to watch.
Small, but that
player.
boy, he could hit.
Great
So, Eric Reed, Justin Reed.
Eric Reed.
Justin Reed reminds me a lot of Bob Sanders, and I wonder if
that's
they go for that kind
I
of
like
guy.
that comparison. That was a good one.
Well, if they see that, they might want to jump on him then, because
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that he was a big part of that Colts defense back when they were winning titles. So
We got Tampa with the 6th pick tomorrow in the second round. I mean, that's another spot. Could be offense. That's going to be offensive line or a defensive player. I think Harold Landry goes before the Patriots pick tomorrow.
yeah, probably.
I don't think Harold Landry lasts 10 picks tomorrow. I don't think maybe Josh Jackson. The Colts need a defensive back.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Jackson goes 10 picks tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very interesting to see where the Patriots, like, who is available when the Patriots come up to pick, because, like you said, I mean, we didn't see a run today, but we certainly could see one tomorrow early. So
these are going to come out over the next couple of days. Although, hang on. First, I want to get to this. Because we were talking about this, players by school on the Patriots. Iowa has 5, so the most players are from Iowa. Then Georgia and Rutgers tied at 4. Those are the top schools. But the phone call came out from the Cleveland Browns calling Baker Mayfield, and what the GM said is, let me ask you a question. You want to be the first pick in the draft. How lame is that? Let me ask you a question. Do you want to be the first pick in the draft? Just pick the guy.
I think the answer is yes,
That's
obviously.
Right. What if he says no? It's like proposing at a sporting event. What if she says no?
Right. I
You are embarrassing yourself.
You feel pretty stupid,
I
right?
swear I heard that line in that movie they made, The Draft. That's not original.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
not original.
Oh, that is that is classic Browns. So no, Patriots are going to get a good player tomorrow. They are. We're just waiting on Mike Petraglia to call in from Gillette Stadium. It looks like the pressers have wound down. So I'm just going to let him know here.
Surprise Track's phone is still alive.
Yeah.
No, really. That might be the issue right there.
While we're doing this, let's Marvin's on Michael Angie. Nicole, you saw all night. John Zanis helped us out before. Nick Gelso as well. We also need to give a big shout out to Tom Thorpe, who did the graphics tonight.
Awesome, Joe.
Steve Helmuth, who has been pushing all the buttons tonight, putting everything up. Steve in the next room, keeping this broadcast on the air, did a fantastic job. And in the back room, Scotty Malali. He put together all those a lot of the draft stuff tonight too. He was our assistant director. He was our graphics guy tonight, on-site graphics. So Scott Malali and Steve Helmuth, a big thank you to them.
Shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah, man, you guys are marathoning just like us in here.
Yeah, trust me, we want to get this track things in, and then it will be a quick wrap up because long night. This is kind of what Boston sports is this time of year, right? I mean, I don't know about you guys. I worked the Celtics game Tuesday night. I worked the Bruins game last night. I got this tonight. Lucky enough to be off tomorrow, and then working playoffs again on Saturday. Wouldn't want it any other way. I gotta say, would not want it any other way. Who's got it better than us, right?
Oh, absolutely, man. This is the reason why, I personally, and I'm sure the two of you guys, this is the reason why we got in this business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of fun watching them. It's a lot of fun talking about them. So why not do it for a living, right?
We grew up in a great era, man. All of us were all around the same age, so
Unbelievable,
we seen the special things in Boston that got us to do what we're doing right now. So.
Absolutely.
It really. I mean, the championship run. Now the question, it's kind of hitting that window. It's interesting that we're doing this year because I don't remember a draft being as important to the Patriots as it was this year. And maybe it just feels that way because they lost the Super Bowl. It really feels like there was more hype around this draft than in years past. And with that,
they didn't treat it like
right. To recap, Mike Petraglia joins us from Gillette Stadium. Nick Caserio has spoken. Sony Michel has spoken. Mike, let's start with Caserio. What were the big takeaways from his presser?
Our job is to draft good football players. That simple. It wasn't about drafting need. Repeating the message of Bill Belichick about 10 days ago at the same podium. People, I think, get caught up in what they think the perceived needs are of the Patriots going in, and they assume that that's the way the Patriots are going to look at the draft, as opposed to identifying talented players that they think are going to fit in this system and work the hardest to learn the system quickly and contribute. That's the way the Patriots value Isaiah Wynn and Sony Michel, and that's the way they project them.
So I mean, we saw from obviously you were tweeting out quotes from the conference calls and things like that. I mean, Sony Michel, he personally has no worries about his knee. So have you heard anything more on that, or obviously we heard it was a bone-on-bone type of injury?
No. He repeated his quote was he doesn't know where that was coming from. He's fine. Clearly, I mean, I don't think those reports are being fabricated and made out of the blue. There's probably something there, but he believes that he is totally fine. And obviously, the Patriots did their medicals on him, and I don't think they would have selected him with a first-round pick if they didn't feel that he was medically ready to contribute at OTA. So, until we're proven otherwise, you have to take Sony Michel at his word on that.
So Patriots once again did the opposite of what everyone thought that they were going to do, picking up Sony Michel. Are there any indications on who the Patriots are going to try to tackle, what needs, even though Nick said there aren't any needs that they're going for, that they'll try to go for on the second round?
You would assume defense, right? I mean, because they didn't address it at all today, and there are definite needs on the defensive side of the ball, namely an outside linebacker. Harold Landry is still out there, and there are other quality linebackers out there. Josh Jackson, the cornerback from Iowa, is still out there. So he is a possibility if he falls to them at 43. You have to wonder if maybe the Patriots take a flyer on a defensive player with their very next pick. I would be at this point a little bit surprised if they went Kyle Lauletta, the quarterback, with a second-round pick. I would not be surprised if they took Lauletta in the third.
Have we heard anything from Tom Brady tonight? Obviously, he got a couple new players around him. Has he released any sort of statement or any indication from him? Obviously, we know what his relationship with the team is like right now.
Yeah, no indication. He was at the Bruins game last night, but he has not been heard from here. I think he's going to kind of lay low and let it all sort itself out until well after the draft.
So, I mean, I'm looking at this list right now of guys that the Patriots have drafted out of the University of Georgia in the past, 15 years or so. I mean, guys like Ben Watson, Richard Seymour, Malcolm Mitchell, obviously, and then the two guys they've grabbed tonight. There's another Georgia player on the board that I think would be a pretty decent fit here in Lorenzo Carter, the outside linebacker. I guess what is the fascination with Georgia? What is it? Is it the Kirby Smart effect? Is it the thing that obviously he's worked with Nick Saban in the past, and there's such a big amount of respect between those two guys?
Well, it's certainly the Kirby Smart has worked with Nick Saban, and Belichick certainly admires what Kirby Smart has done on his own at Georgia. And also, I think you mentioned David Andrews, right?
Yes.
Is also another Georgia product. I think and I asked Caserio this, that it's more than just the talent. It's how the player's character is suited to the Patriots system and coming in and working hard and putting in 12, 14-hour days, both in the classroom and in the weight room and the training and everything that comes along with being successful in this organization. And I think Belichick has identified, like he did with Greg Schiano at Rutgers, that this is that type of that's that type of program that produces those players that he can work with and he can rely on to come into work every single day and do their best to learn what the Patriots are trying to coach him.
All right, Mike Petraglia live at Gillette. Thank you very much for checking in with us tonight. And Trags will have recaps and analysis on rounds 2 and 3. Follow him on Twitter at Trags. Mike, thanks a lot.
Great job.
All right, guys. Have a great one.
You too.
Take care, guys.
And we will have coverage of the second round of the draft, third round of the draft. That will be on CLNS YouTube page. Will not be live. It will be roundtables, but keep an eye out for those on Twitter at PatriotCLNS. Michael Angie, final thoughts.
Listen, it was not the draft that we were expecting in terms of the Patriots. It wasn't the draft we were expecting in terms of all teams, but the Patriots especially, not exactly what we were expecting. The big move wasn't made. My bold prediction didn't happen. Marv's bold prediction didn't happen. Alex
You
came
did-
the closest with his bold prediction.
Well, hey, I got Isaiah. I picked Isaiah win. I got both Pats picks ahead of time,
Yeah, that was a
and
good
there was
pick.
one other one. I forget which one it was, but
So I mean, it was a little bit unexpected, and but I think the Patriots have put themselves in a good position to make some pretty impactful moves moving forward through the rest of this draft.
Definitely. All week there was like a buzz around Boston. If you were
Yeah.
out there was something in the air, and yes, the Celtics were Celtics are in the playoffs, Bruins game 7, but there was something different about tonight's draft, and you thought something amazing was going to happen. Is this the Brady's replacement?
Right.
We're going to see Rosen. You guys remember when we came here, it was all Rosen this, Rosen
oh,
that.
I was so fired up about Josh Rosen.
Absolutely.
For the first 10 picks, it's like, okay, what are we about to do? What's going to happen? And
And then we thought Derwin James for a while too.
Yep, Derwin James as
Yep,
well.
yep.
And Trax came in. He told us, guys, relax. Nothing's gonna happen. They're gonna pick 23 and 31. We were a little disappointed, but you got win out of it. You got Michelle, and I'm not upset. I'm not
No,
upset.
good night.
That's a good
It's
night.
it's not fireworks, but it's sturdy enough. It's not July 4th, but you'll take it.
It's not sexy, but it gets the job done.
It gets the
Nick,
job done.
speaking of not sexy, but getting the job done. No, I'm just kidding. Nick Qualia, your final thoughts in there.
No, I mean, like what you guys just said, it's the first time that the Patriots have really even been a part of this night since 2015, right?
Sheesh.
So it was exciting for Patriots fans especially, and that's why the buzz was up around here. And you guys just mentioned it, just the sheer possibility that Tom Brady's replacement could have been picked tonight. Obviously, it didn't happen, and overall, lineman-wise, it kind of went the way that you would expect the Patriots to do it, other than trading this pick maybe for like the next 5 years down the line, because that's what the Patriots would do. But I'm not upset with the draft picks that the Patriots made. I never really thought Lamar Jackson was coming to New England, but that's probably the biggest shock for me on the night is just Lamar Jackson going that low on the draft board. Overall, though, good night, especially good night for Patriots fans.
I thought the Patriots could have taken a lot of risks tonight. I'm glad they didn't. They played it safe. They got guys who are going to help. They got guys who are going to help right away. They're clearly still focused on winning a Super Bowl in the immediate future. I was happy to see that. I was also happy to see, once again, the Bills blow it. So that was fun. Again, I want to thank Steve Helmuth, Scott Mullally, Tom Thorpe, John Zanis, Nick Gelso, Mike Petralia for calling in, Jake Asman for calling in. This has been a presentation of CLNS Media and the CLNS Media Network. To catch a replay of this broadcast, you can check it out on clnsmedia.com or the CLNS YouTube page. We thank you very much for sticking with us throughout the night. Full draft coverage on clnsmedia.com. The rest of the way, for everybody here on the set, my name is Alex Barth. Good night. Thanks for watching.